Mom's dream was to have a modern house, lots of light.
I love modern, but to me, modern is about building better. Wrong, wrong, wrong.
This house should have been finished for the hundreds of thousands that were put into it, and it's not.
Money spent in the wrong directions here.
I am in way over my head on this.
I'm going to make it the way she wanted it, only built better. I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway, as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right. Natalie.
Hi, Mike.
You must be Natalie, because I'm Mike. Nice to meet you. That is one solid door. That actually hurt my knuckles.
Yeah, it's legit.
It's legit, all right.
Welcome. It's one of the finished things in the house. Mom's dream was to have a modern house, lots of light. This house started as a small cottage. It was 600 square feet. She didn't knock the house down. She stayed true to the original footprint and decided to put another 600 square feet on the top. It was supposed to be functional and modern. This word modern is really interesting.
I see the design, nice design from the outside, kind of funky on the inside, which is pretty cool. No closets, sucks. Simple things in life, the white picket fence, that house that we want to be in forever. As a matter of fact, Ingrid lived in this house for years. And what you want? A change. She was getting older, it was time. Brings in a designer architect. Her whole idea was second floor additions. Let's do a beautiful modern style home. Round walls, almost 2 years later, not done. Still living in the house, by the way, which is not a good thing. Nice stove.
Nice stove.
Where's the cabinets?
1980s fridge,
Yep.
Original sink.
Well, I sure hope that's temporary plumbing because I don't see a vent line behind the drain.
This house should have been finished for the hundreds of thousands that were put into it, and it's not. There's no kitchen, there's no bathroom, there's no flooring, nothing's finished in this house. So the money is gone, but the work isn't finished.
So, there's a very expensive front door, but not much else has been done. That just shows me that the money was being spent in a haphazard manner. Before any work begins, you must make sure there's a detailed construction and payment schedule in place. What should that include? The contract must have a start date and a projected end date, although there may be delays due to unforeseen circumstances. And it must have a payment schedule that reflects the amount of work that needs to be complete before the next drawdown of money is released. Do your homework and have a proper plan in place. So no addition this way, second floor addition only?
Second floor addition only.
Okay, and within the 2 years, it was all a vision for your mom to live here for the rest of her life, I'm gonna assume. And then something happened.
My mom had an aneurysm followed by 2 strokes 3 months ago. That means she was in the hospital with a coma.
How long in the hospital?
3 months so far. She just woke up from a coma 8 weeks ago. At the same time, there is this unfinished house, this dream of hers that is kind of unlivable right now. And so I am in way over my head. The funds that they said would make it far enough didn't. And so you kind of stop building because all the money's gone, but the work's not done. She had a designer, she had plans, she had photos and ripped out pictures of what her vision was gonna be. It was all there for the realizing, and it just never came to fruition.
So how long was she living in it in this state before that?
A couple years. My mom lived in half of this house during the construction to keep the costs down, to watch her money. She lived in 300 square feet with a bunch of dogs, and the furnace blew in the middle of February in a cold snap. It was minus 20 outside. There was no roof on this house. She was that committed to doing whatever it took to take it across the finish line. So now we are on insurance, and that insurance is going to run out And so I need to get this house finished before the money runs out so I can start to generate money to either keep my mom in quality healthcare and housing or hopefully bring her back here with some level of support and care that she needs.
There's a lot of surprises here. One of them is having to actually finish this house just to rent it out to make sure Mom's okay for the future. Okay, what's up with the insulation there on the edges?
I have no idea.
Vapor barrier, no insulation, torn insulation. Okay, so bad sign. All right, so we see the air return, right?
Inside a closet?
That's a no-no. You see that line? More than likely, it runs up the wall and feeds a forced air unit somewhere upstairs, and I can trace it down and take a look, but I'll tell you right now, it's undersized. I'm already a little nervous when I see a beautiful small house like this, that as soon as I see things, wrong, wrong, wrong. Okay, so we're calm right now, or I'm trying to be calm because wrong, 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 wrong. I don't think Natalie knew what was gonna happen when she meets me. You know, Mike's coming in to finish the house so I can rent it out. She didn't know I was gonna immediately see things that are wrong. Oh, now it's not just about finishing, it's about now fixing it before I can finish it. I think it might have made her a little bit overwhelmed. Yeah, let's walk around for a second. I'm trying not to stress you. I don't want to scare anyone. I don't want to scare her. Here's the truth. There's bad news before there's good news. Things need to be fixed. There's issues. I noticed all your drywall's off the floor. Can you tell me why?
I understand that there are supposed to be modern channels. So there's supposed to be a baseboard, a gap, which is a pain to have to clean, and then the rest of the wall.
I would not have done that. Way too hard to paint, way too hard to keep clean. It's
Way
just
too
not,
hard to paint and
just
keep
not
clean.
sensible.
She had dogs. We have to clean that with a Q-tip.
Can we go upstairs?
Yes. Welcome to the reno.
The reno?
Well, the heavy lifting part.
So we'll call it the new.
The new part.
So 2 bedrooms upstairs, 1, 2, very small, quaint, and that's supposed to be
A sink.
a custom sink?
Obviously.
Is that finished?
I understand that that's supposed to be the finished front, just like the doors, but there's no top.
I think I left my money here.
That's about all I can pay you for this reno is 75 cents. Good luck with that. Here's the budget.
At least it's a start. How are you going to turn that handle?
Shouldn't they have lowered this so that you could open the window?
Yeah, does that tell you anything about contractors?
That's their job.
That they should know this, yes?
They should have.
That they built it too high against the hand crank. It's a mechanical window.
Yes.
You can't turn that.
No, that's why they snapped it off.
Bad sign, little things, bad sign. Money spent in the wrong directions here. There's not a doubt in my mind there wasn't someone that could actually sit Ingrid down and say, Ingrid, front door, $5,200 plus installation? Come on. Let's get a half-decent door that works. Let's put your money in making sure we insulate properly. Let's make sure we find the right contractors that give you the right advice and want to stay on top of this and help you do it right. That didn't happen.
How is it that someone that is a subject matter expert, like the contractor or the architect or the designer, didn't say, you can't do this, you can do this, you don't have enough money for this? That's their job, to help guide the homeowner through the construction to get to the finish line with a quality product. And it's like somebody phoned it in.
Natalie is now holding it all. She's the one that's come in now to gotta make sure her mom's okay. Mom's number one. The house is a problem. Talk about in over your head. Natalie's in over her head.
I want to see my mom recover. I want to see my mom come back to her house. I want to have my mom come to a house that kind of is finally everything she dreamed it would be. I want to take it across the finish line for her. I want her to not have to worry about renos anymore. I want her to have to not worry about money anymore. I want this to be done and healthy for her so that she can focus on her own recovery. Mom's dream was to have a modern house, and then it just never got finished. And then at Christmas on her birthday, she had the aneurysm.
Because Ingrid wants a modern home, I'm gonna make it really modern. I'm gonna make it the way she wanted it. I was just talking to a neighbor outside, and Ingrid lived in that little room for almost 2 years with 5 dogs.
You're kidding
I couldn't
me.
live in there by myself.
So here's what we have to face. We're here to actually finish it and turn it into a rental so they can actually pay some bills and get out of debt. And, you know, let's do what we do.
Absolutely.
But keep in mind, modern. dishwasher's gonna be right here, right?
Yep.
So you wanna do full height cabinets? Is that what I'm
Yes.
seeing? This virtual reality stuff. Really helps people. Love the colors too. I'm really into that. Are we going solid gloss, high gloss white? Mm-hmm. Even on the base?
Yeah.
How long? How long?
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Work for you.
7 days?
7? You're kidding me, kid.
3 weeks? Okay, well, 3 weeks.
Let's say 2 weeks and a half.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Under the B.
Perfect.
Bingo.
Okay.
Okay, so I put pressure on Daniel. I said, how long? He says 3 weeks. Well, 3 weeks, that's too long. Right now, I need to fix the house, get it back together, get the cabinets in, get the trim up, paint it, because for every month this house is not done, that's another month of bills that they don't have.
What I really like is this stuff, right? They're using acoustical sealant around the plugs. They're using it at the bottom, and they've got nothing to attach to. So it looks like they did it after. You know, you usually do your vapor barrier before the tiles go in and everything, but everything looks like it was done after. And that's why they struggled with it, and that's why it's lifting. This is what Mike was talking about, buddy. This is actually for mice. You can tell, look at that. It's just being shredded by mice.
Yeah, I found a lot of droppings over by the plumbing wall there.
Did you? Yeah, they're rampant in here. This is lack of the exterior probably being closed in time, and they got a lot of mice in. Actually, look at the basement. You think mice are getting in here? Look at the door. There's an inch gap at that door.
Yeah. Oh, there's a mouse. There you go. He just came out of the insulation. What is it? A mouse. Oh. Where is he? Look at him. Trap him. Trap him. Trap him. Yeah, we got a poor little bastard heart attack. Ah. Walk him over this way, Carl. He'll end up like this if he keeps it up. Yeah, you can play on this one instead. He's been there for a while. Hey.
This is what I don't understand, spending this much money on the top of your house and not closing off the full envelope of your house. That allows weather to get in, rodents. It destroys your home. There's another one here. Poor little thing. So I'm gonna have to call in pest control because we're finding dead mice everywhere, plus the ones they're finding live in the basement. Once we seal off the door and the windows downstairs, they're just gonna die all over this house. If there's anything we can do to get them out now, is the time.
Will they get the mice out alive?
Yes, they're very humane, okay? They catch them in this little basket filled with food and love, and they take them outside and let them go, I promise.
And then they play with each other and make friends.
First thing when we arrive on site is do an exterior inspection. See what's happening on the outside. Is there gaps? What's attracting that particular pest to this house? What we look for is vegetation especially. Is there a lot of vegetation? Is there a lot right next to the house? A lot of hiding places. What about cracks and crevices, holes? So checking the pipes, checking the windows, checking the brick. Is there any gaps that are inviting these things to come in? Here we have these old wooden frames. The window's old. There's lots of little chew marks in here. There's lots of torn up insulation. So obviously, whatever rodent has made its way in is probably coming through this window. But we know it's gonna be fixed, so for the time being, we're gonna put some traps down in here to catch whatever mice are running around. This is a very typical case where there's some big gaps underneath the doors. The mice have got in, they come established. With the renovation and in combination with what we're gonna do, we'll have it fixed, no problem.
The style of the home, I use air quotes, is modern, which means I don't really know what modern means. The floor upstairs in the bathroom's heated.
Is it?
Does that make it moderner?
No, it just makes a warm floor.
I need this house to be done to secure my mom's future, to make sure that she gets everything that she needs. If one day that she can come home again, I need to be the kid that didn't let her down.
One of the main reasons I called you in here was the homeowner, beautiful 61-year-old lady. She's had a bit of problems, stroke, now in the hospital. But her whole idea was second floor addition, saved all her life. Let's do a beautiful, modern style home. A bit of a mess.
I see that.
Well, what didn't they do in the basement?
A lot of things, but the windows to begin with.
Are you kidding me? 1, 2, 3 windows down here in the back door and not replacing this, it's insane. The cool air drives low. Single pane glass, easy way to get in too, by the way.
No windows for sure.
Have you looked around upstairs?
I looked around upstairs. Safety issues number one that I don't like that caught my attention. On the first floor, the main windows that go to the ground should be safety tempered glass.
That's true.
And they're not. Kids come along, run into that. That's a big no-no. You got to really have a lot of guts to do that. That doesn't work.
We're going to replace the lower windows on the main floor with much stronger tempered glass. Why are we doing this? The main reason is safety. Kids and pets are not known for making the best decisions. What do kids do? They wrestle and run around and could easily fall against lower windows. The tempered glass is a stronger line of defense against kids and pets. If the impact is so much that the glass does break, it does so into smaller, smoother fragments, as opposed to the larger, more dangerous, jagged pieces from regular glass. This greatly reduces the risk of injury. So we're making it right by choosing tempered glass.
And you can tell they didn't even care how they installed them. They left the screws just hanging out, like just protruding out like that. I don't think they're so tight to the frame. I don't even think we have insulation behind these windows or shims. They just shoved them in to gain that extra inch.
Is that yours?
No, I just found it lying around. It's a Mickey Mouse hammer.
Well, I was just gonna... My God, that's probably what the contractor used and left it here.
Probably.
Seriously. You know what? You're probably...
I can't tell until we break it up.
You're probably right.
They're just shimmed so tight, so these windows are gonna warp and not work properly whatsoever.
Okay, that makes me really nervous.
See, they're bowing here a little bit. I see it. Can't put a window on a tight opening. It's useless.
No, there's no room for expansion and contraction.
Exactly. So you're gonna cause walls to crack in the future, maybe.
Not to mention your point, probably no insulation.
No insulation, no energy efficiency whatsoever, and then we'll be here with a further mess. And this front door, it's a beautiful front door, and whoever installed it should never install doors again. Look at the play there.
I just saw that.
There's no contact whatsoever to the window stripping at the top. It defeats the purpose of having a door.
Oh, yeah. Electrical's a problem. HVAC's a problem. I can see we got a problem with insulation. I don't like the flooring. They didn't finish the bathroom. Dom comes in, we've got a smorgasbord of windows improperly installed like the front door. I'm getting not into finishing a home to rent it out so they can supplement the financial problems they're having right now. I've got to fix a ton of crap, as usual, that this just keeps happening that shouldn't happen in a neighborhood like this, and to a wonderful old lady like Ingrid. Here we go again.
Well, I got the drawings from Mike. I've been looking around. Nothing is exactly according to drawing. One of the biggest issues I have here right now is whoever did the gas work, it's going through the return. To me, that's a big problem. You know, you got copper line touching steel, so I gotta address this right away. I gotta get that gas line taken out of that return and rerouted. For 2 feet of duct, they could have moved this tight to the wall. Instead, they have it right by the back door. You open the back door, you come in, and you hit the ductwork. Like, it's ridiculous. They got no dampers in any of the heating runs. They got no dampers, so you can't balance this system off. So right now, you know, you're hot in certain rooms, cold in certain areas, and that's because they don't have the balance dampers in there. So Mike had one of the big concerns. It was the 4-inch runs on the other side of the house. I'm gonna have to end up changing these. There's just way too many 90s and stuff. You got like 6, 7 90s, and that's just in the basement before it goes all the way up 2 floors. And every time you add a 90, you add restriction to that heating run, so you start to lose air volume. We got to pull that off, upsize the pipe, try to put it in that we're eliminating all these 90s, try to make it a straighter run, and then that will force more air upstairs.
So, Gare, I know you want us to look at some stuff for you here. You need this wall open?
Yeah, we got the 4-inch heating run that's running up this wall that's going to the upstairs. We want to change it to a 5.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna need the wall opened up.
Okay, so just this? Any other walls? I thought you said something about the bathroom wall.
Yeah, this one here and the bathroom wall and the ceiling in the bathroom. Same thing, another 4-inch run.
And that's going to the bathroom upstairs?
That's going to the bathroom upstairs.
The original pipe that was in here was this 4-inch, and it's pretty small for the area. And this is the new one. It's gonna basically double up the airflow that's going upstairs. Screw away.
I was so overwhelmed with the renovation on this house. I didn't know what to do. I can pick being at my mom's bedside. I can do that, and I can do it well. Or I can pick paint colors and finishes. I can't do both. I can't do both.
This is a general contractor's best day. When you can see how many trucks are here, it means production is happening. All these guys are in that tiny little house. I couldn't have it any other way. It's a good day.
Okay, we're carefully removing the existing window here. Main reason why we're removing this window's to the floor. Should be tempered safety glass, it's not. So it was a danger to begin with, so done. It was a useless window, it was just here to plug up the hole. Wood windows after a while rot, peel, and just absorb moisture. If you're doing the house, do it right now, because it'll be worse to do it later.
What do I always say? Take care of the exterior envelope of your home before you start picking decor.
Good fit.
Work from the outside in. That means the roof, the walls, and the foundation. Remember the three little pigs. The one who took the time to build the best structure is safe from the big bad wolf. It's the same with your home. If you don't have a safe, energy-efficient, and structurally sound house, you're vulnerable to the big bad weather. Windows are an important part of the exterior envelope. Unfortunately, they can also be points of entry for water. A bigger leak could be the result of water finding its way in from the roof or the walls to the windows. This leak could lead to wood rot, which compromises structure. And if moisture gets in, it can lead to mold, not to mention wet insulation affects R value. Some drywall and insulation may need to be replaced and new caulking applied. And if windows need to be replaced, hire professionals and don't forget to ask a lot of questions.
Good. Have a good one.
Well, the plan for today is going to be simple. I have this original setup for the laundry that previous plumber created. All the water lines are loose, nothing is strapped. So I'm going to actually cut it all out and redo my packs along this side. I'm going to also cut the stack, redo the kitchen drain. Another thing I noticed is this is my frost-free hose bit, the key term frost-free. This thing should not freeze in the winter, right, technically. However, if it's not installed properly, this is what's gonna happen. This is the brand new device. The way it's installed at the moment is it's sloping into the house. So what's gonna happen is, once you turn the water off, the actual valve is on the inside, on the warm side. So this shaft will collect water. The water stops at this point, but because it's sloping into the house, I'm gonna have a residual sitting here. Now, this is open, the temperature drops below zero, this line will freeze. And this is the outcome. It will bubble, it will expand, and it will crack. Now, the homeowner may not see it at first, but the moment you open this in the spring, you'll release the water, and it's not gonna be a leak, it's gonna actually be a pretty good spray. Good idea to implement the right product, frost-free hose bibs, but the installation is faulty. It has to be sloped out.
I had Steve check the roof. He takes a look and he can tell that the membrane's fine, so the deck membrane's fine, but how it comes up to the top, the flashing's really poor.
Basically, like what you can already see, we've got really sloppy flashing work.
When rain hits the roof, it will flow into seams and cracks everywhere. Water runs downhill. We want to get the rain away from the house. One of the main lines of defense of water on the roof is the flashing, which is a water-resistant material like galvanized sheet metal. It's installed at roof intersections and around windows and doors. What does it do? It keeps water from flowing into places that compromise the exterior envelope of your house. We're replacing the flashing on this roof because it's been poorly installed. How do I know this? The flashing doesn't fit tightly together and the seams are exposed. These are all points of entry for water. Seams should be overlapping. Another warning sign is there's excessive amount of caulking, which means there's already been a water problem or the caulking's been used to cover up a bad installation. So we're gonna make it right by making sure the envelope of this house is watertight. I really do like the design of this house. The problem is it's missing one thing, just a little bit of common sense. With no storage anywhere, I've asked my son, MJ, I want you to create some closet space, you know, make some cabinets anywhere you can find it, and try and keep with the theme that Ingrid first had, modern.
Yeah, what's your next step? You're going to make something?
It is a pantry space, but we really don't know what she's gonna end up using it as. She's got lots of cabinet space, so she could end up using this as a closet, really. So we're kind of trying to just incorporate it to basically work for both. So if she wants to put her stuff in here, she can put her stuff in here. If she wants to put her spices in here, she can put her spices in here. So we're kind of making it the best of both worlds while keeping it unique and original. So in the end, I'm hoping the outcome will be worth it.
Real nice.
The baseboard in the house is about a 1/2 inch thick. This stuff is 3/4. So right now, I'm just running it through the planer to make it the right thickness.
It's poplar, right?
Yes.
Almost tastes like maple.
Yeah.
Mike and his team make this more than I could have hoped for, in the best way, under the worst circumstances.
Right now, I'm on my way to a nursery just to buy Ingrid some flowers. I think I'm gonna do quite a few roses because they like full sunlight, and Ingrid's front yard is already full of them, so I'm assuming she likes them. And they're a pretty color. Because all of the crew members can't really make it to the hospital to bring her flowers, she's not really well enough to entertain all of us right now. I like these ones. We're gonna plant the flowers. That way, whenever she makes it home, she'll have something to enjoy and just kind of remember us all by.
So you went with a black slate?
Yeah, you know what? I really think it matches the house perfectly, to be honest.
Me too. I actually freaking love it.
It's really gonna tie everything else in.
I'd say. You just gave me a really good idea. Can I use that on my fireplace?
Absolutely.
That would be brilliant. You know what?
Yeah.
It's funny. We were tearing apart our fireplace, the existing one, and on the back wall, we noticed a little note that said, want to put slate out here, want to do a natural stone out here, and we'd like to do it on the fireplace, too. Thanks for the idea, buddy. Natalie's here at 3. Let's get it done. Today, we tie up loose ends. I have Carlito finishing the tiles on the fireplace. I've got Joey running electrical everywhere. I got guys painting. I've got guys finishing cabinets. Everyone is everywhere, and I love it. So, Dami, you got a solution for me on this window?
I have a solution, Damon. Originally, look, you can't open the window. The handle hits the tile. Simple solution, just adding an extension. Either 2-inch or 4-inch. I think the 2-inch should work.
Now we're talking. Dom, I wanted to break up this tile. Like, this is a much better option. Buddy, brilliant. That's it. Like, who buries a crank in tile?
A butcher.
Oh, I love you. Thank you.
It's more than 2 feet here on the staircases, so we're installing the aluminum railings. Maintenance-free, prevents the fall hazard, nobody can get injured. Handrail to go down, people in this house can be safe.
So the job today, we're gonna be using, instead of a traditional downpipe, we're gonna go with a galvanized chain as a method of drainage to get the water from this little lower roof down to this garden bed.
This chain method of controlling water flow off a roof has been around for hundreds of years, and it still works. The water is directed to the ground, but we don't want it pooling too close to the structure. So we're shoveling out a swale that slopes away from the house. This is lined with a filter cloth, so weeds don't grow. The cloth is then covered with clean stone for drainage.
A traditional downpipe in this location would be rather unsightly. Not really anywhere feasible to fasten it where it's not, awkward looking. So we're going with the chain just for aesthetic purposes. It's a small roof area, so we don't have to worry about huge volumes of water. We'll be able to control most of the water straight down the chain and slope it out into the garden bed.
This has got to be one of my favorite jobs of all time, and I'll tell you why. We've tried to get into the head of a homeowner who's not here. She's in the hospital. Ingrid is in the hospital. We're going by notes on the walls, designs that she's already started to do. So for me, trying to get into someone else's brain and figure out what they might have wanted has been a challenge, but it's been fun. Mr. MJ.
How goes it?
How do you like it, bud?
I think it actually turned out pretty nice. Me and Tyler are just working on installing this lower part here, so it's kind of floating on those legs, but...
Can I be honest with you about something?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's freaking awesome. You did a fantastic job on this. I think Ingrid's taste is very much what you're doing here. Freaking excellent,
Thanks, man.
Nice job, buddy.
So you're doing something nice for Mom, are you?
Instead of buying her and sending her bouquets of flowers, it just die. It's kind of, I don't know. I don't really like it. We're all gonna plant flowers.
It's not like you have a green thumb.
I don't. I'd kill stuff.
Well, you can plant. I know you can plant. You just can't take care of them.
As long as someone else keeps them alive, they're good.
With Ingrid in the hospital and trying to finish the house for Natalie so she could rent it out, we're almost done, and let me tell you how much this is gonna cost. We worked on everything in this house, the bathrooms, the kitchen, the flooring, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and even the windows. The grand total for this job is $133,700.
Does that include me?
That includes, well, the flowers, but not the labor. Labor's extra.
This house is hands down the biggest motivator for my mom's recovery right now. This is the end game for her, is coming home. That's the thing that gets her out of bed. That's the thing that gets her eyes lit up when she's in the hospital room, is coming home to this house, and I want to do that for her. I am so nervous. I couldn't sleep last night. I can't imagine how great it's going to be. I'm very excited to see where this got to.
So now that you look at the front of the house, do you see anything different?
Yeah, the garden looks great.
It was my daughter who had a great idea, since we couldn't meet your mother and we all wanted to, but she wanted to fix up the garden. So she went out and she bought a bunch of flowers, and it's just to, dress it up, give it a couple weeks. This is gonna grow very well.
There's been great progress. My mom has started to use a walker. She is really able with a wheelchair. She can push herself around the halls at the rehab center, which is amazing. There's a lovely little chain there.
What's the chain for?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna tell you. The whole idea was how we were gonna solve a couple of little issues. And what I wanted is, since it's a modern look, is let's put a chain as a downspout. When it actually rains, it runs down the chain, feeds into that little gravel pit, and comes out.
You smarty.
Now wait to see it when it rains. It looks so slick. See the walkway?
Oh, the walkway! It's not just poured concrete.
It's not just poured concrete. Even though concrete's acceptable, let's dress it up. Let's make it look modern.
That looks amazing.
Isn't that a nice slate stone?
It looks finished.
Now, the dogs chewed that window,
Yep.
the side window, and the back window. So I brought Dominic in and we replaced all 3 windows.
Thank you.
They're brand new. He also made sure, because the windows are so close to the floor, that all of them are tempered. So very strong glass in the bottom. You want them tempered, because that way if a kid goes up and falls against it head first, They don't cut themselves, they can't break the glass. You can actually hit it with a hammer.
I don't think we would have even known to ask for that. I don't know that my mom would have even known to ask if it was tempered glass. That's a level of detail that she expects from a subject matter expert, right?
Makes sense to me.
There's an entrance. Looks amazing.
Well, there is, isn't there? Thinking of safety and thinking of your mom, hopefully one day she can come back here. We actually used the same granite stone in the front and created a coping cap along the top here to keep it watertight. You don't want the water actually going down that wall. It will freeze it and push it in. At the same time, if you look down here, we put in a new drain top because that was so old. We made sure the drain worked and put in a new top. Control that water, that raging rain coming in this way. That's why we have a storm door. That's why a new door was installed.
No more mice sneaking in the bottom of the house.
Oh, yes. You want to see inside?
I really do.
Okay, come on, after you.
Knowing that the house is finished and knowing that weight is kind of off of both of our shoulders is a huge relief, and we can go back to focusing on exclusively her health care and her recovery.
So, I mean, you can see we had to take down an awful lot of stuff, and this is probably what the contractor should have done, because what do we want to make sure we do?
Do it right.
Well, heat your house.
Yeah.
Not only did you have a gap on the door, you had wrong windows there, all the ductwork. We literally ripped it down and redid it. Within the furnace, we ran all new gas lines. You see all the yellow here, we have a yellow line here, we had 3 yellow lines there. You see all new plumbing from the kitchen all the way down. I got your washer and dryer.
No laundry off site. Yeah, you did.
Now, this is the way the kitchen should look. And this is what should have been done to cover all that money that your mom spent.
This is sexy. This is really, really nice.
It is, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. I love these taps. These are great. The kind that you
can
like.
have a water fight if you choose.
These are so great. These are so fantastic.
We had my son do something.
Your son?
Yes, actually.
Ah, it's a family activity. Ah, storage, storage.
Could be pantry.
Yep.
And it could be just storage.
Shoes.
So if there's not enough cupboard space to use this as a pantry, or for you, your shoes.
Shoe collection.
Okay. That's kind of cool, isn't it?
It doesn't have a crack in it anymore.
No, it's very modern, isn't it?
It's, oh my, you guys killed it. It looks great. It looks great.
Here's what happens when you hire the right people.
Ah.
They do it right.
They do it right.
Why don't you walk around upstairs and go take a look?
Ah, the stairs are finished. I am so overwhelmed. I didn't think it could be that good and modern and livable. Oh, that's great. And the window's fixed. Amazing. Somebody can only use the word modern and clean lines, and when you look at their vision, they have no storage and fussy little details. You kind of nod and smile and, you know, you let your mom be like, sure, Mom, that's a good idea. And inside, you're like, that's ridiculous. That's not livable, and yet it is. There's a floor and the purple paint that Mom picked. It's really nice that you kept that. She loved that paint color. I wasn't sure that you guys would keep it, and you did. That's really sweet. She was right, and I am the daughter who was not right. She knew what she was talking about, and all of her research paid off. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful house. It's actually a gorgeous home.
From Natalie just asking me to finish the house so she could rent it, to her walking in and seeing what her mom's dreams were, I think it was emotional for her. That's the part where we can all pat ourselves on the shoulder and said, we made it right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I hug it out.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Give your mom a hug for me.
I will, for sure. Thanks so much to you and your team.
You're welcome.
To be able to focus on my mom's recovery and not worry about the house was such relief. I am more grateful than I have words for. The crew killed it. They did great work. They did great work quickly. Massive thank yous.
Now, it's quite possible all that pressure and all that time was a contribution to what happened to Ingrid. Natalie loved it. And my hope is that Ingrid's gonna come back home. She's gonna be able to walk, talk, play, and enjoy that modern home that she first wanted.
Good job, Mom. She did a good job.
The house is done. The reno's done. I'd like to buy it.
Look at the downspout. And they kept your purple.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
So the vision is, obviously, let's extend the deck, let's make it safer to get to the pool.
The backyard would be done for about $27,000.
This all got to come down and be done again.
I always take the deal that's too good to be true.
We wanted a safe, larger area.
This was an accident waiting to happen.
It's just been a nightmare since it started.
It sounds too good to be true, and obviously, it's too good to be true. I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway, as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right. Dan and Sarah purchased this really nice house in an old town that I know very well, as a matter of fact, because I don't live too far from here.
We had bought the house about
2 years ago.
2 years ago with the intentions of fixing it up because the backyard was not much to look at.
Thought they'd dress up and extend the deck in the backyard, make more room around the pool.
My fears were for safety, so we needed something that was going to keep the children and other small children away from the pool when we were just in the living room or whatever.
We had met a neighbor, and their deck is gorgeous, and they explained to us that their father had done it for them, and that she could have him come over and take a look at the backyard.
So he came over within a day or two and, you know, took a look around and came and gave us his ideas of what he could do.
His idea seems simple. Extend the deck over the pool area and use retaining walls in several areas to help level out the yard, so there would be more usable space.
We were offered the backyard would be done for about $27,000, which seemed too good to be true, but I always take the deal that's too good to be true.
Oh, boy.
It started going up really quickly.
It started looking
great.
fine,
Yeah.
like, from our eyes.
Yeah.
When the cosmetic parts started up, I just figured, okay, he's gonna get back to that.
Okay, I'm Mike.
Hi,
Mike.
Absolute pleasure to meet you, Dan.
I'm Sarah.
Sarah, how are you, my dear?
Good, how are you? And we would say, oh, we just noticed that the railing's kind of dipping. Is that normal? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna fix that.
It looks like people have been drinking all kinds of alcohol because this is not even close to straight.
There's tripping hazards, there's screws sticking up.
You don't use a deck post. This is just a simple deck post here. You don't use it in this. That is one hell of a fall down. If I tackle this right now, I'd go right through it.
Yes.
And that's why we don't ever come out here.
There's no stringer in the middle of the stairs.
So when you walk up them, they dip.
That's new retaining here.
Yep.
That was part of his work.
Yeah, and the retaining wall down below also.
That's part of his work, too?
Yes. But that's held together with rocks and two posts that are about a foot in the ground.
Okay,
Gates don't close properly.
If you shake the middle, the gates just pop open. So all the things that started to go wrong, he just stopped coming, just stopped fixing things.
Come on up here. Even though these stairs are all wrong, the gates are all wrong, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen. I want to talk about the pool.
Okay.
If you're gating off this area, which is great because the kids can't come through the door to get to the pool, but we have a door right there where the kids can easily open, especially as they get older, and work their way and fall into the pool. So this doesn't work. If you notice, this is a very old retaining wall right here.
Yes.
That was supposed to be included, actually, in the 27.
There's no way in hell that's going to happen.
That's why it sounded so amazing to us.
Oh, do you think, why is he not here still, right? Because he's...
It was overwhelming, obviously.
It was too much for you, too much for him, too much for everyone involved. Absolutely too much.
Yes.
We had only gotten through the deck part and a retaining wall down below before we were $17,000 into it. And I mean, you start doing the math in your head of like, how is this only gonna cost $25,000, $27,000? And it's not gonna add up.
I guarantee that's $200,000.
Oh my gosh.
I guarantee it.
Oh my God, Sarah. I guess I never did my due diligence, which I should have, and which you should when you're about to spend large amounts of money.
So these stairs here are old and existing, yes?
Yes.
Okay, anything over 3 steps requires a handrail. Secondary, these stairs he built, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
What are the height of the stairs,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
We've never even used this area because...
Man, you shouldn't use anything in it. I wouldn't even be using your pool right now, to be honest with you. Okay. Okay. This is okay. Okay. No wonder I'm getting turned around here. There's a mess in every direction. Structure-wise, safety-wise, aesthetically. Mess. How could this have been avoided? First and foremost, if it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. I've been fixing other people's crap for lots of years. Saving money up front almost always costs a lot in the long run. So what should homeowners do when they need to hire a contractor? Get quotes from at least 3 contractors. When you're buying a car, you don't just test drive one car. So why wouldn't you follow that same due diligence when you're dealing with an investment into your own home? Ask for square footage pricing because it's easier to compare quotes and bids between contractors based on them using the same materials. Don't tell the contractors your budget up front. See what pricing they come up with. And most importantly, what do I always say? Do your homework. Research the project. Empower yourself to be able to ask the right questions and ask a lot of them. This is your home. Know what materials you want to use and most importantly, why. The contractor must earn your trust, not the other way around. Ask for references from several other projects. Why several? Because 2 or 3 references may just be friends covering for the contractor. Follow through and call these references. Plan it right, build it right, and talk to the right people. Protect your family. Come on down. This is a new retaining, and it's already pushing forward. This will just gather so much water, freeze, push. Eventually, it's going to collapse and push its way over. You need to pull the stairs out. You need to dig back. You need a proper tractor in here. So we have structure on the backside that's being held up by?
It looks like dirt.
Dirt. It's not the way to do it. On the inside here, we actually do have a sonotube that's been poured into the ground.
It's not actually 4 feet into the solid ground. It's just into that loose dirt
Like
there.
a foot or something?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a 6x6 holding 2 cradles. In other words, we have a 2x10, 2x10. It has been notched and compromised. So
It looks like he was gonna notch it in, but...
That support's wrong. That support's wrong. This wall is fairly new and before you bought the house.
Yes.
You can see this one here is a new wall. It's already falling over. This stone is actually not designed to go this high. So coming in and seeing all this, I'd say to you, holy cow, you have so much here that needs to be addressed. Don't even think of this deck.
Right.
But you wanted to extend the deck because you wanted to get better access to the pool.
To the pool, yes.
Who the hell gave you that type of advice? It's not just a deck. It's retaining walls. It's the pool. It's the whole area. And truthfully, had the contractor, handyman, had have been experienced, he would have explained to the people, don't build a deck. You have a lot more things you need to be doing first.
It was our idea,
it was just our idea. We thought it would be nice.
And we're not
have.
contractors.
I'm trying not to stress you out.
No,
I'm trying not to stress you out. Okay.
This weekend, I woke up. I wasn't feeling very well. My face started to become numb, and as the day progressed, it began drooping. We went to the hospital, feared the worst of stroke, illness. When I got to the hospital, they assessed me, and I have Bell's palsy.
Yeah, I'm just stressed out. Don't accept the stress from me at this point.
Okay. So it's a pinched nerve inside your face that is caused by stress, and it often affects women that have just had a baby or are pregnant as well, with the added stress, and it paralyzes half of your face.
I realized I was kind of stressed out myself, and I think I was passing that along to Sarah, and I was telling myself, relax, Mike, relax. Don't make it more stressful for them.
Our savings is gone. I don't have a safe place to play with my children.
We're gonna rip all this down all the way around, and this is gonna be redone. But once again, once it's all down, we're gonna start from the back pool corner and work our way this way.
We moved here with the intention that this was our forever home.
This is not how it was supposed to turn out. I'm at a loss for words. It was supposed to all come together easy, and it's just been a nightmare since it started.
We need Mike here because it's our last hope. We cannot do this project. We don't even know where to begin.
I know you're gonna love the sight of it just looking at it. Obviously, everything is going. Wait till you see what we gotta do to this place.
This is terrible.
Just
terrible.
literally. How do we like our rails?
They're not even all the way into structure. They're just plated on the top.
Not to mention the rail itself, we'll just push over.
Oh, Damon, don't do it.
Well, let's actually get us all on it and we'll just push it. Oh, you guys barely pushed that. 2 or 3 kids running around going against it, they're down there. Now, if Sarah and Dan had called me, I would have told them you can do this in 3 stages. First, fix the pool area and the retaining walls needed there. Next, build retaining walls to hold back all that dirt around the pool. And when those 2 stages are done, build a new deck and take care of any grading in the side yard. That's the difference between a handyman and a professional, because I can tell them, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Save for each one of them. But don't just think you can jump and build a deck like this all for $27,000 and it's going to be right.
So you got a 2-foot sonotube there. You want that at least 4 feet to avoid frost. That is actually not holding up anything, brother.
Let's just start taking it back this way. Then we'll pull the front of it off, and just that way we're nice and safe right now. I don't want to compromise us being up there.
Yeah.
If that falls out, we're going down.
Yep.
You can clearly see, Damon, where the old deck meets the new deck. That's why I just cut it across here. I'll bet you can't pull that off there.
I'll bet you can.
Go ahead.
It's gonna be funny.
Yeah, you're moving the whole thing. Oh, it's not attached to it.
Oh, my God.
It's not attached. Never, ever should one floor joist actually be holding it. Now, that's the vertical pull, but you can see it's that joist that's actually holding the deck. It was so simple for this area to fall down, just like the rails. The truth is, if you don't build something right, there's consequences. And unfortunately, the consequences here could have been 40 people on the deck enjoying the new deck had it been finished and ending up down the hill.
Idiots.
We've got a double plate here, single plate here, all the floor joists that run across that tie in just to the ground on this side. The problem is there's only 1, 2 screws into this post. 2 screws. That's what I see right now. And if this side goes up and down as easy as we saw that goes up and down nice and easy, that's being held up by that 1 floor joist. This whole section is being held by this piece and 2 screws. That's not good.
Look at this.
Good thing you use truss ties.
Oh, my God. That's too funny, buddy.
Seriously.
You got it?
Yep. Watch yourself, guys.
All right.
Holy Hello! Do you believe that? Really? Seriously? Seriously? Seriously?
Sitting on that.
Yeah, we were all on that.
I know. So imagine, right? This is a very weak point here. The only thing that can hold is the floorboards, which I'm glad he used those floorboards and screwed them down. This contractor was clearly in over his head. He started to cut corners and then stopped showing up altogether. I've never seen this before, right? Listen, as a homeowner, you must stay on top of the renovations. Again, ask a lot of questions. Make sure you get the permits that are needed, and don't take any chances. You must set up a proper payment schedule and include in your budget the money to hire your own inspector should you need to check on the progress before moving to the next stage and giving away any more of your money. Document everything, take pictures at every stage, and if things start going off the rails, execute a stop work order with the contractor to reassess the situation. You may have to bring in an independent inspector and ask for a report. If a contractor doesn't agree to this, it's probably a red flag that something's not right. Remember, it's your money and your home. From the pool to the side yard, the property drops about 25 feet. To hold all that earth properly, we're gonna build a series of 3 pressure-treated retaining walls, plus an armor stone wall stretching from the back door right around the pool. Once that's done, we can build the new deck. Retaining walls are necessary on this property. They will decrease the slope of the hill. Why do we need this? 1, breaking up the steep slope of the hill will prevent soil from moving downhill due to erosion and rainfall. 2, I've always said follow the water and make sure it doesn't pool in undesirable areas such as up against structure or on walkways. The retaining walls will assist in proper management. 3, the retaining walls will create safe zones for your kids. What I want to do with the deck is we're going to rip this all down. I'm going to bring in my steel guys, and we're going to do steel columns, steel frames, and we're going to build a deck that's going to outlast the house.
Great.
Safely, I need you guys in helmets, okay? Anyone on the ground underneath that tree? Anyone up there?
I've thrown it anywhere else, and you throw it against the mud truck.
This retaining wall is in pretty bad shape. It's pushing in from the ground behind it. He's got some weird Mickey Mouse brace over there. It's just not gonna work for what John's got to do to this backyard.
We knew that he was in over his head, but he kept saying, no, I can do it, I can do it. And we wanted to trust in that. And because we had already spent so much money, we allowed him to keep going.
There was no turning back. After that started, it wasn't an option for us.
This thing is coming apart like butter. It's actually crumbling here. And that's not what you want it to do. Think about how much weight that's holding back, or it's supposed to hold back. You're holding back the pool. You're holding back the earth with a retaining wall that's brand new that's doing this right now. We should not be able to move that. It should be all the way into the ground. It should be tied in, lagged back. This whole thing is a bit of a joke. Wow.
Now that the decking is all down, we can move on to our first stage. And it all starts with the pool. We're removing all the flagstone and we'll recycle it for another job. The more I recycle and we reuse, the less that goes to the landfill. We're also cutting out all the rotten wood retainers so that John can start his armor stone wall.
Once we cut all this out, we're going to tie it into this old rustic wall. We're going to be eliminating these stairs. We're not going to need them anymore. One of the other challenges here is the amount we actually have to do to get to where we want to be with interlock. Now you can see DJ's here just ripping out this filter cloth. There's no depth of base that's going to allow drainage. So we're going to excavate that down, get it prepped for concrete, throw our interlock on top.
I didn't want to touch the pool, but we kind of had to. In order to follow John's design, it's interlocking stone around the pool, which means the old capping edge is not good enough for interlocking. The concrete pad we're pouring will prevent any irregular settling of the paver stone we're putting on top. And with the correct slope, it'll help the water drain away from the pool area.
I'm just pulling it back as they fill it up just to get a rough level. The guys are going around troweling. This is just a rough finish for the pavers and coping stones to go over top of it.
Next step is the retaining walls. Starting in the pool area and working our way down, the first and the biggest wall is made of armor stone. Each piece weighs about 500 to 1,000 pounds, and we're estimating we will need more than 35 tons to finish the job. That's a lot of stone. I knew it was going to look like a big job. Bringing in the armor stone and piling that up to create that retaining wall, it really starts to stand out. You know, the concrete around the pool, removing the pool liner, all the little things that we have to do to set to get to the deck level, to get to the retaining walls that are lower down from the deck. When you're planning retaining walls and proper drainage, it's important to know what type of soil you have. Clay soil is very compact and therefore doesn't drain well, but it is less vulnerable to erosion. Sand is more porous and well aerated, so it drains well, but it's prone to erosion. These are important distinctions when making decisions about water management. And John's design to clean this up was removing a lot of the downside earth, creating 3 tiers that step up. That extra earth allowed us fill to actually bring up the backyard to give more usable space for the family. Bet you like driving this. Yeah, I feel like I'm on an angle. With all the work we're doing in the backyard, I was trying not to look at the house. The windows were all rotten, and there's another side to this. When you look through a new window to a new backyard, it makes a difference. So when Dom said, I want to change the windows, okay.
Today, we're gonna be removing this old wood window because it's been modified previously. Like, there's barely anything holding that glass, which means air can infiltrate through there. As a team, we're gonna remove the glass, make sure the frame's in good condition before we install the new window. If that's good, we'll come in for the window. Ron, you in there?
Yeah. Oh, it's like a glove.
Oh, beautiful work done.
My dream is to have a forever house, a place where we can live and raise our children
safely and just be comfortable.
There's our footings. Thank you. I love this stuff. We definitely have a lot of people here today, so coordination is key. We're gonna start, Joe, you're gonna be doing the pylons first, vertically for the deck?
That's correct.
The system we're using to support the deck is amazing. Galvanized steel augers are literally screwed into the ground like a corkscrew in a bottle of wine. The more torque we use to screw them in, the more weight each post can carry. Once those are in, the steel decking system sits directly on top. Why weren't we doing this years ago?
Believe it or not, this technology is over 30 years old.
Really?
It is. Old lighthouses used to be done with this more than 30, 50 years
The earliest case I've heard from is almost 80 years ago on the waterfront in Toronto, actually.
Well, this is dummy-proof. If we do this on decks vertically, we're holding up something that'll last forever compared to trying to dig down, do a sonotube, do concrete, the traditional way.
That's right.
So you can keep correcting that till you're what?
I can keep correcting that, depending on the soil, the fairway's down. I like to go at least 2 feet without any correction.
The reason I'm excited is the steel gets turned without digging the earth, and we're back into Mother Nature's natural earth compaction, which is going to hold it way better than us digging it and trying it the old way. So you just got that to 2,000?
Yep.
And you're happy with that, or are you going to go deeper?
Nope, that's lots.
2,000 pounds per square inch of torque means that each post will support over 9,000 pounds. And we're putting in 14 posts. So that deck will hold a whole lot of weight, and I gotta tell you, it'll last a lifetime. While the post deck guys finish the deck supports, our guys are starting to build the pressure-treated retaining walls. We lay down a thin bed of stone that we will manipulate to make sure we are level.
Up a touch, great, there. Perfect right there, Carl. I got a little end cut preservative. Once we cut that pressure treated wood, you lose all the good stuff that they seal into it to make it last long. So we're just gonna seal the ends real quick. Just get it back to snuff and it's gonna be all good to go in the dirt.
To make sure these walls are locked into place, we're using the same technology we used on the deck.
We're installing these screw piles instead of a traditional tie back for the retaining wall. That's what holds the wall back from being pushed out by the soil. Normally you dig it out, you put a 6x6 and you fill it back in, but that's a weak zone. So when we use these screw piles, we're screwing them directly into the undisturbed soil so they have the full retention of the soil. And then we can attach this bracket and cap. It becomes an integral part of the retaining wall. It's much stronger, it'll last longer. Everything's good. So we put the pile in, line this up with the holes, screw these bolts in, so we have lots of hold back strength.
I see it. So you're tightening it against the rod, and at the same time, you can adjust the pivot up and down.
Yeah. And then the next row of 6x6s slides in. They're going to lag right down through. And then the next row, again, will be routed a little bit to slip over this. And you're all 100% secure and none of it visible.
This wall will never move. The wood will rot and fall apart before it even thinks about heaving.
Yes.
John's guys are here today to start the interlocking stone around the pool deck. First step is to secure the coping stone at the pool's edge by laying them in a bed of mortar. That keeps them from being knocked into the water, and it'll give it a good solid base to lay the pavers against. For the small retaining wall near the pool, we're using a new system called a tandem wall. It's basically a large stone that holds back the earth and is faced with a thinner veneer that looks like real layered stone. That's a nice wall. I really like that. They'll finish the wall by putting on a stone top that matches the coping around the pool.
Anchored down below the frost line, 6 feet into the ground. That gives us our bearing capacity for the deck itself. We set it with a post cap, so it's got direct bearing, and this holds the column of the deck itself.
The aluminum deck posts are cut to length and attached to the post cap and are fully adjustable.
We're lining up all of the columns that are parallel to the side of the house. This is the most visible beam. We want to make sure that it's perfectly straight.
I love this. This is where everyone's gonna say you're overdoing it. You know, everyone says, oh, Mike, he overdoes it. This is crazy. Like engineer, this is beyond any other deck, but I'll say it one more time. It's gonna last forever. It's never gonna rust. It's structurally unbreakable, bulletproof, like you said, and at the same time, it's cheaper than I can build a wooden deck.
That's right, that's right. So this part here, each pen nests into the other, as you can see here. This part here sits on the previous pen, and the next pen will nest onto that.
So as you put up your joist, you're then covering to create that panel, right? That's how you have it on the end?
Exactly.
I really do love this.
As the work was going on, we did know that it wasn't right. And we, you know, things were not being done properly.
We've installed the galvanized steel deck structure. So what we're looking at now is finishing the surface of the deck with a plastic veneer. We lay down some butyl caulking or sealant, which doesn't cure to be rock hard, so it expands and contracts with the deck material itself.
These decking strips lock together and actually look like wood. I like it over a wood deck because you got too many splinters. Think about the kids by the pool and bare feet.
So what we could see is that we've left about an inch of gap between the plastic decking and the edge of the deck. And as the deck expands and contracts with the temperature changes, it'll happen all underneath the bull nose.
The steel deck is coated with zinc, which helps prevent it from rusting. But over time, that zinc will oxidize and eventually disappear. We are attaching aluminum anodes as well. That'll slow down the process and help ensure that the steel never rusts. I knew we were going to have to use a lot of stone in behind those retaining walls. That's exactly what John is doing. Truckloads of stone is coming in. That's going to act as a filtration. There are a few reasons why a retaining wall will fail. The wall could be built too close to trees, and eventually the roots expand and compromise the wall. Another major reason that retaining walls collapse is water. Soil that is behind the wall can hold the water. In the winter, this dirt will expand and contract, ultimately pushing the wall away from the slope. So the purpose of the loose rock is to allow the water to drain along the bottom of the wall. But first, we lay fabric on the ground to make sure the clean stones don't get contaminated by the soil. This allows for much better drainage.
Big day today. We have 4 different types of fence we have to tie in together to make it look really nice and beautiful here. We've got a PT fence, which is a pressure-treated fence. We've got chain link fence. We've got wrought iron fences, 5 feet. We've got a beautiful cosmetic fence so we can look through, so we can see the gardening, we can see the beautiful trees in the background. We have screen doors going in, and we have the guys cladding the deck so we can get it done. We're looking really good now.
This is maintenance-free aluminum railings, never paint again. And this product here never needs to be painted. So if it was wood, you can imagine how much maintenance it would be just to keep on painting it every year or sealing it.
The reason why we're installing 2 latches, one on the swinging entrance door here, and one that Ed's doing right now on the storm door, is primarily safety for the children. The door handle that comes here is too easy for the children to reach. So we need by code 5 foot off the ground, a lock above and high, so children can't reach it and run to the pool when no one's looking. She shuts. So you have to be a tall child to open that up. Peace of mind, that's all it's about.
Today, we're painting on this parged surface. You can see there's been some repair work. So anytime you're painting on a different substrate, I would recommend talking to your manufacturer or your retailer and find out what products they recommend. So we're using a bonding primer to really promote adhesion to the top coat. Basically what I'm trying to do now is really work the paint into all the little kind of weak areas and really smooth it in, really work it into the parging. Then what I'll do is I'll put one other final coat, just roll over it nice and lightly to give it that smooth, even finish.
Are you excited?
Oh, so excited.
I mean, you got the kids out of school. This has been quite the circus working on your house. And I know you called me in to help you on a deck. And I think we did just a little more than a deck. Just a little more. Actually, just a lot more.
There's been a lot of construction going on here, especially in the front. A lot of storage of materials, trucks coming in and out, deliveries. It's unbelievable. We got over 70 yards of soil gone into this place. So what I'm doing now is going over the front yard. We're gonna do a combination of sod and spray seed. On all the flat areas, we're gonna be doing sod. On all of the embankments, we're gonna be doing spray seed. That way we don't lose any sod and it doesn't start sliding down the hill over the winter time. One of the big components we've been working on is the grading. I mean, grading is king here. We've been taking a lot of topsoil, getting that down, compacted, graded out so the water flows nicely. We've got about 10 yards of mulch brought into the back. That's all for the garden beds, just to pretty everything up, keep the weeds down, bring a nice vibrant color that contrasts with the stone and the plants. As nice as this job's been coming along, it hasn't been without its hiccups. I mean, we've just been getting pounded by rain. It's just been futile trying to walk anything in there. We've needed track equipment to get into the back. You know, we're at the time of year where we're getting frost in the ground. It's been a big struggle along the way.
From a disastrous deck to an incredible backyard, I want to tell you how much this costs. The deck and railing, the landscaping, including all the materials, the armor stone and lumber, the windows, doors, fencing, the HVAC, the pool liner, the pump, all the hydro seeding, concrete, arborists, comes to a total of $219,600. That's a lot of money. gonna go through the house and down the basement door.
Perfect.
Okay?
Sounds great.
And I'll start from there.
Excellent.
Okay.
Come on. I'm excited.
I'm so excited.
It looks kind of good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just kind of good?
You haven't been peeking, right?
No, not at all.
Oh my gosh.
This is Oz.
Oh my god.
A little different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot different.
If you look up, what do you see?
Metal?
Yeah.
This is about one of the smartest systems I've ever seen. When it comes to engineering a deck that will last a lifetime, that's this. It's not
Okay.
going to rust, it's not going to fall apart. It's actually engineered to about 300 pounds per square foot.
Wow.
We actually screw these bolts into the ground, and that gives us the footings we need. So the load it's going to carry is above and beyond. And it's not about overdoing things, it's about doing them so they last forever, and you don't have to do this again. When we look over in this area here, you can see all the 6x6s. What you don't see is I used the same technology and we went in the ground on an angle. And what that does is hold all these retaining walls back, and they're never going to fall forward. Never.
Thank God.
You ready to see what
Oh
we've
my
done?
gosh, I don't know if I can handle it.
Any questions?
We would have been happy with just this. This is great.
All right, we're done. I gotta go. We didn't do anything else. Actually, we did. You want to see it?
Yes, yes,
After
very
you.
much so.
After you.
Oh my god.
Look at this,
Look at
Sarah.
it. This is amazing. Look at this.
Now, you may have to stand here for a sec.
Oh my gosh. This is amazing.
Speechless. It's fantastic.
It's unbelievable. I never would have dreamed that we could have a backyard like that. Never.
You got a new liner in your pool.
Wow.
Because we had to, in order to do a bullnose around the pool with all new stone, which was necessary, we had to do your liner.
Look at that.
So come over here. I want you to see it from this angle.
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
Is this a lot of
like
space?
so much space.
So much more space.
The height of this deck, we got to have a 42-inch rail. If we're going to put in a rail, we're going to put a rail that's going to match the length of this deck, and I mean length by life, and it's got to look good. By sitting down, having glass panels, that just makes the difference. Look how you can see through and see the wall and see everything.
Yes.
You can see how much we had to tear up and how much we have to hold back. And the more you look at this, you say, look at armor stone. Like, you've got, what, $10,000 worth of armor stone here. Gives a nice look, gives another longevity of a wall that which we really want, complements all the pressure treated.
Oh my gosh.
And then you have all new fencing around your property. You know, everything changes when you have a property of this level from top to bottom. Even though all my retaining walls, 6x6s, are wonderful and never gonna move, they're just over 4 feet. What does that mean? I need to put a fence on it. The rules we need to follow, the things we have to do isn't just about it looking good, it's about doing it right.
Wow. Oh my
Lock Ollie in.
gosh, look at this.
It's too bad we didn't actually complete this in the spring. It's almost winter, and at least you get to stare at it.
Oh,
You get to,
yeah.
From
You
your
know
living
what?
room,
We're
you
going
can
to
look.
enjoy it.
You can look through the brand new big
Yes.
window, and the windows were done because Dominic, we bring him in, and he's like, "Oh no, they gotta go. They gotta go." I mean, we think of the kids. Let's keep your house warm. Let's give you a window to look through to see this.
I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. I am so overwhelmed right now. I don't even know. There's no words I can say. There's just no words I can say. This is.
It's perfect.
It's our home now.
Well, you're back home.
You've made every inch of this backyard functional and safe and livable for my children to grow up in. It's unbelievable. Oh my God, I have to hug you. It's. Is there words to even describe? I don't know. Not.
We would hire them in a minute.
You were stressed out at the beginning, and I get it, and it caused the Bell's palsy. And
Yeah.
this is the second time in the most recent I've heard of this happening to someone I know. And you're looking good right now, so
Thank
you're
you.
feeling better?
Yes. Now I feel like I can breathe again and I can enjoy my house and enjoy.
Myself also.
Yeah. We're gonna have him back on weekends because he was always out here like a crazy man trying to, you know, do a little project here or fix something there. And now on the weekends when he's home from work, we're going to be able to have him back.
And here's just some of the guys that worked on your property.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Doesn't matter that it's November, we are out on our deck for the winter. We are going to enjoy that. Oh, we might skip the pool, or maybe we'll just crank it out to 100.
Pool looks amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Everyone get an apple and barrage Derek. Keep getting him.
This type of con is what you see in movies.
His guys had come in, they, in my opinion, destroyed our basement.
Absolutely unacceptable. Like, that's just stupid. Really bad work. We are talking over $300,000 taken from this family alone.
Is devastating.
We're gonna take it all down and do it again. Oh, righteous. I'll make it right. I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaways, as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right. Janice and George bought this house a few years ago. Nice neighborhood, really nice neighborhood. Good family people. Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
Come
You
on
must
in.
be Janice.
I am.
I'm Mike. Nice to meet you.
Mike?
George.
I guess our deal started about 5 to 7 years ago.
Nice place.
Thank you. We met a particular family through our kids, Rep Sports, and we became very close with this family.
Nice big basement.
They approached us and asked us if we'd be interested in buying into their construction business.
He was very charming. He would make you laugh, and he would say the right things.
When we looked at all the financial statements, everything financially worked out.
Did you buy shares?
We bought 37% of the business for basically $300,000. And at that point, $100,000 of that was supposed to be used to renovate the house. His guys had come in, they, in my opinion, destroyed our basement. The first questions we asked him were, when he started doing stuff, is where are your permits? You know, because we wanted the walls taken out. We needed the structural engineers to come down, architects.
Let me guess. I'm just going to do a little bit of work. We'll get the permits. Don't worry, I'll work with you. Everything's going to be fine. A contractor saying, don't worry about getting permits, is the first red flag that crap is going to happen. Starting structural work without researching local permitting requirements is the biggest mistake. Why? Because permits are required for a reason. It's the law. Permits make sure building codes are met by following safety and structural standards. Why would anyone want to compromise the safety of their family by cutting corners? Permits are also a lasting record of all the work that's been done to your home, including inspections. If you don't get permits, I guarantee it will cost you more money in the long run if you get caught or run into structural issues. When renovating, I always say, document everything. If you decide to sell someday, you'll have a good record of what's been done, and that sets your house head and shoulders above the competition. So, get permits, put them in your window, make it right. We are talking over $300,000 taken from this family alone, and a total of over $15 million for more than 40 families by one man. I have never heard of a contractor fraud game like that in my life.
Doesn't make me feel good.
No. I'm never. This means this guy was such a pro. I mean, this is something you see in movies.
To be living such a comfortable lifestyle one day and then the next day to realize all your savings and everything that you've done to create that comfortable lifestyle for your family to be gone. It is absolutely humiliating. It's brutal.
He was charged with fraud. Or he was investigated for fraud?
Yes. He committed suicide before the police actually charged him.
Did anyone get their money back, to your knowledge?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Wow.
Not one person.
That's gotta hurt.
Janice and I are both police officers. And you would think that being police officers, we would be right on top of everything that we should be.
It's a huge professional embarrassment. It's huge.
I'd like to think policemen are bulletproof, but no one's bulletproof. Come on. This family has been devastated financially, emotionally. They put their trust and faith into someone that was a friend who took them to the cleaners. He's opened this up. I can clearly see. I can see a cut in the floor, Joyce, that somebody's run some plumbing.
That's all his work. All this deconstruction, in fact, was done by him. We were having an issue where there was water leakage through the cold cellar into the basement, which was all supposed to be taken care of. We'd gone away for a week, and when we came back, it was all drywalled. He said he spray foamed it, and it was finished the way it is finished right now.
How odd. Every single house I work on, it starts with a water leak. Well, it started with a water leak in the cold room. So this is where the water came in. But I gotta tell you, do you ever take a cold room and put drywall up?
No.
It's a cold room. It's not mechanically controlled by your furnace.
Right.
So there's no heat in here. There's no air running here. It should be concrete and concrete only. That bothers me.
Okay.
That'll mold like crazy. Has it leaked since he did this?
Oh, yeah.
So we have a wood-burning fireplace. You know, I'm not a big fan of wood-burning fireplaces. Even though it's great if power goes out and you can throw some logs in, I'm totally against a wood-burning area that's not closed off, because you're losing heat.
Oh.
So I like natural gas. Let's close it off. Let's make it environmentally friendly. Don't lose heat to your home going out, and burning wood isn't the best thing you can do anyway. Okay, let's take a look in here. He studded these walls, insulated and prepped to finish, correct? Where's that window? I don't see daylight.
No, there's a deck there.
Okay. Usually I don't like seeing that. It's not like you can't, but I don't like seeing that. Your panel's loaded at this point from what I'm seeing, and this is the extent of the work he's done. Okay, so I'll look further. I mean, so far I'm seeing structurally everything seems to be okay. Okay, you got your own little tool room. I like to see that. We have junction points. Why do we have junction points? He did it?
Yeah, because he ran some wire in the other room here.
Don't tell me he did that.
I told him there was issues with the
humidifier.
This is what the conclusion was. I said to him, how am I supposed to change this down the road? He said, you never would have to.
Now you got me really nervous. Okay, what am I seeing here in plumbing? I'm seeing 1.5 inch tie into a 3-inch. Absolutely unacceptable. It's not going to work that way. You do not do that. Electrical. Who the hell does this? Why is this cut?
I don't know.
There's the box right here. Oh, my God. So he butchers things and throws it in afterwards. Why don't my pipes bang?
Because we were so close with this family, we let certain things slide.
They missed all the red flags. They missed them all, leaving garbage in the basement, cutting and splicing, doing things without them knowing. Here's a bathroom. This is an old bathroom, I could tell by looking at it. Who did that?
He did.
Is this your fridge upstairs?
Yep.
You gotta be kidding me. Like, that's just stupid. Absolutely, there's no way you can finish this. Not one person was talented enough to even do this right in this house. The only talent that I see was the con to take money. Really bad work. Really, really, he did all. Thank God he didn't touch much. Because everything he's touched, there's not one thing I've seen correct. You are so lucky he did not finish your basement, because it would be so much work to fix. The least I can do is try and give them back some of their self-esteem and some of their confidence and maybe trust that they had for someone else. I'm taking this all down. We're gonna inspect absolutely everything. We're gonna fix absolutely everything. With you, I'd love to talk to you on what your future dreams are that you see in your basement. They don't have any more money. This was all the money they had. He took their future.
You could just see the water pouring in from the ceiling, and it was running down the walls and on the bottom. And standing down there with Janice, all I thought was, when is this gonna end? The consistent reminder of having to see the way he has left us. Oh my God, it drives me nuts.
Nice weather's finally here. Today's gonna be a good day. What I'd like to do is you guys start in the basement, rip down the walls, the rest of the drywall on the ceiling, pull out the insulation. Let's take a look at the foundation. I'm gonna be working in the cold room. I wanna pull up the stones today just to take a quick look to see where the water's coming in, what they did in changes, and we'll know whether or not we need to dig a hole. You ready? Let's do this.
just in the demo day here. We're looking for any water leaks, any other issues, structure issues that we can find in here. The drywall's pretty beat up and half the demo's been done for us, but we're gonna finish it off, clean it up, pull the nails, make it safe, and then we start building new.
One of the reasons I was called in here was that there was a leak in the cold room, which they turned into a hot room. I'm gonna rip it down and see why it's leaking. So somebody went to an extreme. They've actually put up a open cell spray foam.
That was nice of them, eh?
That was really nice of them to spray foam it. I mean, I love it. You never insulate a cold room. As a matter of fact, never put anything in a cold room that can mold. Ooh, that sounded hollow. Supposedly, there's a window hiding. I'm gonna see if I can find that window. I have an idea where it might be. Oh, this is a pain in the ass. Dummies, who does this? This is underground. To close that window in is a very foolish thing. We have to have air in a cold room. That's it. There's no heating, no ventilation. So you have to, by code, have outside air coming in to keep it from going stale, from molding. Just keep fresh air in the room. That's the whole rule here. I'm gonna pull up some interlocking stone at the front door, and I guarantee we're gonna see no caulking where the concrete meets the house. You don't see cold rooms in basements much anymore, but they can be an energy-efficient way to preserve food and provide extra storage for non-perishables. So, what does a cold room need? Concrete walls, floor, and ceiling, because concrete is porous and allows moisture and air to move through it easily. Don't insulate the walls of the cold room. The air needs to stay cold and moist. No wooden shelves. Pick something like plastic shelving that doesn't mold. The door to the cold room must be an exterior insulated door with weather stripping at the base, because you don't want the cold air transferring through the rest of your basement. And finally, make sure the room is vented to the outside. If you're gonna go to the trouble of having a cold room, do it right. Well, you know, the concrete pad is right here because it's dropped down in front of it. The window is on the high wall right here. It's full of earth.
Looking in the basement, there's an electrical outlet right there, but in the basement, too, around this bay, there was still a lot of water sitting at the top of the foundation where the brick meets.
Well, how many times do I tell people, don't put shrubs by your window? What do you do?
Yeah, maybe.
Water it. You're watering the house. I'm just gonna pull this back just so we can see the window.
Okay.
Oh, righteous.
Perfect.
Well, looks like they had an in-ground sprinkler. That's ridiculous. It's a window well. That is freaking brilliant. Now, that window is in rough shape. One thing you don't do is close up a window well where there's a window. You don't close that in. That window was the function of the air inside the cold room. We need that fresh air coming in. The other issue is because they brought up everything against the house. Here, right here, is the foundation wall. And by code, we want to leave at least 6 to 8 inches of foundation exposed. It's all that moist earth against the house that will ruin the brick. When we're ready, we'll pull up the rest of this, figure out how we're gonna change it all and how we're gonna dress it back up again and keep the window. There's a reason for taking everything down. I'm not gonna just come in and put in some lipstick, mascara, and make it look like a beautiful basement. We take it all down, we start again. Why? Run all new electrical, run new plumbing, and when we do a basement, we do it right the first time. Now that almost everything is down, it was quite easy. We did it all in one day, exposed that we have a window in the cold room. If you look around to every single window, we can see that every window in the basement has what we call a dirt zone. It shows that for whatever reason, the window wells were filling with water and cascading through the old windows coming down the wall. All of the windows have been replaced and supposedly stopped the water from coming in. And we really don't know that because there was walls up, there was insulation up, you can't see it. But what I am going to do is these windows are a little bit on the cheaper side. New windows. We're gonna replace the hot water heater, and we're gonna do this for a reason. This exhaust has been known over the years to actually take families out because if it can leak inside the house, you fall asleep, you never wake up again. So we're gonna do it the safe way. We're gonna do a direct duct outside, and that's the only reason we're replacing it. Other than it's a little bit small, we're gonna put in a bigger unit. We're probably gonna keep the bathroom at this point here, redesign the whole basement. It's a big basement, but this is where we come in, rip out all the bad stuff that the contractors came in to do. These are the guys that took about $15 million from all the wonderful families in this neighborhood.
Looking forward into the future, there's nothing more satisfying knowing that this is gonna be completed and we can finally appreciate our entire house. We looked into all the financial aspects of the business, but we never actually looked at the practical aspect of it.
Go talk to the homeowners. Man, did he start on time? Did he finish on time? Was he courteous? Was he clean? Did he charge you more money at the end you didn't expect? You talk to everyone. If you're gonna invest that kind of money into someone, you wanna know who he is, where he goes, how good of a worker he is, and what everyone thinks about him. It's the first thing you should have done. The first, I'm sorry.
As you can see, we're down to the bare bones here. We're starting to put everything back together. We got pretty lucky here as a small demo. The guys are starting behind me before another crew comes behind them with the framing. This is gonna be our main living area here. Transition past a double-sided fireplace. We've got our theater room on this side, which will be nice. Finish that with a nice TV. Adam's here, he's installing a small bar area. We're gonna use this area, a little bit entertaining. They like to have people over. We have our furnace room on the left. We still have our under the stairs storage on the right. And in here, we're relaying out the bathroom. Now, the bathroom before was a little jumbled, it was a little small. We're gonna rework the walls in here, rework the plumbing, get them a nice finished shower in here, keep the storage room they had, all the while maintaining the workout room that they had at this end of the house.
For insulation, we're gonna be using comfort board directly on the interior of the foundation wall and a comfort bat insulation right in between the studs, 16-inch on center. And that's gonna give us about an R20 overcoat for the basement. It's gonna keep it nice and warm. Today we have the bros coming in to replace the intake and exhaust ABS pipes from the furnace and change it to what we need, PVC.
We've pulled out the old ABS and we've replaced it with the 636. This is what's the new code right now. The code stated that the old ABS, the glue, what was happening, it was coming apart. So that means you're leaking carbon monoxide into the house. So with the new system they came up with, the glues are a lot more adhesive. It doesn't come apart. So that's the point why we have to change it. We don't want to come and test this every year.
Here's a big point of entry for water. They flushed the window right to the concrete here. Virtually impossible to caulk. The metal's expanding here. It's opening up. We've got a good 3/16 hole right here. Water's just saying, come on in.
We're pulling out these metal frames that are around the window, and that's structured. If I just pull them out, that brick over top can sink in over time, and that's gonna be an issue. We're gonna be installing a steel lintel above foundation to hold that brick up in place. Install new windows, and what this does is solves the water problems and structural.
We're almost done our framing here. We've got our bulkheads in, our walls up, ready for insulating. The fireplace was our biggest design challenge in this end of the basement. To gain a little more floor space in here and to get the look that we wanted, we knocked the apron off the front of it and the back. So it's a nice, clean, straight to the floor look. What we've done, instead of using a gas unit, which we normally would, we chose to go with 2 electric units. They're gonna pump a lot less heat. You're gonna be able to select the heat you want, and it's gonna be a nice, modern look for what we want down here.
Today is to tear this out completely. It's not functioning. We got water seeping in behind the pad. Interlock on screenings that holds water. We have all of our soil grades way above the weeper lines for the bricks, so we're gonna have to take all that down. It's kind of the perfect storm for moisture everywhere, and that's what we want to get rid of.
Weeping holes are necessary so brick or stone houses can breathe and dissipate moisture. In this case, many of these holes in the brick have been covered up, so it's no wonder there's water penetration in the basement. Just think about the exterior envelope of this home and why we need these holes. From interior to exterior, there's drywall, insulation, framing, sheathing, and building wrap. Then there's an airspace of about 1 inch before the brick. That space is there so that if any water does get behind the brick, it can either dissipate or flow down and then out through the weeping holes to the exterior. This helps keep moisture out and the basement dry.
We're gonna tear all the grades down, get it down below the brick line at the concrete and a nice flow away, and it'll be great. That'll solve all water issues.
We're switching the panel today.
That's less work for me.
Yeah, I got
Hang on, up.
Level.
How many guys does it take to level a panel, boys?
We're 2 police officers. We're supposed to be pillars of the community. This stuff's not supposed to happen to us. And yet, here we are, right in the middle of this situation.
Imagine how much gall this guy had to attract 2 police officers to take their money.
Yeah, it hurts, you know. There's no other way to describe it. It's a bad place to be.
So we have all our framing done. We have our comfort board up against the wall. We're gonna use our safe and sound to fill the joints. Today I've got my electricians in, I've got my plumbers in, I've got the guys doing the windows. We even have the TV theater surround sound guy running it all the rough in. There's a whole orchestra.
Joe, you measuring off for our pot lights?
Yes, we are. Adam, this red one is going to be in the way because we're putting the IC cans. Those are the big cans because they're putting insulation.
Okay, I move it. No problem. Thank you. This is why plumbers hate electricians, because you guys are always in our way.
We're replacing some windows, closing up some windows. Issue is the water's actually getting down, filling up, and coming up underneath the metal and dripping down the wall as we see. So I've got my block guys coming in. We're actually gonna cut the metal out, put in a lintel on the outside, supporting the brick up on the outside of the house, supporting structure, and putting in new windows. This way, we're watertight, and we don't have to worry about a steel frame leaking inside the basement.
Now, unfortunately, these steel frames were poured in when they poured the foundation, so they are locked in there very good. It is not an easy job to get these out.
Some of these windows are obscured by the existing deck in the backyard, so we don't need them. We're covering them up from the outside and inside to make sure they don't cause any future problems.
So this is where it gets messy. I have to fix the contractor's mistake, and those are fundamental mistakes that I cannot really understand, quite honestly. What we have here is lack of slope, incorrect pipe diameters. So this will be quite messy again. Once I cut it and remove it, it's not gonna be just water, it's gonna be sewage. I don't suspect this will be pretty. Adam took the safety route out. Instead of cutting the pipe and creating a sort of a splashing effect, he drilled a hole right at the bottom of the lowest spot, and that allows actually water to drain slowly. Obviously, to do that, Adam is equipped with a custom-made outfit that's designed for those purposes only. It is one of the latest trends in the plumbing industry. The only thing is missing is his name and the company logo. Lunch break?
That can be a crappy job, but very necessary. Homeowners don't often think about plumbing. It's mostly behind the walls and out of sight, but it's important to know when you need to upgrade or replace it. In older homes, discolored water could be caused by a buildup of corrosion inside the pipes. So when water passes through, it picks up bits of rust and crap along the way. That's not good. In general, water supply lines can leak, and this can lead to damage to the interior finishes of your home and become a source of mold growth and rot. So you've got to be proactive and pay attention to your plumbing. When it comes to drain pipes, I recommend you have them scoped. That means the camera is sent down the lines and records any issues. If you have an older home, these sewer lines could be cast iron or clay, which can make them more susceptible to breakage, shifting, corrosion, and blockage. Once you get the scoping report, you'll know what the problems are and can make an informed decision about a solution. Do your research, plan ahead, save money.
We've come pretty far. We've broken up the concrete, we removed all the old plumbing, relaid it. Adam sloped the new concrete for a nice drain with no curb. We're laying the Detra heat so we can lay in-floor heating for this bathroom. It's gonna be lovely.
We're giving George and Janice a brand new home theater room. Hopefully it'll be a kind of local hangout to help bring together all the families who were affected by our friendly neighborhood con artist. A lot of people don't think of this, eh? We all want that TV room, that wonderful entertainment system, the man cave.
Yeah.
While you're doing the renovation, wire it all in. Don't do it afterwards. Too many people try and do it afterwards, and you got to try and hide the cables.
Yeah, it happens quite often, actually.
We're going to have a TV on this wall?
We're going to have a TV inside as well, so then we're going to do some in-wall speakers on each side, and then same with the center below. Subwoofer and two-row speakers in the ceiling. The fact that it's so well insulated is going to sound incredible inside here.
Before we lowered the grade, we saw water penetrating from underneath because it was literally dripping down the wall. Concrete, when you look at this, is 100% porous. It's the #1 product in your home that will absorb the most amount of moisture. To cover up the ugliness that we see on the concrete here, which is why they did it in the first place, we're gonna put a waterproof membrane, not only on top, wrap it down the front and against the wall. That'll allow us to make it watertight underneath.
So after 9 hours of battling, we made the connections, we fixed all the plumbing problems. This was really hard. It was frustrating. It was, I want to obviously make sure I maintain my level of quality and make sure I fix it. I don't want to repeat the mistakes that the previous contractor did, whether it was intentional or unintentional. Challenges that I was facing, tight space, difficulty of removal of the existing plumbing was a pain in the butt. But I also had to deal with sewage, waste that's been accumulating over the years due to lack of slope. A handshake?
No.
No?
No, I can see the poo on your shirt. Okay.
She cannot be a plumber.
So we're just getting ready to put the facing on this pad. Now the pad itself has a nice, gentle slope out, but it's deformed down on this end. So what I've done is just braced up some wood here, so we'll be correcting this end of the pad, beefing it up with the slurry mix, so we have a consistent flat top, it's a nice flow out away from the house, and it'll clean it up nicely.
Next step, simple. We start drywalling. And when we get to the drywall, you know what? We're on finishing stages.
I got it. That's part of my party trick.
Doing what we do for a living, we understand that there's always a stigma attached to any type of victim crime. As shameful and as embarrassing as it is for us, and I understand it's like that for everybody, you have to have the strength to come forward to talk about your situation and to deal with it.
At this point, we've got all our board up on the walls. We're gonna concentrate on the tiles, the bathroom, the bar area. I'm in here ahead of everybody else. I'm gonna lay the Dietrich heat, get our tile layout ready to go. We can start on the floor, then work our way up the walls.
This is really coming together. On this side, this is the creme de la creme for the kids. This is gonna be a little hockey rink. So this is kind of cool. The floor is gonna be done and look like an ice rink. Just so the kids can come down, we're gonna put some protection board up on the wall to be able to slap their pucks around. On the other side of the room here, we're gonna have a gym, and this is really for mom and dad. This size of a basement really allows us to do all kinds of things. Have that entertaining area, the bar. It's the kind of basement I'd like. You know, this is, well, then again, I designed it. We've removed the old hot water heater and put in a new one. I wanted direct vent outside. That's the 636 piping. It's today's codes. Take the furnace, do a direct vent outside, and pull it out of the chimney the way it used to be done. And the reason we're gonna do this is because if you put off-gassing through the chimney, there's always a possibility of a cool air coming back down that chimney and bringing those gases inside the house. By doing a direct vent, this doesn't happen. Right now, the chimney's in good shape. I'm gonna say leave it, but if you ever redo the roof, pull out the chimney.
Right now I'm laying down river rock tile in our shower pan. It's a little difficult because we're doing our wall tile, so everything has to be level, and so we have to build up, and this whole row has been a little bit tricky, messy, but it'll look good in the end anyway.
We are ready now for the installation of the window. The next step is to put the membrane. We're gonna do a dry fit, make sure everything's fit right. And then at that point, what we're gonna do is just install it, shim it, foam it, seal it, and walk away.
Adam chose some pretty funky colors down here, and I like it. That's my kind of colors, the black accent throughout the TVs, the trim, the doors.
We're using a flat black here, but if the black you're using has any sort of sheen to it, it's a semi, a satin, or a gloss, you have to make very sure that you're using proper rolling technique, because black is very unforgiving, so it will show your roller technique if it's not completely correct. The technique I use is I apply the paint in a W and I work left to right. You can go right to left, it doesn't matter, as long as you work in one way and you're not going over the paint. Don't back roll.
Two days to go, we have all the flooring coming in, the last little touch-ups. You know what, it's army of people, everyone's moving. I'm excited. Some people may think, oh, he's adding in all kinds of extra stuff. Well, the pool table, yes, couple little things, but let's talk about the porch for a minute. It wasn't just making that watertight. The front door was an old door. There was water penetration signs around the framing. That's why we replaced the door. It's not just about the looks, that's just a bonus in the end. We've closed off the old fireplace flue at the top and bottom so we don't have to worry about the warm air being driven up that chimney, and now we can finish it off with a nice ceramic tile.
With the decision to put in an electric fireplace here instead of a gas fireplace, we eliminated any need to worry about combustibles or clearances with that, anything to do with venting. It allowed us to use any material we wanted on the fireplace itself. Aesthetically, we chose this. It's gonna give us the look and feel we want for this basement.
So we're just doing plant layout now. Once we get everything in, laid out, just make sure, you know, we got even spacing.
We've been addressing landscaping issues that have contributed to the water infiltration in the basement. We've regraded so the earth slope runs away from the house to allow water runoff. Previously, the homeowners had their plants right up against the house. That's just like watering your structure. To eliminate water pooling beside the foundation, John is planting further away from the house, and he's adding mulch, which will keep soil in place and retain that rainwater. Another simple thing to do is clear all gutters of leaves and debris so rainwater can flow easily to the downspouts, which should extend as far away from the house as possible. In the winter, always remove snow from the decks or sidewalks so it's not up against the siding or the brick. Take these steps to keep your basement dry and warm.
Well, we got all the walls finished. The boards are done. We're just gonna lay this hockey floor in now. Hard plastic, it's gonna be easy to cut. It's gonna be durable. It's gonna simulate ice, so when they're shooting the ball or puck or having fun down here doing whatever they're gonna do, it's gonna be durable and it's gonna last long.
We're really excited about this basement here for George and Janice. What we came into was an empty basement, so it gave us an opportunity to focus more on what we could actually give them in the end. And in this case, it's something we've never done before.
All right, hockey! Break it out, break it out! Come on, get in the box! Come on, Rev! Drop it! Get in there! Come on, Rev! Oh. Come on!
Today is the big day. I'm really looking forward to showing Janice and George how we made it right. Good to see you, George.
Mike.
Janice, I'll give you a hug.
Again.
Good to see you. Oh, come on up.
Holy moly, brother.
Wow.
Well, this is the reason you called me here was really the leak from the front porch, right? Which
Yes.
turned into, I built you a new house. I'm kidding. It's a shame with the contractor that conned everyone out of 15 million.
Yes, 15 million.
That's a lot of money. Took about 300,000 from you both. That's
Yes.
a lot of money.
A lot of money.
And that hurts. So my guys have done a lot of work here to try and compensate and make you feel good about what's happened here. So there may be some surprises here. But taking a look at the front porch, this is the way it should have been. You notice now that front porch is definitely up off the ground. We've got that grading all down. Nice little bed of just shrubs and not trees against the house that want to get down to that weeping tile.
It's beautiful.
Looks great.
This is beyond my expectations. That's curb appeal. Whereas before,
good words.
Not so much.
Good words. Very much curb appeal. It wasn't ugly before, it just wasn't proper. It was clear that being up so high, especially up on the brick, I mean, the earth was, what, 3 bricks up? That's just too high against the house. We want to see the foundation. But by dragging all that back and keeping that rundown, we now know that all that water is going to run in the direction it's supposed to, down on the street, and it's not going to come back inside your home. As a matter of fact, we've had an awful lot of rain in the last 11 weeks.
Yes, we
and
have.
we have not had a drop in the cold room.
That's awesome.
Wow.
You want to see the inside?
Absolutely. Oh, God.
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
Holy moly.
Wow.
Not bad, eh?
Not bad.
I'd have to say it's not bad. This looks phenomenal.
Wow.
Love the fireplace.
Beautiful. I've never seen a fireplace like that before. That's absolutely beautiful.
Got your pool table.
That looks phenomenal. I always wondered what we were going to do with this side of the house.
One of the main reasons we're here, the cold room. We'll take a quick look, get this out of the way. So nice and simple. We just turned it back to the way it's supposed to be. It's concrete, shelf on each side. So let's not waste our time in here. I want to show you so many other things.
Holy moly.
Wow. That is so nice. Wow.
So this was a great idea that Adam had. Let's turn this area into a bar area, social area.
This is phenomenal.
George used a very specific word, phenomenal. I don't think he could find anything else. He just went phenomenal. Wine fridge.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you. My eye went right there.
You like that? So you saw the doors, you saw the fireplace, you saw the wine fridge.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're going to like what's behind that door.
Oh, my God.
Holy.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow. This is unbelievable.
Smell the popcorn.
Not just a lot of love went in here, but a lot of professional work has been in here. Surround sound speakers in the back ceilings, your 2 left and right, and beside TV, subwoofer in the corner.
And the light fixtures are beautiful. Really, really nice.
The lighting, it's definitely theater room
Love
lighting,
it.
but I do have more to show you. Wow. Ready?
We're ready.
Come on.
Wow.
Your furnace room. New hot water heater, direct vented. We fixed up a lot of your ductwork. We fixed everything. We've got a nice rubber floor on it. Great for storage. Even painted the walls. Doesn't that look good? Little things that we do. Wow. So what do you think's in that door?
Well, it used to be a bathroom.
Do you want to see what's in there now?
Absolutely. Whoa.
Wow.
Holy.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, I'm a little jealous.
I don't blame you.
Holy cow.
This is absolutely beautiful.
Adam actually picked all the tile, picked the stone look, picked the layout.
From the before to this, it's unbelievable.
So I have to show you this because Adam did this on purpose. The lighting he put against the wall so it cascades down the wall. Very sexy lighting.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. This is phenomenal.
If I had $1 for every time I heard George say phenomenal, it would have paid for the basement.
Wow.
Wow.
So this is actually for you two.
Vision-wise, this is almost identical to what we expect. Not expected from you, but we expected from our first contractor. This is what we wanted.
And while you're working out, your boys can actually, if you want to turn around, your boys have a little...
Wow.
Do you know, Mike?
Wow.
My guy has been crying for something like this.
This is perfect.
Wow.
This is a lot of love. So we chose a floor, okay? We have real hard plywood on the walls here with an epoxy coating on top so they can actually use a puck if they'd like. We have a penalty box, storage room, or hockey room.
I think I've gone from having 2 kids to about 30 kids because everybody will want to be playing in this basement now.
I get that.
And hanging out. To finally see the completed product, to actually call it our own, it's unbelievable. It leaves you speechless, man.
We're so grateful. And words just can't express just how grateful we are.
Even in our line of work, we're supposed to be the ones that people come towards us for a lot of faith and a lot of help. But in reality, sometimes we need help as well. And Mike is just the person who helped us out in this situation. It's overwhelming to see the generosity that you put forward to help us specifically. Buddy, that deserves a hug, man. Thanks, man. This finally puts a cap on it, and we can finally move on.
Well, I'm not going to be left out.
Thank you so much. You have the white fridge. I'm kidding.
I can't wait for our friends and our family to come and see it and enjoy it almost as much as we will, because we don't want them there all the time. We'll never get rid of people.
All right, let's get a big
What people don't realize is when we have a con that takes from so many people, from so many families, from a group of people that know each other. As a matter of fact, he was part of that group. They steal their lives. They steal their family. They steal their trust. What I want to do is bring my family in, my kids, my crew, everyone around me, all the subs. And I want to make this a family thing again. I want to bring it back and forget about what happened yesterday and move on with today. You look awful comfortable.
I'm a little tired.
You're a little tired? You got to move all this insulation inside?
I've done about a quarter of what we have outside. I need a break.
Is that what you're doing?
This is what currently I'm moving back to insulation.
This year, we received almost 5 inches of rain in less than 2 hours.
I saw that there was sewage that had backed up, so we called the insurance right away.
We have a company that I know that just pisses me off.
I guess they saw that it was me and my young son. They figured that they could rip us off.
They were charging thousands of dollars for 2, even 4 hours. Is something wrong here? Yes. I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaways, as well as never before seen footage. So let's make it right. Something I'm seeing way too much of, violent storms. This year in Toronto, July 8th, we received almost 5 inches of rain in less than 2 hours. It was one of the worst floods the city has ever seen. Emergency crews worked overtime to keep the city safe, and it put a massive strain on our infrastructure. Under passways, under bridges completely flooded, unable to drive through. This happened throughout the whole city immediately. Almost every single home that had damage was from the septic line in their home, from that backup pressure, from all that drainage that's outside that we have in the city, pushing back into the houses. For some, not only were they victimized by the storm, but also by the insurance contractors who were hired to help. When it comes to home insurance, I bet most homeowners don't know the specifics of what their insurance plan covers in terms of water damage. There are many reasons a basement can flood. A standard plan may cover you if your pipes burst or if the water heater leaks, but you probably need extra coverage for things like sewage backup. You don't want to find out you're not covered when you're knee-deep in crap that contains hazardous waste and E. coli. Know what your coverage is regarding remediation cleanup and content replacement if a sewage backup occurs. As I always say, do your research, especially when buying home insurance. It will save you unwelcome and costly surprises in the end. You must be Gina.
I am.
I'm Mike. Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
And Joey.
Yep.
I heard a lot about you.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you. Gina and Joey found themselves navigating through mud sewage in their basement thanks to the storm. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't the only thing that stank.
This is the basement.
Wow, the basement's actually bigger than I expected.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've had a flood, yes?
Yes.
Yep.
Where did it come in? Through the foundation?
Right there.
Lovely. So how high of a flood of water came in?
was probably about this high. We just know there was
brown
water. And
water,
there was
brown water,
yeah.
It didn't look good.
How did it smell?
It wasn't very nice. The fact that there was sewage in the basement was a big problem. So we called the insurance right away, and that's when they told us that they were sending a preferred contractor. So we were confident that we were going to get somebody who knew what they were talking about.
Okay, when you call in the insurance company, their job, and they notice, is to come in and quickly, within as fast as they can because of mold growth, they're going to come in, clean the floor, they're going to cut at least 2 feet of the drywall off the floor.
Nothing.
You're saying no?
No.
That didn't happen.
Didn't do any of that.
So what did they do?
They took out, it was a one-piece vinyl flooring here. They took that out. There was carpet over there, they took that out. There was carpet in the bathroom, they took that out. And then they brought in the dryers. Joe was the one that extracted all the water with the shop vac, and they told him, don't bother, that the fans would dry it up. And Joe said, no, you can't, you have to remove it.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
After the cleanup crew came in and literally didn't tear down any drywall, just mopped the floor, put up a couple of, not even a vacuum, they actually had Gina's son Joey vacuum the floor. He was smart enough to take everything down. That's exactly what needs to be done here. There are rules when it comes to an insurance claim.
We knew that we had to get the drywall up and cut and everything because
But you took it all down.
he took it all down.
You didn't even mess around.
No, don't mess around.
Okay. You found out that it was a $10,000 coverage because they let you know, but you know, most people, like 99% of the people, do not read their insurance and do not understand how they're covered, why they're covered. If you leak through the foundation wall, you are not covered.
I've learned a lot.
that out then?
I've learned a lot, yeah.
Okay, so let's get into the nitty-gritty here because I'm a little disturbed with some of the things that I'm hearing with the insurance contractor. So you asked him how much, and he told you?
He told me that it would be about $2,000. I thought $2,000 was high, but he explained to me that, you know, how much it is because it's an emergency, it's a different rate. And we waited for a few weeks and got a call from the insurance company, and they said that they had put the quote in. The contractor had put the quote in, and it was $4,500. And that just blew me away because I had the discussion with him about roughly around $2,000.
Gina pushed back to the cleanup crew of the insurance company saying, that's too much money. And believe it or not, they dropped their price. They were only here for 2 hours. Think about that. They were charging thousands of dollars for 2, even 4 hours. Is something wrong here? Yes. It's about coming in and remediating immediately. Pulling up the drywall, cleaning the floor, pulling out the carpets, not you sucking up the carpet, not them squeegeeing to the drain to literally clean it, because if there is feces in the water, it's going to leave a residue, so they'd have to power wash, they'd have to do everything. I would have made sure, if I worked for the insurance company, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to touch anything. As a matter of fact, you're not allowed to be down here. I'm gonna clean everything, we're gonna take it away, I'm gonna do my job, because that's my job. So right away, we have a company that I know that just pisses me off. As far as I'm concerned, the contractors here really were malice. If you think about it, they let Joey clean up that sewage, and what's in the sewage? Crap. And that crap could contain E. coli, and that could be very dangerous to Joey's health. The contractors are liable for this. They need to take it over. That's why they're there. They're part of the insurance system. They come in, clean it up, leave it to the pros. Don't let the homeowner do it. Okay, I see a tool room, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, that's my grandfather's tool room.
And he's no longer with us, is that correct?
He passed away.
This reminds me of something my dad would have done, and my dad is gone a long time ago, too.
My dad was very particular. He was a carpenter, self-taught carpenter. We always joked about that it was going to take him like 100 years to finish the basement because he wanted it to be perfect. He had a saying, what was the saying?
Measure twice, cut once.
Yeah, measure twice, cut once.
Did you work with him at all?
Yeah, I did. We used to do little projects together, me and him.
One of his first projects
up there. A little house up there. Yeah, that's my first house.
This is your first house?
My first house, yeah.
How old were you when you built this?
I'd say maybe 6, 7 years old.
It's kind of messy.
Yeah, I know.
I'm playing with you. That's pretty cool, actually.
My parents took care of him when he was little so that my husband and I could go to work, and my dad would give him tools and all of his old tools and let him do work in the workshop down there, and they would build things, and they had an amazing relationship.
This is almost like time stopped. Old baseball gloves, bats. I mean, I love all this. I notice you haven't done anything with this area, but yet you've stripped everything else.
We didn't really touch the workshop because it was hard for both of us to get rid of that part of the basement.
It was hard enough to take the whole basement, but I wouldn't touch that room. That's where me and my grandfather spend most of our time. It's where he taught me pretty much everything he knows. And most of the stuff I know today, that's where I was taught.
This really hits home with me. Joey had such a wonderful bond with his grandfather. Growing up, my family didn't have any money or nice things either. But apart from what my parents gave me, which was a lot of love, my dad taught me about construction. I remember from a very young age sitting and watching him and absorbing all that knowledge. Then, as I got a bit older, I worked right alongside my dad. Now, he certainly didn't know everything, but he taught me about the things that mattered in life, like having a strong work ethic, being good to your family and those in need. And if you're gonna do something, do it right the first time. That's what I try to pass on to my kids. And I know sometimes they think I'm being hard on them, but I'm just trying to prepare them for life and give them practical skills. It's all about love. So I have great respect for Joey's grandfather, and I'm gonna make sure that his legacy is honored in this house. Since I'm here, and I'm going to clearly take down the rest of it, I'm gonna look to make sure that everything's good, and we're gonna finish this really nice, because if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it right this time. Just like your grandfather did last time. I have a lot of respect for people that want to do things right, and I can tell that Joey's grandfather was a great inspiration to him, and even to me for that matter, because he's a guy that, he's organized, he cares, he wants to do things properly. I'm just going to do the same thing.
I think the biggest thing is to get it back to, sorry.
I think we just want to get back to the way my grandfather left it, because he basically did all the work himself. And what he did down there, it meant a lot for all of us.
I heard something about you were with Skills Canada.
Yeah, I did the bricklaying, masonry.
So you did masonry?
Yeah, I did for 3 years.
Skills Canada is a competition much like the Olympics for the trades. And we're talking like 47 trades from hair cutting, cooking, serving, right to auto mechanics, you name it, everyone in my field. You got a gold medal?
I got a gold for 2 years, yeah.
And to see Joey get a gold medal in bricklaying, I'm like, yeah. Out of curiosity, like I said, it reminds me of working with my dad. What's the relationship you had with your grandfather?
We were very, very close. Anything he'd do, he'd try to involve me in it.
He wanted to teach you?
He wanted to teach me.
I wanted to pull Joey's mom aside just to talk to her personally about him, because I know what I want to do. I want to make that tool room for him and his grandfather a memory. I'm just going to pimp it out just a bit. So there'll be a time period that I'm going to not allow him back in.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You ready? We had our test done, and I checked it, and we did find E. coli, so I had to bring in a company to do all the removal so it was safe for us. And now think about it. How does a company come out and charge thousands of dollars to clean this up when they didn't clean it? Look at it. You made Derek carry everything?
Yeah. He's like a pack mule.
That's just my lunch.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're just going to rip everything down. Okay. I'm gonna have Martin come in. We'll look at the plumbing because we're gonna finish that bathroom. It was Joey's grandfather who really did all this. You can see the old wood on the wall here.
Oh, he did all this?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
For someone that done it himself, it looks really good. We already know there's asbestos tile in the laundry room. So take everything, leave the tiles. I've got a crew coming in tomorrow, and they're gonna clean this up, okay? Let's do it. We're gonna keep a similar design to what Joey's grandfather originally had. I like the size of the bathroom, but I'm gonna extend the laundry room to give Gina just a little more storage. Right next to it, we'll build the utility room. I love the big family room, so we'll keep that. And of course, we're gonna build Joey a killer tool room. You see that? That's why I wear a helmet. It smacked me right in the head. Years ago, they used common nails, and that's why they just slipped right out when I hit it. Because the common nails don't actually screw into the wood. The common just sit into it. So once I knocked the bottom off, that just came right out. We don't do that anymore. We use RDocs. RDocs is like a screw. See? Common nails.
Nothing like a little shower. It was just a really bad solder joint. I saw it dripping, and it was too late, just popped. All right, cool. It's okay, we'll put a cap on it.
Often, insurance won't cover flooding due to natural events, such as from a heavy rainfall. So it's a really good idea to take steps to limit any water infiltration that may occur. A functioning sump pump with a battery backup will remove any water that fills in the sump tank and then pushes it out away from the house. That's where we want it. Of course, the grading around the house needs to be sloped away so that the water doesn't pool right up against the structure. A swale, which is a lower section of earth between two ridges, will also direct water away. It's all about knowing your coverage and being proactive about preventing water damage. We have a little bit of asbestos within the vinyl tile. So I'm gonna bring in a abatement company. There's also asbestos within the plaster down there. So I need to bring in the pros. They're gonna have to tent it off and they're gonna pull it all up at once. If it was just the tiles, we probably could have done it ourselves, wearing the right safety equipment. But since it's in the plaster, that changes things.
It's a little bittersweet in here, eh, bud?
Yeah.
You know what's amazing about this? It's probably 100 years old, man. You know how many years he's probably worked on this bench? I want to keep this bench.
Oh, damn, did you see this down here?
That's awesome. That is an awesome piece.
Was this your first radio?
That was probably Billy's. I'm a little bit younger than that.
The stress of having to deal with a flood off the top is huge. But then when you have to deal with the stress of these people that are ripping you off is so frustrating. And I mean, it turns somebody who's a very positive person into not so positive anymore. Because then it's like, who do you trust?
Oh, well, that's a nice blank canvas to work on. Today is going to be all about breaking this floor up for Martin. So, guys, what I'd like to do is break from that wall to about here because the bathroom's going to shift over, only because we have to do a backflow preventer here, okay? The rest of us, let's get the walls up.
Perfect.
Outside walls only today.
Done.
How many times do we gotta hear sewage coming from a backup? Anytime there's massive storms out there and we flood all our sewer system, it just comes back up in the house. Path of least resistance. When are we actually gonna put in a very good backflow preventer that stops it from coming in? So you've made a mock-up of the backflow preventer, which you're calling?
Yes.
No, you're...
Backwater valve.
Backwater valve. Drain runs down. This is supposed to be outside. What you want to do is mock it up. You're going to put water in. You're going to show me how this actually closes off and stops the pressure from coming in.
As you can see, it's a very simple device, but it does work. Once the water starts backing up from the city, the bowl lifts up, and then it triggers this gate.
Which closes it off.
Which closes off, and it will stay in that position as long as the pressure from the city is applied. The moment the water dissipates, the gate, the bowl drops, and the gate opens. There's a plate that goes over this, and...
Which holds the pins down.
Exactly. It's got a gasket, and it holds everything in place. So it is a bulletproof system, as long as I have enough pressure coming from the city to close this gate and keep it closed. The basement will be protected.
These are the things we need to put our money into to make sure that we protect the house. How many times I gotta say it? Protect it from the outside in. Spend your money right, you save it down the road.
What I want to do is I want to expose the pipes for Martin. I can tell right now this clay pipe is probably from my stack that's in the back corner. That's what Martin's going to want to attach to get our waste and everything out to the city. Right now, this is the bathroom toilet that I want to move back, so I'm going to have to dig this area out, but what we're hitting is clay, so it's not exactly fun.
Nice. I love it when a plan comes together. What is that?
Let's go, Mike.
Is that stone?
Yeah, stone inside a storm line.
Okay, so the pipes are clearly separated.
Yeah.
So that's just the stone on the floor.
Yeah. So what we're dealing here is a combined system, which takes stormwater and sanitary water all in one line that is being discharged out to the street.
This is standard in old homes, where the weeping tile around the house that controls the rainwater drains directly into the sewage system. This is no longer allowed by today's code. Plus, once we install the backwater valve, when engaged, it will stop the water in the weeping tiles from draining. That will cause the stormwater to back up into the floor drain and flood the house. What we need to do is separate the two lines, redirecting our weeping tile to the sump pump that will eject the water outside. This will guarantee Gina and Joey never see another backup in this house. It also means we now have to dig another hole, this time for the sump pit. All clay, I can see the sweat on you.
This is 100% nothing but the best, hardest clay. This is horrible.
I know. Sticks to the shovel, it's very heavy, it's a pain in the butt.
And it's soaked. The groundwater coming up through here it's filling up as I take it out. Martin tells me it's sewer water, but I'm going with spring water. Always thinking positive. Smelly spring water.
That's why I'm letting him do it. I can smell it.
I don't know how many buckets anymore. It's been all morning. I'm tired. My arms hurt.
I mean, I can walk in and just go ahead and insulate, use the studding that's there, fix the shower, and close it all back up again, and it wouldn't be too much money. But you know me, I'm gonna take it down, and I'm gonna use new products. I'm gonna make sure it never molds, it never has an issue, and that Joey and Gina have got one hell of a basement when I'm done.
Tell me this. Are we deep enough yet? We're good?
Yeah, good.
Perfect.
So poor Adam had to remove all this clay for me so I could install the sump pump and make those systems literally independent of each other. I have my floor drain, which is part of the sanitary line, and I have this weeping tile, which now is part of the storm line. It's separated. There will be no cross connection between the two water lines. Or the drain systems, and there's no potential for this to back up or for this to have any issues because I have a backwater valve at the front.
So Joey, now absorb it. I know this was
a little different.
It's a little different, eh? What do you think?
Looks good. It was tough to see. My grandfather did a lot of the work himself, pretty much everything, and you know, it just hurts to know it's all gone. But in another sense, that it's going to be done right and a lot better.
All right, so you got your crown. I want you to mark it with a pencil.
Yeah.
Which way would you put it on the wall?
Crown facing out, towards the foundation.
That's right. Now, why would you do that?
So there's not a bow in the
That's
wall?
right, exactly. It's just all about your finish. That's good, man. So all I try and do is I just run it up there. I want to make sure you're nice and flush to that top plate. Sort of, you can feel it, you can put a square on it. As long as it's flush, you're good to go.
When my mom sees it, I think she'll be excited and thrilled, happy that it's finally done.
It's nice having you, buddy, okay?
Thank you, appreciate it.
Can't wait to have you back, man. Thank you.
Can we have a coffee too?
No, you guys keep working. Joey and I are going for coffee.
We are 2.5 weeks in. It's looking really good. Want to thermal break the walls here because we don't have the room by the stairs, so that's why we're going to be intimate with the rigid foam against the wall. We want to make sure that when we do our studding, we use coated lumber. It's going to be mold resistant, it's going to be fire resistant. I'm a big fan of this, and we should think ahead all the time for a purpose or a possibility of a flood. But at the same time, we want to make sure that studded wall is away from the concrete. Remember, the concrete foundation will hold the most amount of moisture out of any product in your home and will transfer through. We're going to use wall-tight eco spray foam. We want a thermal break, much like we've done with the rigid foam, and allow that foam to go in behind it, so now that it protects the stud and creates a barrier between the foundation and the wood itself. All new PEX has been run through the basement. We're here now. Let's going to change it all so we never have to do it again. The little things we think of also is the bulkheads tie in. We need that head clearance down here. I'm 6 feet tall, so I want that head clearance. We're going to take this ductwork, we're going to widen it, make it shallow, and put it up so that we have a nice higher bulkhead in place. Air ducts are another part of the home that most people don't think too much about, but they serve such an important function. Think about it. What do? They circulate the air into each room of your house. That's the air you breathe in. That's the air that should be keeping you warm and cool, depending on the season. We spend about 90% of our time indoors, so indoor air quality is extremely important. And yet, it can be 3 to 5 times worse than outside air. So, I always recommend having an HRV or heat recovery ventilator installed. This is tied into the furnace, and it'll actually pull that fresh air in from outside, filter out the pollen and pollutants with your filter, and then condition that air to the temperature inside the house. Stale air is then cycled out. Remember, bad air impacts how you feel and affects long-term health. So make it right by taking steps to improve indoor air quality in your home. All the drywall that we're going to use is a mold-resistant drywall, especially in the basement, throughout the basement. You do it right, you never have to come back and fix it again.
Now, remember what I said about the crew?
Yeah.
That the initiation happens when you become a crew member, so I want you to come over here.
We gotta wake this puppy down.
Little crowbar here. He might need another hammer. He's only got 2.
And every good carpenter should have a clip, accessory clip there, so you can put this clip there. You go.
Oh, that's nice.
Put a light on you so you know where you're going.
That's awesome.
I'm so happy with you.
Start off, bro. I just wanted to catch what Sherry looks like. What do you think, Sherry?
You look so much like me.
That's it. Hang on.
We're at the last stretch. We want to get it back to Gina and Joey. We want to get it done so they come back in the house, make it comfortable. We're no longer here. It's about getting the homeowners home.
Well, Glenn laid these tiles. Now I'm just prepping them to be grouted. You just have to clean out the mortar joints that come through. Just scrape it with a knife. Once you clean that up, you get a nice clean surface to lay your grout into. So you want your grout just to like be able to just pour out like that. See how soft it is? That way I can work it into those joints, get underneath the tile pretty good. You see I'm going on an angle to the tile? That way you push it in underneath. If I just run it along with the groove, it's just gonna keep pulling along. If you're not out of breath, you're not grouting, that's one thing. Because once you're grouting, like you're gonna be pushing on your wrist for about half an hour. You're gonna feel that. And then after that, you do that, wipe a couple times. And then you do that, wipe a couple times again. And you come back and you do that, wipe a couple times again. About 6 wipes and you should have it all clean. So grouting's pretty easy, eh?
So we're here today to install slat wall onto the 2 side walls here to give him a little more storage for all the tools that he's got to go in his tool room here. And then we're gonna start installing the panels from the bottom, working our way up.
Personally, I love having a workshop in my garage. You can imagine, I've collected a lot of tools and construction toys over the years. First and foremost, it's important to keep things neat and orderly. Make sure you have easy access to the tools and equipment that you use the most. That just makes sense to me. I put all the heavy stuff down low so I don't have to lift it. Maximize all available space. For my workbench, I have the power bar right in front, so it's easily accessible, and I don't have to lean way over or under to plug stuff in. If you're working in a garage that's not insulated, use a mold-resistant wood for any shelving. I use an epoxy sealant on the concrete floor of my garage. Not only does it look great, it's durable and incredibly strong, which you need if you've got construction equipment. It's resilient to spills and impact, and protects the cement underneath from moisture. And remember, a clean work site is a good work site.
When we were going through the tool room, I noticed that there was a bunch of old, really cool-looking tools that I've never seen before. I'd love to take these tools up to my buddy, JR, see if he could bring them back to life. How's it going?
Not too bad. How about you?
Good.
You brought some goodies, did you?
I did. Check out these old tools, eh?
Look at that, look at that.
When's the last time you seen these?
Oh, we'll get some of these cleaned up, man.
Where are we at?
All right, Glenn, you ready?
Yeah.
Relish. We're doing it.
It's an interesting color. So now you're gonna go into the laundry room and you're gonna want to do laundry.
You're gonna have
It's
fun.
a fun atmosphere.
Yeah, it is. And if someone doesn't like it, they can talk about it too. It's a conversation starter. We'll find out if I have a job at the end of this. I like the color.
This is your first coat?
First coat.
Perfect color for down here, too.
Yep, it's nice. We're just putting the second coat on. Everything's looking great, so I don't think there's gonna be any prep in between what we're doing here. So we'll put the second coat on. I think we need about an hour and a half.
Hey, man, we're gonna get them back, I'd say, by tomorrow afternoon. I'm a happy guy. Beneath the flooring, we're using this new Amvec underlay system. You know, I like this product, and I'm gonna tell you why. Based on the age of this home, we know there's no rigid foam underneath the concrete. Rigid foam underneath the concrete stops that cool from coming up into a warm zone, hot meaning cold. If you're unsure, just put a piece of plastic down on the floor, and overnight, it will be wet underneath that plastic. If it's thermal broken underneath, it should stay at the same temperature inside the dwelling. By putting this product on the floor, it's an R3, and this will go underneath our underpad of the carpet. So what it'll do is vapor barrier the floor, and at the same time, thermal break it with an R value. So not only is it a cushion, but it acts also as an insulation blanket. This is kind of smart in an older home.
Holy. Oh my gosh. Wow. I think Grandpa will be proud.
Look at the food. Now, did everyone here cook? Did everyone have part of this? Yes? Yep. You know, today is really all about giving the house back, and I thought I'd change it up a bit, you know, by bringing in the next generation of cooks, of chefs. I thought I would actually feed you first. We brought in the skills, the next generation of skilled trades when it comes to chefs, serving. Everything is to do with Skills Canada. I love this. And they have cooked up a mean lunch for us.
So are you folks all happy?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Food is good, nice and hot.
Great.
Amazing. Way to go.
Okay, now that you're fed, because I'm full, I don't know about you.
Yep,
we're good. That was nice to have the students come in and cook for us,
It was, that was awesome. It's been a long road that we've come through, just dealing with the insurance company and dealing with the contractors and feeling like we're not getting anywhere.
What did you want?
The tool room.
You wanted a tool room?
That's it.
So I turned the whole basement into a tool room. What did you want?
A place for the family.
Place for the family.
Yeah.
So big tool room, small place for the family?
Well, if it's up to him, yeah.
Come on. I'm not gonna make you wait anymore. Let's go.
And then you guys show up on the scene, and Mike and the crew, and made everything perfect.
Oh my gosh.
God.
Wow.
Not a bad start, eh?
Wow.
This is nice. Wow.
What's
Door
that
number
room?
one? Door number one.
Door number one. Let's go in there.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
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 Look at this.
Beautiful.
Well, this is a laundry room.
Yeah.
Hope you don't mind the color.
It's still beautiful.
All new plumbing. Pretty well all new electrical down here. All new.
Oh, a new washer and dryer.
Wow, that's high tech.
Well, when we do things, we make sure everything's new. It just kind of makes sense. This is something that Daniel, my kitchen guy, and us, we talked about. This is for you, because it makes sense. You can hang stuff up. You can store it. Like, it should be in the laundry room as far as I'm concerned. And you can't. They close themselves. The drawers do the same. Okay, I want to show you the furnace room and what we did and why we did it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, we want to put the bifold door on the furnace room because we want it to breathe. And there's a flame in here, and we got to look at this and think about it. Everything in here has been updated. It's all new. If you notice, we brought the drain to here.
Oh.
Yep. The furnace is a brand new furnace because it was contaminated from the flood before. So we put in the sump pump. Probably one of the best sump pumps you can buy because it does have a bolted down top. It's nice and tight and it drives out to the backyard. The reason I'm here really is the flood. And what we had to do, break the floor open, put the sump pump in, and all this extra work is really because what? Your insurance company said you have how much?
$10,000 to fix it.
To fix it.
That's after the
After the cleanup crew
came in.
cleaned up the money.
Cleaned us out, yeah.
You know, I never want to blame insurance companies because it's really up to homeowners to see what type of insurance they need in their home, and it really is their responsibility. However, when there's a flood and something happens and the insurance company says, here, you're going to get $10 to do a $10,000 job, as an example, that's not going to work. And that put a lot of pressure on Gina, and really she relied a lot on Joey to clean it up, to take it down, and that causes conflict and that causes heartache. This door here is really clear. We're gonna use it as a storage room and your water room. And that little gray thing in the floor, you know what that is?
It's the backflow preventer?
Yes, you're learning, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's a simple system, and all it does is a chute. So when water comes rushing back in again, it fills the box, closes the chute, and stops it from coming back in the house. You put in one of these, you put in the sump pump, you've really solved all the problems. And on top of that, make it fire-rated, mold resistant, and you're never really gonna have to worry about dealing with insurance companies again.
Good.
And it's a nice little storage room.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, Joey, you open the door.
Cool.
Just walk right in.
Wow.
Wow.
No, it's not a bad little bathroom, eh? For
beautiful.
a three-piece in the basement.
Really, really nice.
Really good exhaust fan. Nice and quiet. It's whisper quiet. New tile. Nice little pattern they did on the top.
Really nice.
I like
Yeah.
that. Big tub.
Wow.
Nice and clean looking.
It's beautiful.
Really, really beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, come on out. Let me show you the living area. So you have a really large area to entertain. You know, I can see a nice little sitting area here. You know, furniture galore if you wanted. I mean, the tables, you can bring in all your family. I think we're missing a room. What do you think?
I think so, yeah.
What room is that?
A tool room.
Tool room.
Yeah.
There's one more door.
I think it's a tool room.
Do you want to see that?
I think so.
Do you think he can live down here?
He probably will be moving.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I would if I was you.
In the tool room, I mean.
In the tool room?
the tool room.
That'll be your playroom. Come on, let's take a look.
We're coming upon the anniversary of my dad's death this week, and so it all just comes together perfectly. It's all amazing.
Holy. Oh my gosh. Wow. This is
Amazing.
awesome. This is
Amazing.
awesome. Grandpa would love this.
Well, there's a few things happening here.
Holy smokes. Wow.
Grandpa and Joe spent a lot of time there. He taught him the things that he knows about carpentry, and he would let him make things, break things. He just wanted him to learn. And I think he did a good job, and
Yeah.
he would be proud. He would be so proud.
I think Grandpa would be proud.
Grandpa stuff on this side.
Wow.
We want to keep this. Now this side is you. So I grabbed some tools. I said, I want some new tools for you to encourage you to keep staying in this trade, to get you playing, and still have your grandpa with you.
Yep.
A nice tough floor.
Yeah.
Because we want to put it in place. Adjustable walls so you can actually dress this the way you want it, right? And I think your grandfather would love this room.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So you see a picture on the wall there, don't you?
Yeah.
So here's the fourth. Second one is the walnut tree. It's a really big walnut tree. And one of my cabinet makers, his name is JR, we asked him to make you something as a reminder of what you do and what your grandfather taught you. This is pretty cool. Okay? This is actually really cool. It's all walnut. And because this is important. Okay, you're gonna make me cry. In a way, your grandfather, I don't even know if you know it, made a memory station at the top of the stairs, didn't he? We wanted to do this, and I'm gonna open this up because you gotta see this.
Oh, it's a baseball.
That's his bat, actually, and he incorporated that into the handle. Isn't that super nice?
amazing.
That came from that tree.
He loved baseball, my grandfather. It was just kind of his sport. And, you know, the box, it came out really, really nice. I think my grandfather would have loved that.
Can I give you a hug?
Thank you so much. You're welcome so much. Hey, come on, you give me a hug.
That's awesome.
Oh, you have to. All right, man.
I think it's amazing. It's incredible. Like I didn't expect it to be like this. I'm blown away.
I would just think he was just gonna, you know, do a little bit of drywall, paint it, and carpet. Nothing fancy, especially the tool room, what he did for me. The new and the old, it really ties together nice. It'll feel like he's with me all the time in there.
Yes, this is about memories. You need insurance on your home. You know, we need fire, we need theft, we need damage and possibilities. And it's for whatever reason we get caught up in this world of what's the cheapest insurance? They brag about it on television. Call us, we're $200 less. You're gonna save money. It isn't about that. It's about making sure that you protect the memories and pay for it right. You know, opening that door, that trap door at the top of the stairs and seeing stuff they didn't realize existed. Clearly, at the end of it, you can see it just rolled away. There was nothing to do with insurance or problems or headaches, just memories.
My husband, he had done the inspection, him and his friend.
It was an aggressive inspection.
This is my fingers, right? Now I can actually break through it with my fingers. Maybe he didn't have enough experience to actually inspect the house himself. Looks good, sure does.
Oh my God.
This is like paper. That's a complete gut, a complete mold remediation.
Huge embarrassment, even to the point where, you know, it makes me look incompetent.
Just push the house over and build a new one. Let's get to work. All right. I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway, as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right. Lisa and Mel called me in because they found a little problem with the cladding on the outside of their home. That water's coming into their basement. You must be Mel.
I am. Nice
and
to meet
Lisa.
you, Mike.
Yes,
Nice to meet you
Right?
guys.
So we bought the house 3 years ago. In our opinion, it wasn't a fixer-upper. Being 5 years old, it was just something that we had to paint and just make it our own.
I love the look of this house.
Thanks.
Thank you,
But I
sir.
can tell by looking at it, there's problems.
If we see the problems, you see
Then
the
you must
problems.
see more.
We know what
Well,
to
I
see.
could probably tell you where all the wetness is I'm hearing. I got to start in the basement. So I'd like to start in the basement, see what you've done throughout the rest of the house, and then I want to walk you outside, and I'm going to point out a few things. Very nice. So we've used TJIs, or manufactured floor joists. What first made you notice that your house was leaking?
The first indication was the doors. A little bit of moisture coming through, and I kind of knew that the problem was there.
Front door?
The back door.
Back door?
Now the kitchen door, the French door, which is located just above that wall there.
My husband, he had done the inspection, him and his friend, who are very handy.
The problem is with a house inspection, it's not an invasive process, and I don't have the equipment to look into the walls and to see what's going on. So, you know, we checked it out. Everything checked out well. It was just cosmetics. 5-year-old house, it's still under warranty, so we're not worried about structural, we're not worried about rot.
Did you see water dripping down the wall? I can see it on the plastic.
Heavy rain. Then we see a little bit of staining on the ground. And so about 4 months ago, I thought, you know, it's time to rip that vapor barrier out, start pulling the insulation out, see how bad things are. And I'm not thinking they're gonna be bad.
No, what'd you see?
Pulled it out, and I saw a 3-foot rim board that looked like paper towel to me. Black mold coming out in my hand. The first thing I'm thinking is, how am I gonna tell Lisa? How am I gonna say, look what I missed? Check it out, look what we got. Like, honestly, it was a heart-sinking moment.
I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. At first, I just thought, you know, are you joking? Is this a joke? And then when I saw the rotten lumber, that was like,
that hit home.
goodness.
We've got a huge issue here. And I'm a pretty calm guy. Like being with the fire department volunteer, like I see bad stuff all the time, emergencies, people running around. When she sees me a little elevated, a little concerned to the point where we got a problem, that just only elevates the stress.
Mel is an auto mechanics teacher, and I like that. He's a teacher. He's in the trades. He's teaching the next generation. I can tell he pays attention to detail. Maybe he didn't have enough experience to actually inspect the house himself. I can't stress enough how important it is to pay for a proper home inspection before making the biggest purchase that most people will make in their entire lives. The home inspector is a reality check buffer between you and all that tempting eye candy of granite counters, hardwood floors, etc. The inspector will focus on the building structure and, in particular, the roof, walls, foundation, electrical work, plumbing, and HVAC system. Make sure to hire a home inspector who is insured and licensed, and ask a lot of questions, such as, how many years have you been an inspector and what is your background? It's best if they worked in the construction industry. Ask for references. How extensive will the report be? Is the inspector a level 1 thermographer who is able to use imaging cameras to detect problems behind the walls? Be present at the inspection, and again, ask a lot of questions. And once you get the report, read it. Don't make bad, impulsive decisions. As I often say, I'd rather not buy a house than buy the wrong one. Okay, any other spots that you noticed water coming in?
So then I went to the other back door, did the same sort of deal. So again, moved back, I pulled out some of the insulation, the exact same thing going on, the rot coming through and into the subfloor.
Okay.
And a lot of moisture.
Now, if it bypasses that, that means it's already gotten into the sheathing. So now, like a sponge, how much has it absorbed up into the sheathing? These homes are built with a layer of aspenite attached to the exterior structure to help strengthen it. It's what we call sheathing. To protect the house and keep the elements out, they install a weather-resistant house wrap. Then they do the siding. In this case, the siding product used was hardy board, but water is obviously finding its way behind that protection if we're finding rot on top of the sheathing.
I thought, okay, let me go check another door. And okay, well, let me go check the other side of the house under the windows. And it just opened up a whole can of worms all around the house. And that's when I was like, oh, I know what I'm getting into. I'm a handy guy. And I knew this thing was gonna blow up beyond what I could probably fix.
So you didn't take off any hardy board on the outside at all?
Yeah, I did.
You did, where?
On the outside of the front porch. When I pulled it off, I ripped the wrap and I put my thumb right through the sheathing.
Okay. Usually not a very good sign.
Nah.
And this is where you saw it rotten, that's where your thumb went through?
Yeah.
They're intimate right to the sheathing, so I can tell by doing that that it's not strap, which makes me worry. This is a product we've used for years, but you must use a proper technique in installing any new product, any wild product. It doesn't matter. If you think you can just slap it up and it looks good, because it is lipstick and mascara, any cladding on the outside is just that. They've installed the siding intimate to the sheathing, so if water just happens to get in behind the house wrap, there's nowhere for it to go. It'll sit there and rot the wood. What we do is install strapping vertically to give space between the siding and the sheathing. This allows air movement so any water that gets in behind it can escape and dissipate. Other areas that I see is the joins. Now, years ago when it came to this product, and again, I love the product, it's all about installation, they have, we'll call it a drip edge that's got to go in. So where there's a join, we can't rely on caulking. Okay. So they usually have some sort of flashing in behind it, a water stop of something. I see absolutely nothing. So what they've done here is I can see that years ago there was a caulking in here, unless you did this. That was you, because they didn't do it. Nope. I can tell by looking at this point right here that we have nothing to do with any type of a flashing in that area, so water will penetrate that point. We're gonna have joins everywhere on the house. You see the beautiful trim above the top of the window?
Yes.
I don't see any flashing, no drip edge, no nothing, so water and snow is gonna penetrate the top of that. It's clear we have water infiltration around the windows, doors, and possibly into the basement. That's the areas that's going to be most penetrated. But let me tell you, if it is rotten, all the structure in behind it, this is a whole new ballgame. Did you build the deck?
I refaced it.
You refaced
so the deck
the deck.
was here.
Because here's my problem. I need to remove that. because this is an area that's going to be an issue, which means I need to remove this.
You know. And the part that I'm going to be embarrassed about, and you're not going to like me for it, there's debris under the deck that I found.
Like what?
Concrete, just junk that they put there.
And then you just put it, you left it there.
I thought it would never resurface.
Well, we're not going to be lazy this time.
I appreciate that.
We're going to take it out. So you might want to help me on that.
I will. Yeah, I will.
You know, I could tell. Look at the backyard. Look at everything. Crisp, clean. He pays attention. I think he may be in a little over his head, though. But wait till you see what I have to do to fix this. Here's what's going to happen. I need to set scaffold all the way around your house, because what we're not going to do, and I tell you right now, is open up little areas and repair it. So if I just open up small areas and fix that area, it's only going to happen again. Yeah. The only repair that I can do to your home is to remove it all and do it again.
I'm a proud guy, and for me to reach out and say, you know what, let's displace somebody else. Let's me get the help right now. It felt kind of, it felt wrong. I'm used to going out and helping others. I'm not used to just putting the arms out and say, okay, here it is.
Oh my God. Oh my God, look at that.
If I thought for a second or a minute that somebody could come in and do a 4-hour home inspection and had uncovered that, I would have taken that route 100%. And at that point there, the decision would have made, this is not the house for us. You're not expecting on a new home. And this is apparently a quality, reputable builder in the area.
I brought my IR camera just to confirm it. I know I don't need it. I can tell by looking at it where the problems are and what I have to do to fix it. But sure enough, it shows the blue area, that cold area, or wet. When I see these cracks here like this, and I see the caulking, everyone relying on caulking, I mean, all I have to do is put that to the bottom of the door, and I can see that underneath that metal, it's still wet, which means more than likely that beam that holds up that door is saturated. It did rain last night. It means it's still wet. So I'm just looking at the window. What I'm actually looking at is right here and here. If you notice, there's no caulking whatsoever here. We have it on the window, but none here. And you put enough rain on that sill, this is showing me that I've got a difference of temperature in behind it. And this is telling me that I actually have moisture or wet in behind and along the bottom of the window. I mean, there's gonna be no difference from this window to that window, that one, that one. I mean, it can actually penetrate not only the sheathing here, but if it made its way to inside, that means the inside of that drywall can be very moldy, what we don't want. Well, the house is 8 years old. I mean, there's a little bit of love put in here, mature gardens all the way around a deck. I've now got to make space. I got to pull things out, put scaffold in. We're gonna have to pull the deck apart and get it away from the house to replace the siding, all the electrical mounts, everything, and rip it all down to do it again. Is this easy? No. Mel, my gang.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys.
Mel's gonna work with us today and tomorrow, so he's gonna be doing a little things with us. Yeah. A little bit of a cleanup, which I'm about to show you. Also, I want him to witness the damage that this has caused.
Now we have the scaffold guys chasing us around the back of the house where the deck is. Now we got to pull the deck in order to continue the scaffold full perimeter around the house so we can work on it. So right now, just prepping it up, because the one thing I need done today is the scaffolding so we can actually get the house done.
What a mess.
Mel!
Oh, Mel!
So just take the deck apart and build a stone patio here for him.
Well, you already have all the stone in place.
Wow.
This is what you do with garbage? Where is he?
Probably hiding. He knows that we're gonna find him.
Yeah, I went and left the cement under the deck. What a mistake. It came to bite me.
Is this you?
So I'm not too popular here, right? Some of it was here, and I'm kind of ashamed to admit that I added to it.
You added to it?
I can't lie, because my boys helped me.
Right.
And we had an assembly line plopping rocks in here. I thought, this will never come back to haunt me.
Well,
1 year later.
This is part of a bench.
This is not my bench, just for the record. But I will take it out of the way.
Now, were you getting your haircut back here, bud?
No, it's my dog. I'd be proud to have hair like that. I'd be a happy fella.
Good good thing is, you know what? Your builder appears to be a good builder. As I walked inside your house, I could see that somebody cared about building this house. But remember, they hire all kinds of companies out there, right? So they brought in someone that does the cladding. In truth, the cladding company's responsible for this. But in the long run, it's how many years later?
Like 7, 8 years later.
It's your problem now. It's now your responsibility.
Brother, let me get a quick video of how you guys are doing.
So I don't get a crew shirt, I guess.
You maybe later.
Well, it depends. Not with antics like that.
We gotta fix that first, and then I graduate from the great shirt.
This looks like a well-built house. It's such a shame. A brand new home. And I gotta come in and fix a brand new home. Everyone's under the assumption, oh, buy new, you don't have an issue. You won't have to call Mike Holmes. Just wait till you see what I have to do to fix it. At this point, I believe we've caught it early. I'm really hoping we have, because if it's gotten that wet behind this siding, then I've got a really big problem. That's not gonna work really well. Look at that. This is indoor finishing nails from a nail gun. It's for doing all your trim indoors. It is not for doing your trim outdoors. So all you're doing now is just look, you can see the water penetration on the back. That piece is right here. We can see the water signs here. We can see the water signs here. Is that actually a really good sign? Think about it. This is a really good building wrap. So the idea is that this allows the sheathing to breathe in behind it, and it will stop the water from penetrating. Well, what they did is when they put this up, they actually tuck tape to the bottom of the window, right? I'm gonna put my money on it, but this is not wrapped up into the sill. And it's not. Okay, what does that look like to you? This is the very first spot that I've opened on the house. And this is actually not a good sign. This is your outside sheathing, right? That's definitely a rotten spot right here, which is not good. It's coming up a little too easy. That's a bad start. This was well put up and taped against the bottom of this window. So it's telling me that water's actually come right in at this point here. And that means it's come in through the window. So this is a system that is set up with a track drip. Here's your screen. It's going to go inside there. It's got a track drip, which allows the water to fall out. There's your dripping sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 per window. So that's where it's supposed to drip out. For whatever reason, it's getting beyond that, and it's actually coming under here. And I'm pretty damn sure of it. I'm going to see rot up above that, not just below it. And I don't want to pull it out, but I do. So that means it's not just actually coming in from around the window, it's coming in through the window. So it's another reason we replace the windows. Of course, it's important to do your research and make sure you're buying good quality, energy-efficient windows. But if the windows aren't installed properly, it won't matter how expensive or stylish or energy-efficient they are. Things will go wrong. Think about that. You could have house wrap, waterproof cladding, and enough insulation, but if you have badly installed windows, that means you're gonna have air leaks, which will affect energy costs, and water leaks, which will penetrate the building envelope. And now there's a domino effect of water sitting on drywall and wood framing studs, which will lead to rot, mold, and structural damage. Now, that expensive, stylish window isn't so pretty anymore. Hire a window professional to install it right.
There you go. Look at this, guys. Now, that is not how you do your building wrap. I'll tell you right off the bat, this building wrap should wrap inside the window. You place your windows in there, right? That came off like that. Water was just coming right down the sides. Look at that. And this is the easy part. We're up on the second story. Wait till we get down to the main level. Water's going to want to travel by gravity. Here we go. Oh, my God. Look at that. It's all the way it just got in behind, right? All that board pressed up against us was just letting it sit here and rotting.
Algae. Look at the algae from where it sat between the hardy board and that. Just sat.
I honestly have never seen this much damage on the outside of a house before. I can't believe it. I can't believe it didn't come into the house. This is like paper. This is turning into dust. That's plywood. Oh, dude, look at that. That's still saturated. How much rain did we get? Look, if I squeeze that hard enough, you can see the water coming out of that. Oh, wow. OSB is bad to begin with. We don't like it. It turns into a sponge with water. But this damage would have happened to plywood. It would have happened to anything because there was nowhere for the water to go, nowhere for it to dry out. Sat in behind the sheeting, and you can see it just acted like a sponge, got bigger and bigger. I mean, we've had a lot of rain this summer. So you can just see this area got hit really hard. And luckily, in all the timber strand, I mean, some of these are gone. I mean, we'll have to replace a couple of these, but most of them just have some surface mold on it. We just wash that right off.
This is very unacceptable. Look, you should not put this kind of force down. This is crazy. Improper installation, these have to be secured. Windows, especially vinyl windows, have to be secured through the vinyl jamb and the wood jamb. Shin, I see no shin feel whatsoever. Garbage. Let's get some real windows in here.
Every single window, every single door has damage. This really just shows what? The siding was installed poorly. The building wrap around the house was installed poorly, yet all the products are superior products. You put good products in a house wrong, and we're gonna have issues. Now, on top of that, add windows that aren't good enough, they only look good, it's a recipe for disaster. Can you imagine if you waited 10 more years?
There'd be no house, no structure.
There would be no structure. You'd have a complete mold infestation inside the house. That's a complete gut, a complete mold remediation, structure on the outside, all new. Not just what we're doing now, it would be tenfold. Tenfold the amount of work, tenfold the amount of money.
It's an 8-year-old house. And now that I've got the crew helping me, Mike Holmes helping me, in the beginning it was difficult. It was hard for me to just kind of let go of the reins and let people step in. But I gotta tell you, I'm getting used to it. It's feeling pretty good.
I stand here and I look around. I see the product on that house, that house, that house, that house, that house, and I can go on. If these people are in trouble, doesn't that tell you what the rest of the neighborhood's gonna be?
We heard through the grapevine that one of the homes in our area was having some problems.
I'm really happy the neighbors are coming by, and I don't even care if some of them are irate. Here's my job, and it's who I am. I want to teach you. If you want to listen, open your ears, because I got lots to say. Right now, based on what we see, this is all water issues. Has it caused mold growth? Yes. And if I had have wrapped all the window jambs properly and installed better windows and bragged to you all that we put in nothing but good windows, I wouldn't be here. These are the little things that if we don't address right now are going to become very, very bad. What we're gonna do here is repair all the damaged areas, wrap the entire house with a superior building wrap, and that'll include all the window and door jambs. Strap the walls vertically, then we're gonna use the superior siding by Maybach. And of course, we have to replace all the windows and doors. Everything will be 100% watertight. People often ask me if I hadn't been a contractor, what would I have wanted to do? I think I'd be a good teacher, but in a way, I already am. I really love helping people in need, but the more I can educate homeowners about structure and paying attention to what's behind the walls, the less they're gonna need me. And someday, I can retire to my boat, listen to reggae, surrounded by my family. I taught my kids construction at a young age, just like my dad taught me. I've always said, I threw them in the middle of the ocean, and they had to swim. Construction's not easy. It's hard work in every weather condition imaginable. But they've both come such a long way, and they have made me very proud. And to homeowners, I always say, if you do your research, ask the right questions, spend money wisely, and use good products, you'll always make it right. So yeah, I'm a teacher with a really big classroom.
Very informative. It's amazing to watch him just sort of tear back the layers, point out the deficiencies, and explain exactly why it happened. So someone like me who's never held a hammer, I feel a little smarter.
The last thing I want was to come here and make everyone afraid or terrorize them. Like, oh, you got a problem. That's not what I want to do. I'm here to make sure that they know what's wrong with it, what they can do to fix it, and stop the process from obviously getting worse. Okay, thank you. Mel sort of mentioned to me earlier that he hasn't seen this much traffic around here, people walking by. I love it. You know, it's not they're coming to see me. They want to know what's going on, and something tells me they have their own concerns. Should they learn something, maybe, for their own house? I like that.
Usually you should have some kind of seal here. Yeah. Caulking, vapor barrier, blue skin, anything should be here. They just put this on door, wood on wood. That's not good. Paper. No protection whatsoever. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, this is completely rotted out.
Now, this is what Mel replaced here. So what I want to do is I want to take this out or replace it with a piece of sill, okay? But I don't want to only replace it this little piece. I want to go back a little further. Let's peel some of that out so I can see what I'm dealing with. Look at that, eh? Holy cow. That got some water. I think I can actually, yeah, I can see into the basement now. Wow, that's how he was able to repair it. And I guess he didn't know what to do with this. And there's your foundation right there. They're so lucky that that water never penetrated the house. Really, the damage is on the outside sheeting. We had a little bit of damage at the back sill for structure, a couple little studs here and there, but really the water stayed to the OSB plywood on the outside of the house. Once you start riding out structure, that's when the prices go up. That's when you're paying a lot more money. Plus, that's when your house starts failing. The way they originally structured this was perfectly fine, but as soon as this plywood rotted out, the structure became sort of undermined. What we have to do is build a little 2x6 wall right underneath the opening. What that's gonna do is just solidify this opening tremendously. It'll help me with my plywood on top because I have to add plywood back here so Dom can get his door in. Plus, I need to get my rim plate back on. So this will help me with my rim plate, help me with my plywood, and support that whole opening. Yeah, there we go. Nail it off, guys. Okay, final stage. Let's get the plywood on the outside, plywood on the inside. Dom can put his door in. Good job, guys.
The other day, we had a whole whack of the neighborhood by to see the issue that is in these houses, that is in all these houses, everybody that came by. It's too bad they couldn't see this. This is a mushroom growing in the house. And that's what water will do, given the opportunity and given the chance to grow. It's pretty gross.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to pre-cut membrane after. Might burn a little bit of time, but... What we're planning on wrapping the house with is Blueskin VP. VP stands for vapor permeable, and the reason why that's important is it will actually allow vapor to permeate out of the system. So any moisture that might exist within the wall cavity can escape. This is actually our structure of our window. We want to protect this just as much as we want to protect the outside. So we wrap the entire window to make sure that this window is protected not only outside, but on the inside as well. The product that we're using here on the sill is different from the Blueskin we're using on the rest of the house. The way it differs is that this is actually impermeable. The reason why we want to use this on the sill of our window is because if there's any moisture that might collect in the system, it would be on the bottom of the window. I'm going to tag it here. So we want to make sure that there's no way water can actually permeate through this to rot out our sill.
What we've installed here is a J-track for the siding. The strapping runs into it, and all it does is prevent insects to get up, and it allows whatever water that is gonna get in, which is gonna be very minimal, just to drain out.
Tyler, bring it up right over here, bud, if you can. Thank you, bud.
Come on, Jimmy, I'm coming.
This is not a common practice for people to do any type of siding using strapping. Before, they went intimate to the product. So you got to look at this, that it just went right tight to the product. Now, what's the problem with that? One, you can't breathe. It's like putting your hand over your mouth. You can't hear me? I can't breathe. That's exactly what's happened. Even though this is a breathable product and the other one that was on the wall was a breathable product, you're now covering it up. So even if water gets in behind it, it holds it and will sit and work its way into the plywood and actually start to rot it like we saw. Bring it out, strap it out, and allow that water to drain out if it gets in behind it is the smart way of doing it. The other benefit to this is going vertical strapping and nail length to the strapping. This is a great product. It's like a washer on every nail. Boom, 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 it gets it. So now we have no nails in the interior channels. No chance for water to penetrate the structure. We're now gonna take our siding, come up, nail right into the strapping, much the same way, all the vertical spots, all the right protection, all the right procedures. This house is 8 years old. I'm stripping the whole outside, replacing the windows, replacing the doors, replacing the siding. 8 years old? Doesn't make sense to me. That's a big bee's nest.
I know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're in every one.
I like how Derek's actually stepping in and you're spraying it beside his face.
That way it kills
Look at the label.
Yeah, that says may explode, may catch fire.
Death. That means death.
That means explosive.
Shut up.
There she goes. And now these windows do slide a lot better than the last ones. Like, these are very easy, smooth operation. And that's what you want. You don't want to struggle with your windows, but they work beautiful. Originally, we found 2 makeshift doors here in this opening. 2 single doors joined together, and they called it a garden door. Now, we removed those. We're installing a good sliding door. But the beauty of this sliding door is it gives you a garden door image. It looks like a garden door from a distance. With a sliding door, we have a continuous fill around the perimeter. It's panels inside a track. It's a better performing door. They won't have any water problems any further.
I've chose to use an exterior siding that I really like, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's like laying a floor on a wall because it all interlocks both horizontal and vertical. So what that does is, because it's locked in place, water won't penetrate it. It gives it literally its own flashing system. What I've chose is to do a nice little decor trim that matches the window. So I actually picked my siding, matched the windows to the trim. Even the nails are color-coded. Father-son siding. I like that. You can see how nice and fast, actually, we can install this. I love this. Well, what you don't want to do, yes, please, what you don't want to do is make it too tight. If it's too tight, when it expands, it pushes the trim, it'll bulk it out in the center, and it bulge it. You don't want that, nor do you want it too loose, because if it's too loose and it shrinks, because that's what's going to happen with wood, it naturally expands and contracts, it doesn't look good. You happy? I really like this, looks good. Buying a house, whether it's your starter home or your forever home, is always a big decision, never to be made lightly or impulsively. I've seen firsthand people throwing reason out the window, and then inevitably, the house of their dreams turns into a renovation nightmare. Over the years, I've tried to educate people to do the research and ask the right questions with their contractors. The same holds true before buying a house. As I've already said, pay for an inspection from a qualified home inspector. And I also recommend getting tests for indoor air quality, mold, asbestos, and radon gas. Radon is a radioactive cancer-causing gas formed from the breakdown of uranium in the earth. This gas can find its way into your home through cracks in the foundation, pipes, and windows. So testing for radon is very important. All these tests I've recommended will give you a clear idea about how much it'll cost for possible repairs, remediation, or a radon mitigation system. Ask for the permit history and inspection reports from the house. If the renovations have been done and there's no permit trail, chances are the homeowners did the renos themselves or a contractor didn't do his or her due diligence. Ask to see past utility bills so you can budget accordingly. What is the age of the house? That'll give an indication of what issues are likely going to come up. Find out how long the vendor has owned the house. If it's been a short period of time, it could be more of a flip and cosmetic changes were done quickly instead of addressing any structural issues. And don't be afraid to talk to a couple of neighbors on the street and find out how they like their house and the neighborhood. Remember, it's your money, your potential home, and your family who are going to live there. So if you plan it right and buy it right, you'll be all right.
I'm overwhelmed by the whole thing. Meeting Mike Holmes, having him come to our house and fix this huge problem is such a relief.
I'm holding it in right now. Like really, I should be up and down jumping, like doing a song. This is awesome.
It's gonna be hard to cut the grass like this. You're gonna have to make a lawnmower noise, okay?
Not a chance.
No? How many horsepower are you? Quarter. Quarter?
Maybe.
The scaffold came down yesterday. That was a lot of work in itself. Now's the cleanup time. It's the last day. We want to bring John in and do all the mulch, clean up the gardens, make it look like we weren't there. We got touch-up painting on the rest of the trim, clean the house, bring the homeowners back. Here we go. I know Mel's a volunteer firefighter, so I got the number to his boss. I called him up. I said, can you bring him in on the fire truck? Would that be okay? That was pretty good driving. What's your name?
Peter.
Hey, no, Peter.
How are you, Mike?
You can't see, right?
We can't see yet.
Okay, so I'm going to grab your hands. We don't want anyone getting hurt. For me, it just makes a great ending. I just love that. It's like when do you have a fire truck come up and drop the people off? Today. You called me in just because you had an issue with all the cladding in your house.
Yeah.
Which led to many other things, actually.
Imagine.
And this is probably a really good spot here. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so on 3, we're all gonna take your glasses off.
Okay, terrific.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Even the posts.
Oh, wow.
Everything.
It's like a different home.
Matched the roof, eh?
Oh, wow. The door.
When Mel and Lisa took their glasses off, I could tell right away. They really liked it. I mean, I knew it because I'm looking at it and it looks really good. It stands out beyond any of the houses around here. That's color coordination. That's the right windows, the right guys. Everything's about the right products and the right installation. But it makes my day when I know they love it.
So rich and warm. Wow.
What a man love.
It is just unbelievable.
Everything. We haven't even absorbed it all yet.
Yeah,
Trying
the
to.
color is just so warm and inviting, and I mean,
All
you couldn't
the
have picked a
windows.
nicer color. It's just beautiful.
It wasn't just a simple point of taking off the old, because you were part of that. You came here for a little bit, and putting up the new. But it was so time-consuming and making sure we wrapped the house with a wonderful product. It's a blue skin self-seal product.
Blue skin.
All the way around the house. How they pocketed around the windows, did all the jams. We strapped the walls, 16-inch on center, everywhere. After that, the siding was easy. Bringing the Maybach in, you know what I love? A 50-year guarantee. This will not leak.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All new windows, all new doors, all new cladding.
So right off the bat, pulling up and just seeing what Mike calls the lipstick and mascara, I mean, I knew that was gonna look great. But more importantly, I knew under the skin, underneath the foundation work, whatever that's gonna be done, that's gonna be perfect. There's gonna be no water penetration.
No issues, yeah, no worries.
Concerns. When it rains, you just have to worry about nothing. Yeah. That's what's important. And the house looks awesome to boot.
We had to remove all the downspouts, all your vents, all your plugs, absolutely everything on the side of the house. I mean, this is just a crap load of work. Now, this product is so beautiful. You got to think of this like laying a floor, because not only does it interlock together
tongue and groove this way?
The tongue and groove this way, too. So it's a custom nailer that we use for this. You won't see any nails anywhere. I love this.
The siding's perfect. Look at it. Look at that door.
Look at the door, come on.
Goodness.
And again, nothing but the best doors. But before we did all this, we had to fix rotten sheathing. We had to fix a little bit of structure. You know the back door, you know the front door, you know that side of the house, this side of the house. We did a lot of that. So that's what took all the work.
This closes the chapter. There's no worries about trying to pay for this, trying to fix it myself.
It's just a huge relief off of our minds right now.
I love helping good people. I know we made it right. There's not a doubt in my mind. This house is not going to leak, much like the other homes around here. It's just a shame that I had to come in and fix a new home. Here they come.
Hello.
Mr. Damon Bennett, you know.
Wow.
Mike, thanks, man. How are you?
Hey, my pleasure.
Couldn't be better.
My pleasure.
Again, Mike, thank you so
Guys.
much.
That's amazing. How are you? Welcome home. Thanks, man. Holy smokes.
Now, how do I hug Dom?
You can jump.
How are you, sir?
Thank you so much.
Awesome job.
Out of all of this, I found a neighborhood of 90% of the people that came to find out what's wrong with the home. And the other 10% not care. Out of sight, out of mind. Is that really a smart way to do this? If you have a problem with the outside of your home, you better address it, because one thing about outside, it makes its way in.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Hey. Do you guys want to present these gifts?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, yeah.
This is a true fire helmet?
Fire helmet.
Wow, they're hard on the head, eh? That's a lot of weight.
Messing around.
That'll break your neck. Thanks, guys. That is great.
As a parent, you would never intentionally put toxic material into your walls in your son's bedroom.
This is just the way to not do things.
His cough just doesn't seem to go away.
It's just one thing after another. It's just too much. Too much.
We're worried about kids being sick. This is what's gonna make our kids sick. I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway, as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right. Well, hello.
Hello.
Steve or Steven?
Steve.
I'm Mike, nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Louise?
Louise,
I got it right. Nice to meet you.
Yes,
How long you been living here?
About 9 years now, almost.
Nice area. I know it very well. I know the pros, the cons, and everything to do with probably your house right now.
When we first looked at this house, it was a triplex. And we thought, well, you know, maybe we can afford this if we live upstairs for a couple of years. Which is what we did. We lived upstairs for 2 years, and when we were able to do it, we moved back into the house and brought this house back to the original way this house was.
We kind of started from the top and worked our way down, literally. Did the roof, did the upstairs, and we did the kitchen, we did the whole main floor because it was set up as a one-bedroom apartment. So we did everything. You know, the last thing we would do was insulate the walls in our house. So this is our house.
This is charming. I have a deja vu all of a sudden. Stairs in the center. They found a house they liked. You know, it needed some renovations. They did a couple of things throughout the house. Problem is, it was freezing cold in the winter. So they found an insulation company that can drill holes throughout the house and add some spray foam in.
So you can kind of see over there, there's like every 16 inches, they drilled a hole the size of like my finger, and they got a hose and pumped in the insulation into the walls. And then like 8 weeks after we had it installed, we got a letter from the government
saying that the product that was installed in our home was not approved. And it went on about the harmful effects of this stuff.
When I was reading the letter, I just felt sick to my stomach. It's like, just what in the name of, like, what just like happened?
And then Nevin started to develop coughs and respiratory problems as well.
As far as I'm concerned, this company really, really screwed up. Why? They used a product that's banned in this country because it can contain high levels of urea formaldehyde, and that can cause serious respiratory issues.
In terms of the insulation shooting in this room, they basically, because the cupboards were all up, right? So they opened up the cupboards and just kind of shot it in there.
And
Didn't
you
do
can see
anything
the whole-
in the backsplash, of course, because they couldn't get at that.
Interesting.
So that this
What
was
about
the
the
most.
bulkheads?
No.
Bulkheads, no.
Didn't do anything there.
They didn't do anything. So you even got in a company that uses a product they're not supposed to use, whether or not they knew. I don't want to blame them specifically. But they didn't even go into the bulkheads. That'd be your coldest zone right there is your bulkhead. So they go ahead and hit the wall. What says it's going to go up directly up? They just assume?
Right.
I've seen this situation more times than I can count. Going for the cheapest solution to address issues that are happening behind the walls and out of sight. Listen, I get it. Money is tight, and that new kitchen will look great. Trouble is, the problem behind the walls won't go away, and in fact, it will get worse and end up costing thousands more in the long run. Properly insulating your home will save you money on energy costs, keep you warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and help prevent mold. So what are the signs that your home isn't properly insulated? In the winter, are your walls, ceilings, or floors cold to the touch? Are there drafts around the window or door frames? Are your energy bills high? Are you experiencing fluctuating temperatures from one room to the other? Look at your roof after a snowfall. If the snow is melting in patches, that's a sign that the attic may not have proper insulation or venting, and heated air is escaping into that space. Then the snow melts and runs down the roof. When it gets to the edge of the roof, it hits the cold air and it freezes. That forms ice dams and icicles at the gutters. What's gonna happen next? On the warmer winter days, that trapped ice will start to melt, and this can pool under the shingles and eventually leak into your home. So now you have insulation issues causing water issues. It's a domino effect of trouble piled on crap. Attics must be properly vented to the exterior, and attic insulation must have a minimum R value of 60. Remember, it's like the blanket on your bed, keeping you warm. Don't cut corners when it comes to insulation. How much money did it cost you to do all this retrofit?
$2,800, like just under $3,000.
That's not terrible.
No.
That's not terrible.
That
Here's
seems
the
to be the-
problem.
yeah.
The problem with that is $2,800. Do you have any idea what it's going to cost to remove it?
Yeah, we were.
Yeah, we do now.
We were thinking about that now.
Now that they know they have it in the house, they can't legally sell this house without disclosing it. Who's going to want to buy it anyways? They don't want to tell them. No one's going to want to buy it.
Getting the insulation in our walls, we're now in a predicament where it's pretty much devalued our home. All the work we've done is like futile at this point because it's devalued our home so significantly that we may as well have not done any of that.
It's almost like starting over again.
The whole kitchen gets pulled out, complete demo on all outside walls, all the way up, right? Put it all back again, redo it all. So you're in probably, just a quick guess, minimum 100, can easily climb to 200,000. Like as soon as I start opening up, I have to bring it up to minimum code.
Nice and comfortable.
So this is Nevin's room, and it's like the coolest room in the house. And we thought, okay, great, it's gonna be warm, and Nevin's gonna be able to play up here every day. And when you touch the walls, it's just cold.
It just didn't seem to have an effect at all.
Let's go back to how it's affected you. Some of the things like watering eyes. Tell me everything that you have felt since this has happened. This could be psychological as well.
There's always somebody in our family now who has a cough. If not all of us at the same time. We're all just sitting around coughing. And his cough just doesn't seem to go away. I mean, Nevin's health was getting worse. And then I was thinking, oh, I mean, if you hear about this stuff when it gets damp or moist, it will start to break down.
To have to go to the emergency room because he can't breathe properly at nighttime is really not good.
It's worrying. We just don't know what's gonna happen, when he's 10 years old.
What more do I need to see to prove to us that this is not good for us? It's not good for our health.
I'm not going to go through your house right now. I'm just going to do the one thing. I'm going to pick up my phone. I'm going to have an air test done right away. We're going to check your home. We're going to make a plan on what we need to do. And there's just one big point that I hate to tell you. I got to move you out. You do know that.
Mm-hmm. I feel like we've done something completely irresponsible, like we've put our child in harm's way.
Did you have...
So I don't feel very good about it. And like, I don't know how, like, we just want to get rid of it and make everything better. That's it.
All right, go ahead, come on. What do you got? Show me what you got. Holy cow, you're dangerous. I need gloves.
As a parent, you would never intentionally put toxic material into your walls in your son's bedroom.
You know, it's worrying.
It's crushing. It's devastating.
Okay, here we go.
You're a cute little guy.
Oh, yeah. Once I got the family out of the house, I brought in the pros and tested the foam insulation that was sprayed into the walls. There's good news. The levels of formaldehyde are within a safe range. Clearly, it's not the foam that is making the family sick, but I gotta tell you, there's something in the house that is, and I'm gonna find out. Here's my problem. It's what can happen in time with this product that's in the wall? What if it gets wet? And if it's my house, you know what? I'm just gonna take it out. And that means a lot of work. All the exterior walls and the ceilings, first floor, second floor coming down.
Let's get to work here, okay? We gotta get this demo done.
There we go. So it is white, and it's barely done anything in there, to be honest. How in the hell can you actually insulate behind this? If you look at it, it's filled with so much plaster that you're not getting the foam in there. All it did was just squeeze out a little bit in places. There's nothing there. What a waste of time and money. Who the hell come up with this idea?
Has anyone taken the plate off of this 220 box at the back of the stove here?
Not me.
So they left this open?
Looks like it, yeah.
Oh my God, think of that. Pots and pans in here, you push it back, it goes right into the 220. Electrifies. Not only that, this is metal.
That's an accident waiting to happen.
Oh, wow.
Look at the rot. You see the rot?
Yeah.
Completely rotten. So the old frame is still in, so all they did was install a new window, and nobody seemed to care whether or not. You see how rotten that is? You don't just install new windows. You don't just put in beautiful new kitchen cabinets that are a piece of crap. I'm sorry, they're really bad in there. It takes the contractor to actually say to the homeowners, listen to me. I know this is an old house. I know it's lath and plaster. We've done our tests. There's no studding in the wall. I can't insulate it properly. No matter what you want, I can't unless I take it all down and do it again. You want to do it right? You take it down, you document it with your permits, your pictures, everything else, and once it's all back together, man, you've made a smart investment, and everyone on the block, everyone in the city will want to buy that house.
And no foam. Take a look at this. You can see that this foam was actually complete garbage. They spent, what, $3 grand on installing this? And look at, huge cavities missing, huge cavities missing. Just a complete garbage foam. It just crumbles in your fingers. What a ripoff.
Oh my God. It's a mummified squirrel. Who knows how many years it's been in the wall. Okay, so Damon, we're gonna lose all this wall.
Okay.
Both sides. Let's drop that bulkhead as well.
Okay.
Today is test and troubleshoot. We want to look at the plumbing, the kitchen, the bathroom. We want to see what they've done here. Since I'm practically pulling the place apart, let's just see what we're going to do to fix it.
Not vented properly.
Why am I not surprised? This is what I typically see in the basement suites. A handyman guy walks in, does a quick half-fast job just so that a homeowner can put a tenant in. Problem is, half the staff is not even done with permit, half the staff is actually legal. And it's terrifying.
Watch your head. Could you imagine being down here?
No.
Now, the little boy supposedly was down here all the time because the person living down here was babysitting him. And that smell is definite mildewy. Like, I'm worried about what's underneath the carpet. I'm worried about all kinds of things. This smell is making me think we have a whole lot of mold down here, and that might explain why the homeowners are sick. This is unfortunate. We're gonna have to gut it. Take the whole bulkhead down. Okay. Right? Start working your way back, ripping everything out. All right. Here we go again. You're gonna take it from there. You find too much mold, I can smell it. Let me know. Stop. You know what to do. Take it down.
Okay, you see this, bud? This is soaking wet, what you just showed me. For some reason, there's a lot of moisture getting in this wall, man. Well, look at the amount of mold here, bud. I'm getting a little concerned. This is really, really wet, buddy. So we're starting to see it there a little bit, but feel that drywall. Feel that. Feel the moisture in that. If you feel the drywall all the way down, it's saturated.
This is the mold we don't want to see. That's not just dirt, right? That is mold. It's starting to grow furry here. As long as the basement has moisture and we put in products that will promote mold growth, which is organic paper on the drywall and studs, that's what's wrong with this place. There's so much mold everywhere. This is going to cause eye irritation, sneezing, even respiratory issues. No wonder the family's sick. Where did you find this?
Now, that was right underneath that window, bud. I only took off the one piece, and you can see right there, it was definitely coming in there.
Morons.
Yeah.
You see the wood they used?
Yeah.
You don't use that on the outside wall. It's just a fiberboard. Yeah. But they did use a rigid foam there, right? Yeah. The problem was it's leaking from the frickin' window. Yeah. So it's getting in behind it. Keep your mask on.
Yep.
They have their child playing downstairs. Right now, there's more issues in the basement than the other part of the house, right now. So what causes mold to form? It needs 2 food groups, moisture, water. 2, organic materials like drywall, carpeting, and wood. Obviously, you want to keep mold spores to a minimum to protect your family's health and the structural integrity of your home. You should always check for signs of moisture on the walls, ceilings, and around the windows. A humidistat measures relative humidity, which should be in the 35 to 45% range to achieve better indoor air quality. Water can be penetrating the exterior envelope through roof leaks, improper flashing, rotted frames around the windows, cracks in the foundation, caulking issues. I can go on and on. Often the mold is out of sight, but there's a musty, mildewy smell. You can hire a home inspector to test the mold concentration behind the walls. It's important to deal with moisture issues. You can't just remove the mold. You also need to address the source of the problem and make sure it never happens again. Don't let mold spores go up, or your bank account will certainly go down.
Oh my God, look at that. There's 3 generations of wires there. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. All within less than 10 inches.
That's the first time I've seen a smoke alarm actually be the cause of a possible fire. That is too much.
They're hiding electrical junction points that are completely wrong. Not only is there too many wires in there, no L16s, their connections, leaving it exposed to the insulation, no plate, as well as you can't get to it when it's drywalled. Here's this piece of ductwork. Now, we have no heat going upstairs, right? Geez, I don't know why. I don't know why. We're gonna find this through everywhere. We're not even done yet. The more we walk through and look at it, the exposed earth that's in the basement and around the shower, so I've got holes in the floor here, that just allows critters coming in and living in the zones. This is just the way to not do things, run all our electrical through the cold air return. And I'm telling you, if I pull this down, there's just gonna be a ton of crap lying in there that they're breathing. This is all going through their house. We're worried about kids being sick. This is what's gonna make our kids sick. right now, it's making me sick because I know what I have to do to fix it, and I'm not happy about it.
We got a letter from the government
saying that the product that was installed in our home was not approved.
It's not toxic. It's not an issue. You had way too many other things wrong in this house that is making you sick. This house is a classic case of one thing leads to another. I take down the walls to remove the spray foam. What do I find? Electrical problems, plumbing problems, mold everywhere, HVAC problems. Now I look up and what do I see? Rotted floor joists underneath the bathroom. I can't even believe the bathtub's not in the kitchen sink.
This bathroom area is an absolute disaster waiting to happen. One of your heaviest solid loads in your house is going to be your bathtub. And I don't know if you can imagine sitting in your bathtub on this. Just flimsy, just hanging on by a thread. I wouldn't want to be the guy who put that in. Like this one here has been notched out. They put their own strap on it to hold it, but there's nothing left of this. Like, that's about to go. If this goes and we don't fix it, the bathroom we put in here will become part of their kitchen. I don't know who the original contractor was that put this bathroom in, but he had worked on it. He had worked on the floor below it. They're very lucky. How this held the weight of a tub, I don't know. There was nothing left of these beams.
Are you good?
Okay, clear.
Wow. 6 feet in and already into problems. This three-piece bathroom had a sink drain, toilet drain, and a shower drain going all into a floor drain, which is against code. It's illegal. It cannot be done like that. Floor drain serves other purposes. It's meant to take water from the floor in case if there's a spill or overflow, but it's not meant to take water from a bathroom. So this is totally illegal, against code, unsafe, not vented properly. So we have health issues, code issues, and this entire area needs to be dug up and rectified.
Look at that. Look at that. What a mess. Look at the moisture under there. This thing was basically draining right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, totally. This is how not to do a bathroom.
Hey guys, take a look at this. Here's the shower, drains, comes along. This is the old drain, the old floor drain going into the old line. Just brought the shower line right in, stops it here, draining in there. Well, you can tell by the amount of moisture that was around this bathroom. You can smell it, right? Like, the moisture in this one area was just bad. We knew the plumbing was just draining under it.
Yeah. This is way beyond what I expected. Disregarding code aspect, it's a health and safety issue. Methane gases that were definitely escaping out of this bathroom, as well as mold that was growing pretty much everywhere.
Colin! These guys are making noise and making a mess. I'm trying to make it safe, and it's one of those. Sorry to bring you here. I mean, to go to a complete finish in the basement without making sure it's not going to leak from the foundation wall, what I'm thinking about is an interior weeping. It's not bad, really, because now that I have it open, it's dry.
Yeah, you know what? That's not that bad.
It's not. All I'm thinking is all the money we're going to put in here, I think I need to protect it.
You know what? We should do it just to protect your work. There's moisture transferring through this wall for a period of time. Not necessarily going to be a leaky basement. It's just nature. There's minimal done to this house just because of its age.
We're going to take this entire floor out, and we're going to trench around the perimeter. We're going to go about 8 inches lower than this floor, about a foot wide. Okay, so what we're doing now is we're lining the bottom of the trenched area with a filter fabric. This is our first protective barrier. It's going to make sure nothing gets through the bottom of the weeping tile. We're going to install the weeping tile system to pick up any moisture that makes its way through this foundation, or in this case, because it's on the inside, it'll pick up any water that wicks up under the floor. Now we're going to cover our weeping tile system with 3/4 inch clear gravel. And then we're going to install our membrane over the weeping tile, right up the foundation, right at the grade level. And the way this product is designed is the dimples go inside to the foundation. So once we actually anchor this product, there's an air gap in behind. So in the event moisture comes through the wall, it's got a channel to get down to the weeping tile. And at the same time, if any moisture occurs, it gives it a chance to dry.
Time for this old clay pipe to come out and the new PVC to be put in. It's not the cleanest job, but someone's got to do it.
Wow. So I need oh my gosh. Oh my God, our kitchen's completely gone.
Wow. Wow. Well, here's what happened. Who put in the kitchen?
I put in the cupboards and stuff.
Who did the plumbing?
The plumbing? I don't think anyone did the...
Yeah, no, we
Who did the electrical?
We had companies come and do it.
You had companies come in and do it?
Yeah,
okay. Everything I take down, there's something behind it. The heating, absolute joke. The electrical, absolute joke. The plumbing, just as funny.
We hired the people we hired because they were recommended to us and we thought they were good people, but it's really upsetting actually to see that the work they did was just not perfect in any shape or form.
It's now the foam is no longer even a point in this house. Even though it's what ate at me and why I'm taking the walls down, you had way too many other things wrong in this house that is making you sick. You got mold everywhere in this house. You got rotten structure, rotten around all your windows. You've got so many issues in here. This is the type of job I want to sort of like just step out the front door and get in my truck and say, I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Wow. I'm sorry, Tash. I had no idea.
But I'm here.
Sorry.
Let me show you the basement.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So we've already done a lot of work down here. I guess you can see that.
Oh my gosh.
It wasn't just dangerous from the mold. It was dangerous from electrical. It was dangerous from breathing point. It was dangerous from plumbing. It was dangerous from everything. We've got open methane gas coming into your house. Many spots in this house.
Look, I think we thought, you know, Mike would take the walls down and fix it and put them back up again, and that would be it, done and dusted. But I don't think we had no idea. We had no idea that he would, like, have to do this amount of work.
So everything we actually did was bad, pretty much. Everything.
Yeah.
I actually feel really sick because I'm just, like, overwhelmed by everything. Like, I feel like I'm going to throw up. It's just overwhelming. I had no idea, like...
Soon I'll feel better. Just not right now. Have I got a lot to do? Yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit of an exercise. I don't know who did the calculations, but the truck is empty. Not a good day in the neighborhood. This house is cursed. I'm telling you right now. So I got called in because there was retro foam in the walls. What little bit of the retro foam that wasn't too bad, but I knew I had to pull it out anyways. What did I do? Mike, don't touch the basement. Don't touch the kitchen. I can work around things. Don't touch the bathroom upstairs. It's new. No, the kitchen's gone. The living room's gone. I found terrible HVAC. I mean, terrible. How much mold did I find? Probably the reason for them breathing badly, the reason they're sick. Electrical problems, plumbing problems. I've got an empty canvas. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna make it right. Well, it's a bit of a mess.
It looks kind of good in
It's a
weird
clean
way.
mess. What I'm thinking of is what the hell am I gonna do with these stairs? Because if I stud this wall out, I'm gonna be out about 5 inches.
Right.
You gotta think about, man, it's gonna be about from here. it's gonna reduce this staircase. And I didn't want to touch them because that means now that I got to bring it up to code, 36 inches wide. Oh, is it ever?
Jeez, 2'9".
That's not even close. If I have to replace these stairs for code, I might as well improve the layout of this home. Let's take out the landing and move the entire staircase against the wall. That will create a more open concept on the main floor. It will also allow me to make the second floor master bedroom larger. Down in the basement, I'm going to keep the layout very similar with a small furnace room on one side and a bathroom on the other, leaving a recreational room in the back.
Guys, everyone remember that there's a giant opening here now. No stairs exist, okay? This is the opening for our new stairs, okay? Right here. So what has to happen? These got to come out, right? So we're going to be cutting those out 3 feet off of this wall. So really, when we cut those out, we don't want this happening, right? So you guys are going to build a temporary wall right here.
Sure. What we're doing is we're doing some structural work. This is an LVL beam. This is actually an engineered beam to take the weight load of the whole house and the staircase.
Hit it like a man, Mike.
And then it's the second.
Works hard, isn't it?
Nice, great line.
Oh, give me a second. Other side.
LVL, laminated veneer lumber.
Oh, man. That was perfect, man.
The ducts are taking the air to the different rooms of your house. They need to be the right size, and they should be cleaned every year. I found all kinds of crap in ducts, coffee cups, cigarette butts, you name it. I've even found a dead squirrel, not good for inside your home. One of the ways to improve the quality of the air that flows through the ductwork is to make sure to replace the furnace filter every 3 months, every month in the winter, as far as I'm concerned. This stops the unit from circulating the dust that's going to get into your lungs. And if you're renovating, change the filter every 2 weeks. Do your research when choosing the best filter. Don't cut corners. Another way to rid your home of pollutants is by having good exhaust fans. Run the fans during showers and cooking, and then leave them on for about 20 to 30 minutes after use. And do the tissue test. Turn on the fan. If it has enough suction, it should hold that tissue right to it. Also, make sure that the exhaust vents are discharging to the exterior of your home and not into the attic space.
So Nicole's hidden in here. I'm gonna have my dad to come down here. I'm gonna pretend that there's something wrong with this. And then she's gonna, once he takes off, she's gonna jump out and scare him, and then he's probably gonna kill me.
There's no framing in behind this, so I'm not sure how to attach that.
I know, it's just this.
I'm sorry.
Buying a house, you should be playing chess because you always want to win. You need to do strategic moves, checking for permits, bringing in the right people. If you don't move properly, you lose. It's checkmate. This house is checkmate. Because I gutted the house, because I took down all the walls, because it was only strapping and it was only a 3/4 inch space for anyone that thinks they can insulate a 3/4 inch space, spend your money outside the house and put rigid foam on it. Don't do it on the inside of the house. Don't do it. So now, because of coming up to new codes, I have to have an R20 in the wall. We're gonna blue stud it because we don't want it to mold again. We don't want bugs in the house. We bring it out away from the wall so wood doesn't touch cement or concrete. We can now spray foam in behind it. What we're gonna do is spray foam this house and give it a higher R value.
I'm just probing the wall just to make sure that we're at our 3.5 inches. Perfect.
Drywalled now, we're plastering like crazy. You can see how the layout is working. What don't I smell? I don't smell mold. I don't smell crap. Because that was a pretty bad smell. What I smell is new construction. Just wait till the next smell. That one is gonna be finished, clean paint, clean floors, clean smell. Now, I've already talked about mold growth, but what else can affect indoor air quality? Many construction and consumer products contain VOCs, volatile organic compounds. Once these products have been installed, they will off-gas and release pollutants right into the air. VOCs can be found in the adhesives, the glues in the carpet, paint, kitchen cabinets, flooring, building supplies, insulation, on and on. You can get an indoor air quality assessment done in your home. There are many ways to improve the indoor air quality, from having an HRV system, heat recovery ventilator, tied into your furnace. This will circulate fresh air into your home while removing that stale air out. You can buy products with low or no VOCs, use exhausts, proper venting, and air purifiers. Do your research. You know that workout you just had or that juice cleanse you just did? They aren't gonna matter much if you're breathing in pollutants and toxins and allergens in your home on a daily basis. Protect your family. The bamboo floor is a very light floor. Environmentally friendly, you think about it, it is a weed tree, and I kind of like that. It is in the now. Everyone seems to want a bamboo floor.
So you guys are really flying. You guys came in this morning with these cabinets, and your base is already in.
Yes.
It's only 10:30, Daniel. What's taking you so long? I'm just kidding. That is really fast.
By waterproofing the foundation walls, adding the spray foam to the basement, fixing all the plumbing, now there's no threat of excess moisture. But just to be safe, I'm gonna choose a polyester carpet, which will not mold. People need to think about that. Nice big master bedroom. Very comfortable. I really love the bamboo floor. It just brings out the window. Look at the window. How could you not like this, eh? Seriously, how could you not like this?
Whoa. Wow. Oh my God. So amazing. We spent $3,000 and this has turned into like a multi-$100,000 job. It's insane. I don't think we could have done this on our own. I feel blessed and I sort of feel like a weight's been lifted off my shoulder. It's just so great.
You've done
the front lawn, oh my God. That's amazing. Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
Steve and Louise, it's been a long time since I've seen you.
It's been a while. How are you?
Like a whole
Great to see you.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you. How you feeling today?
Really nervous. I'm just so excited and so happy to be walking up the street towards my house.
When I say we redid your whole house, I mean your whole house.
That's so cool.
Amazing.
Want to go in the house?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Oh my God.
Wow, it's gorgeous.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I love the pink color. It's like fabulous.
Oh my God.
Does it look bigger?
Oh yeah.
It totally looks bigger. It's like
too.
so different.
So you can tell now with moving the stairs,
Wow.
it really opens up the room. Brand new stairs, rails, and remember I had to because of code. Your stairs were out of date and there was nothing I could do. I had a good look on her face. I think she likes the kitchen.
It's all right, it's kind of.
Do you want to go feel the kitchen?
Just,
The kitchen.
Let's go do that.
Wow.
Oh, this is great. Oh, that's beautiful.
Whoa. It's beautiful. Wow. This is overwhelming. This is like totally overwhelming. Oh my gosh.
I want you to see how big this looks. It's a new home. All the drywall, mold resistant. All the spray foam, thermal break technology like living in a cooler. So how am I doing so far?
Like, I don't know, 110 out of 100%.
What do you think the basement looks like?
I'm sure it's.
Well, let's go take a look.
Okay.
Up to you.
Okay. Oh. Wow. This is beautiful.
This is amazing.
Wow, new appliances?
New appliances?
Oh, no.
Let's talk about why you first called me in here. This was all about the formaldehyde, the spray foam.
Yeah.
And it's amazing because you were sick, But you weren't sick from that. You were sick from the basement.
Yeah.
Right. And Nevin played down here, the mold that we found down here. Now it's all blue studs, all spray foam, thermal broken.
It feels so solid and secure and comfortable.
Yeah, healthy.
Yeah,
For sure. A healthy house,
yeah.
There was a really crappy bathroom behind this door not too long ago.
Oh.
Yes, there was, yes.
And all the plumbing was wrong, all the electrical was wrong. You know, this should be a textbook of what house not to buy and how not to renovate.
Right.
Take a look at that bathroom.
Oh my goodness, it's so beautiful. Oh my gosh.
Now that's how to do a bathroom. That shower stall has nothing but 100% mold-resistant free products and 100% watertight. This here is your new utility room.
Wow.
So we have a brand new high-efficiency furnace. Wow. HEPA filter standalone, which is going to keep your air clean. And because your house is so airtight, that is an HRV, and I want you to keep that running 24 hours a day.
HRV, what's an HRV?
Heat recovery ventilation unit. So not only does it actually recover heat and be very energy efficient, it actually brings in fresh air throughout your house all the time.
It's like a gift from God. Like, it's just really nice. It's just really beautiful. Like, he's like an angel.
So I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we've done here. Now, the main reason you called me in was for what?
Because of the insulation.
The insulation. It scared you. And you had reason to be afraid. The smart thing to do is bring in the right people. Have it tested. See if it's bad enough. And it ended up being that it wasn't as bad as predicted, but everything else was. You had a lot more problems. Right. Have I passed?
Oh my gosh, totally.
I have passed.
Now is the hard time. Thank you so much. Oh.
We need to educate ourselves on how to spend properly. And I gotta tell you this right now. Any renovation in your house is a job. And it's not a job for the guys you hire. It's a job for you because you need to figure out how to do it right and not expect to pick up the phone and say, Mike, I need Holmes to make it right.
One.
Choose your weapon. Oh my God, you got a lot. Okay, there's the helmet. I need a helmet. Helmet. Smile, don't forget to smile.
One more. Great.
You would think that you could hire your neighbor who lives right beside you to do your house, providing he's a contractor.
I am extremely angry. My neighbor treated me and treat me wrong.
Obviously, he doesn't care enough because I'm here and he's not. That is unacceptable. You can be fined $50,000.
My mom has been living like a prisoner.
Not even a rat should live this way.
She's almost lost herself in this whole process.
So remember I talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly?
He's the ugly.
He's the ugly. I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway, as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right. Nice to meet you, Lolly.
See? She's a hugger.
I'll get a hug, too.
I'm a hugger, too.
Oh, good bud.
Imagine everyone knows you in the neighborhood. And then a contractor moves next door. And he's been here for 7 years, and he's a nice guy, and he's fixing little things around the house, and they get to like each other. And all of a sudden, Lolly hires the contractor to do a new kitchen. And 13 months later, there's no kitchen. I noticed your fridge is at the front door.
My fridge, okay, my fridge and my freezer.
Kitchen table.
Kitchen table is here, my stove is in the garage, and my dishwasher
This is usually not the spot for your kitchen table.
Typically, we have flowers.
Let's take a look at your kitchen.
Let's go.
Okay, come back, I show you my kitchen that I've been living in all 13, 14 months. In April, he came in and he ripped it apart.
About 3 months, it stayed like that, completely bare with the beams exposed.
This is supposed to be my kitchen.
Huh, interesting. So tell me about this. I mean, I heard it was around $26,000 he was charged. That's correct?
He was charging $26,000. He was going to knock down this wall, okay?
Well, it doesn't look like it's down.
No. My real estate agent told me that everybody should have a separate kitchen, a separate dining room, and I should knock down the wall. So I said, okay, I don't want the wall knocked down anymore. So I said, okay, he'll reduce the price to $18,000.
You do realize that's $8,000 he's reduced it by, which is a very large amount to take down that small wall. How much did you give him down?
$11,000.
Okay, so for
So I'm out of pocket $11,000. Nothing done.
He took the kitchen out, which was probably a very small amount of cabinets, I'm gonna assume right here.
It was in this area.
He put a scratch coat down on the floor, which we haven't been recommended to do this for 20 years.
Yeah.
Just had the tile laid, and he hasn't been back since, which was how long ago, a month?
This was, about a month ago.
Okay, and he hasn't been back since. So what's he telling you? Like, I'm not coming back?
Excuses. We totally blindly trusted him. We didn't even...
He was a nice guy.
We didn't even ask, like...
He was very nice.
Anything.
Is he still nice?
She will say yes, I will say no.
I don't talk to him anymore. I come in, I will see them on the driveway, and I just come straight into my garage, lock my garage door, and come in my house.
I would like to know the difference between your neighbor breaking into your house and stealing everything or taking your money from not doing the job that he promised to do. Is there a difference there? One's theft, right? For sure, that's theft. But isn't the other one theft? He didn't come back to finish it.
When we said, we're gonna sue you, like, we're gonna take some legal action, he said, oh, just stand in line, you know? I was at court last week and lost, and when she gets paid, then you'll get paid.
He's done this so many times. He's gone to court, he's lost, and he doesn't pay it. And they have to hire a lawyer to bring him back to pay it out, and he knows this.
Tanya asked him, why on earth do you treat my mom this way? And he said, you know, Tanya, it's because your mom is a nice lady. And I leave your job to do another person's job who kept bugging me all the time. I said, but that's not right. That's not right.
So, let's see. He's bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, possible. I'm gonna say 10 sheets of drywall for the hell of it. At 10 sheets of drywall, he spent about $120. Oh my gosh. A little bit of thin set, so out-of-pocket expenses. He's gonna talk about lights. You got lights here?
Yeah,
I paid for
I don't see lights. Oh, you bought the pot lights. Okay, so he's out of pocket $200. And you gave him how much?
11,000. We didn't realize, when you put it that way, we feel really stupid.
You let me feel
I don't want you to feel
stupid. My
stupid.
stupid self.
I don't want you to feel ashamed. This is how this thing works when you're dealing with someone that doesn't know enough or care enough. And obviously he doesn't care enough because I'm here and he's not.
Yeah.
I'm here and he's not. I've said this way too many times over the years. So what were the red flags in this situation? Lolly hired her next-door neighbor. That was her first mistake. I understand he's a contractor, but I strongly advise homeowners not to hire friends, neighbors, or even their relatives. It just makes the situation more difficult to deal with when issues come up, and they will. Mistake number 2, if the contractor asks for a huge lump sum of cash up front, turn and walk away. Contractors shouldn't ask for more than 10% down to start a renovation. This amount covers the demo, the disposal bin, and the contractor's time for setup. After that, there should be a payment schedule based on the contractor hitting certain milestones. And as I've said 1,000 times before, if the price sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. If you think a pro's expensive, wait until you hire an amateur.
I was trying to light a fire under her to get her to bother him about it, and I would go over and talk to him about it, and then she would say, stop bothering him. You know, you have to be understanding. He's in a difficult situation. And I just decided, you know what, you don't want my input, and I ended up moving out.
I call it divorce dust. I don't care if it's husband and wife or mother and daughter. It's the same thing. They start picking on each other. I should have done this. You should have done that. She moved out of the house because of this. I get it. It's what happens. Whose fault is it? The contractor. We have electrical hanging out of the floor. That's a dishwasher line right there, I can tell. Yeah. I mean, look at, okay, this one's on the floor live. This one's not only live right there in the box, the switch was on, which makes that live. What if they touch? That is unacceptable. Do you know you can be fined $50,000 by ESA, Electrical Safety Authority, because this is your house, and you're letting somebody play with electrical without getting a permit. If someone got hurt in this house, like a child got shocked and had to go to the hospital, or someone died from touching this electrical, all hell breaks loose when someone gets hurt. As long as no one gets hurt, it's only money, right? Unacceptable.
I feel that my neighbor abused me and treated me and treat me wrong. And I don't think I deserve it.
Your door's backwards.
This
is not the way to put in a door. Okay.
I can't believe that. For years and never noticed.
You see the bottom sill?
That is...
That's an exterior part of your door.
Oh
So
my
that should be on the outside.
Yes.
That's a professional guy put my door in, he put the windows in also.
Let me show you something else that just might surprise you. You have this, we'll call it lean-to over top of it.
Yeah.
Look at all the mold you have.
Yeah.
At least it's protecting the door from driving rain, because if you have that driving rain, it's gonna come right in all these holes, okay?
Oh.
Right in the bottom track, because the bottom track runs downward inside where it's supposed to run downward outside. Not to mention,
My gosh.
if I was a thief, all I need is a little tiny screwdriver and a hammer, because I'm just gonna come right up to your door, and I'm gonna knock your pins out. Knock your pins out, and I'm gonna pull the door open this way and go inside your house.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible. Just so scary knowing that now when my mom's there by herself, how easy it was for somebody to come in. It's terrifying.
Okay, because he's touched that wall, that wall, that wall, that ceiling, that wall, I'm taking all of that down to see what he's done. If he was a really good guy, you would think after 13 months he'd find time here and there to come in and finish it.
As I said, I leave it in your hands.
Well, this time you're actually in good hands, because I am a man of my word. Okay, so let's get our gloves, our masks, our helmets, and let's do this safely, okay?
Okay, guys, let's get the plywood down for a bin over here. Let's get the plastic up in the doorways, and we'll get the blue down on the ground.
With taking the wall down.
Yeah.
I'm talking about bringing the island right around with bar stools on the other side.
Right.
Okay?
As I said, I leave it in your hands.
Good job on setting this up. This is fantastic. I love the way you've tarped everything off. So I'm curious about a few things. This used to be a smaller door or an open window in the wall. He's taken down the drywall here, taken it down here. So anything he's touched, I want to take down and look at. I want to see why he's opened this.
I figured.
I want to see why he's dropped the drywall on all three walls, which doesn't make sense to me, considering he didn't redo the electrical. We are going to move this wall out, because the idea is we're just gonna have a nice ramp run that's gonna come across. We're gonna have a peninsula here, open concept into the main dining room. So let's suit up and let's pick spots. Ceiling, 2 walls, 3 walls, 4 walls.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, let's do it, boys. Let's start on the floor over there, please. Let's start ripping up this mesh.
Watch out, guys. Sharp. Coming through.
Attention, watch your back, bud. You guys should never be able to rip this up that easy.
Okay, well, we've done a lot of floors with this, and this is probably the easiest one we've done so far.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna make short work for us today.
You know what? I'm glad this guy never finished the floor. It would have cracked for sure.
You'll notice there's no mortar on the back of the tiles that are being pulled up. Applying a thin set mortar to the backs of the tile is called back buttering. It takes more time to do this, but there are many benefits. The mortar fills in any depressions on the back of the tile, and it gives you a nice even surface to work with. This will allow 100% adhesion from the tile to the underlayment, making it very strong. By taking the time to back butter, tiles won't come loose or crack over time.
Look at that, I salvaged one. That's what you get for not back buttering.
Okay. See right here? Somebody's added this afterwards because if you see the box here, it's got the plastic from the outside. Actually, it does not. Okay, so the guy takes the drywall down. We see the insulation, we see the vapor barrier, the electrical. He's gonna put it all back up and he's gonna move the kitchen around and not move the electrical, right?
Right.
So if he sees there's no vapor barrier in behind this box, there's no vapor barrier in behind this box, there's no vapor barrier in behind this box, he's put this beam in. This is newer wood. I don't know if he did this. He's got this wood, it's probably from someone's deck, and kept it. Look at the beam itself. Does it appear to be intimate to the top? Problem that I'm seeing, the floor joist does come down, so when he's put his beam in, it's not tight up against it enough.
These two are high, they're holding it up, but you're right.
So here's what we're gonna do. Since we know we're gonna pull the door, we know we're actually going to change the electrical. Let's pull the vapor barrier, pull the insulation, and then we'll prep to redo this. Is there ever not a surprise? Let's be serious. Come on now. Is it just the kitchen when you got electrical issues, minor structural issues? I looked at the hallway and I thought, you know, how's this kitchen gonna work and tie down? Pull it up. Let's go new, all the way.
That way I could bring the tile right into the kitchen.
Which means new baseboard, new.
How do you feel?
This is a small job. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so now that we've screwed the whole floor down, I need you to do some Irish dancing here to see if there's any bounce.
Oh, yeah, it's better already. I did the deep potatoes.
You would think that you could hire your neighbor who lives right beside you to do your house, providing he's a contractor. Pro guys don't say, I'm gonna pull your cabinets out, then we're gonna design it, then we're gonna get the cabinets. It doesn't work that way. You work together with the right people, you design it. When it's ready, you take it apart, redo it, put it back together.
Because timing is everything.
Timing is everything. Well, the kitchen is down.
That door's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's not the way to install a door. Yeah, we got a lot of mold here. I'm wondering if we just pull off the sheathing and redo it all.
Well, my initial observation is it's way too low of a slope for shingles, like we see time and time again.
Yeah.
So you see all the nails, the shingle nails are rusted. You can see there's leaks like continuously throughout, like from top to bottom.
What would you do?
Well, it's got to be resheeted. There's a lot of mold on the plywood, so sheet it and treat it like a flat roof.
So just torch down?
Yeah. Well, it's just a lack of slope. I mean, it's only going to be a problem again and again in the future, right?
Now, how many times I got to say this? Read directions. On the bag of shingles, it says minimum pitch. And it tells you, we want to see a 412 pitch. For every 12 foot of length, it's 4 foot of height. That's a minimum slope we want to shingle. That's about maybe not even a 112 pitch. Don't use shingles, use a flat roof product.
Ready?
Yeah.
Going for this one right here, okay?
I'm nowhere near it. I'm slightly closer to it.
Okay, so I'll do this one next, okay?
Good.
Timber! There. Okay, screw it down. Next sheet. Okay, that's what I want to see. Look how fast we got that down, boys and girls. Woo-wee! Last piece. Then we can start detouring this floor, continue down the hallway with the plywood, okay? Now, you can tell a homeowner did this. This wasn't a contractor that did this. This was a guy with a few beers putting a deck together. All their spans are different. There's nothing 16-inch on center, and that's why the whole thing's a little wobbly. So is it dangerous? Absolutely not, but we got to strengthen it up. It's summertime. They're going to be having barbecues back here, so we're going to do our part to strengthen the whole thing up and bring it back up to code. We're going to be adding some bolts. We're going to be adding some lateral structure to the whole thing and make it a lot more rigid and sturdy.
While we're working on the flat roof section of Lolly's home that won't have shingles, it's a good time to talk about the entire roof system of houses in general. The roof is part of the building envelope, meaning it separates the outside from the inside. The roof underlayment is a waterproof membrane that is applied over the sheathing and under the shingles. It provides an added layer of protection against rain, moisture, wind, snow, and ice. Unfortunately, in many cases, this membrane is only positioned 3 to 6 feet up from the gutters, around the perimeter of your roof. As far as I'm concerned, the underlayment is necessary over the entire roof. And yes, this will cost more money and time, but think about the long-term gains. If shingles start to deteriorate and fly off with the wind, the underlayment will provide an added layer of protection over the sheathing. Even if shingles remain intact, water can get through them and it sits on the sheathing. So what is the sheathing made of? It's made of wood. Wood is porous. It will soak up any water until it gets completely saturated. Then the water will drip through the seams of the sheathing, leading to leaks and rot and mold in your home. This will cause much more costly and extensive structural damage. Also, when roofers attach shingles to your house, they use thousands of nails. Each nail is a point of entry for water. The underlayment adheres to the nails, so there are no holes or gaps in the membrane. Again, more protection. Roof underlayment is that layer that can't be seen, but it's really doing a lot of the heavy lifting, protecting your home.
Well, the guy got halfway there. He put joist hangers in, which is a huge thing. However, he just used a standard decking screw. It's a 3-inch deck screw, and some of them are 1.5 inch decking screws, which you'd use for fence supports. We're gonna replace them with a hex head number 10 engineered screw. It's gonna support this, and it's gonna be the way it's supposed to be.
Ride the wave. Woo! Hard work, baby.
All right, now we can have fun again. All right. Nice wave, by the way.
In all the years, I've never seen a neighbor contractor screw his neighbor in a kitchen.
Thanksgiving, nothing done. Christmas come, nothing done.
And 13 months later, there's no kitchen.
I said, what's going on with my kitchen? I need my kitchen. Not even a rat should live this way.
I want Lolly to be more comfortable in her home, you know, without being reminded of that stress from the next door neighbor. So I got my guys to come up with a couple of ideas and solutions to make the backyard more comfortable and private.
So let's get some plants, let's get some garden beds around here. I'm actually thinking to do some nice tall pear trees.
Awesome, buddy. I think it's gonna look great.
Now, since we're doing a row of trees for a hedge, even within the trees, you want to look for, like a hedge, you want to look for the consistency. So we're just turning the trees just to get the most width out of the foliage at the top. That way we can get some fullness to it.
So we're installing our fireproofing underlayment. So the old roof was a shingle roof on a low slope, which allowed water to get underneath and rot out the plywood. They removed that, resheeted the deck. I'm gonna install my protection board and then start putting a flat roof on it.
We're getting pretty lucky here. We've had a good couple days of weather. We got our posts in. Now we're able to continue on our fence. We picked cedar for this backyard. It's a lot nicer look. It's a good wood. Naturally, it'll last longer. It's got its own natural preservatives, unlike pressure treated with chemicals and whatnot. It's a lot nicer of a finish. It's gonna match the deck nicely, which we're gonna skirt all in cedar and clean up. Be really nice.
The good thing about these spotlights that Mike's gonna like
these are gonna be LED pot lights. And the way Mike always says, bugs do not like LED, the light it gives off. They're not attracted to it. So hopefully, by putting LEDs out here, the homeowners can enjoy the deck and not worry about mosquitoes and all that surrounding them.
Now, I know it's no secret that I love LED lights. I try to use them everywhere, in my home, my garage, and on every job. They're extremely energy efficient. They use at least 75% less energy than conventional bulbs. They emit almost no heat, which reduces the risk of fire and burns. They last about 25,000 to 50,000 hours on average, which is much longer than any other bulb. LED bulbs are really sturdy, which means they don't break easily. They don't contain mercury, have almost no UV emissions, and are recyclable. Win, win, win. Can you tell that I kind of like LED lights? So the homeowner had another company come in and put in all new windows and doors. You ever seen a door installed backwards like that?
Yes, actually I have.
So how many times for you?
Well, 2 times in my lifetime.
That's not a lot, right?
That's
That means there's only a few dummies out there.
There's more than a few.
Yeah, I know.
That's actually the sad part.
That is just ridiculous. Every time I look at that door, you know, it makes me chuckle. We'll take the door and do a new door, and we'll give this to Habitat or something.
Sounds great to me.
I can't figure out whether or not they put the door in backwards or the house is actually built on the wrong side of the box.
And right now, we're just dry fitting the door to see everything fits in place, which it does. The previous door and most traditional doors, to get ventilation, you have to go down practically on your knees and lift up. And if you didn't hold on to latches, it could fall in your hands. This door right now, with a camera, you simply unlock it, it glides up on its own practically. Simple ease. It's great for tall people like me, I love it. And also the elderly people, they don't have to put force on themselves. And the best part of it all, hinges are on the inside. Oh yeah, we got it.
For a bucket and tile.
I'm starting to see progress, so, you know, that's good, but it's just not fast enough. Lolly's been without a kitchen for over a year now. That's unacceptable. I've had my kitchen guy, Daniel, in to measure for all the cabinets, but we've got a lot of work to do before he can install them. We need to finish laying the tiles. To do it right, it takes time. Then, of course, we have to grout it. We have spray foam coming to insulate the exterior walls. And once the spray foam is done, we can put up the drywall, get a coat of mud on it. Then Daniel can put in his cabinets.
Mr. Daniel.
Yes, sir.
How are you, buddy?
Good, and you?
You got your bases and everything looks fantastic. This is looking good.
Yeah.
You like the tiles?
Beautiful.
The tiles are nice.
I love it. The color?
Yeah, and it's gonna match
Good
really
choice.
nicely with your cabinets. Thank you, buddy. It looks
Thank you, sir.
really, really good.
Thank you very much.
All that my mom has, her kitchen consists of basically a toaster oven on a dining room chair and her kettle beside it. I feel like things are happening and things are gonna get done. She hasn't had a boiled egg in like 13 months, which I think is crazy.
This is supposed to be my kitchen.
It's hard, especially now that I'm in my own house, be in my house and be cooking and knowing that she's, I hate talking about this kind of stuff, because she's living here and she can't make herself breakfast. She can't make herself lunch. It's like a prisoner. That's how I feel.
Well, we're on the final stretch. You know what it's like? Everyone's in there. It's like a fast food restaurant. We've got electricians, we have painters, we have us. We're gonna do tile backsplash. I mean, we gotta get everything done because we're trying to get them back in the house.
Nice fit. You guys just wing that, or did you measure it? You just guessed that, eh? This is what I like, true professionalism. It's a perfect fit. It's actually so tight that they actually had to sort of squeeze it in perfectly square in order for it to work. You even look at this joint right here. Now look at that seam. These measurements are so precise, that seam disappears. It looks like it's one seamless countertop. Very well done.
I think everyone knows I'm about what's behind the wall, but you need to pay attention to the finishing. And it's all about craftsmanship, doing trim properly, how you finish off your caulking in the corners of the trim so you can paint it. If you make it look really good, it feels really good. You don't want to do all that work behind it, and then it looks ugly by cutting corners in front of it. This is really all about a perfect transition. I mean, look at our floor height compared to the original. This is right directly over the sheathing. For our tile, based on the old structure here, we had to put down a second layer of sheathing, 5/8 tongue and groove, and then a beautiful bed for the tile. We want to make sure that this tile never cracks, never fails. So I want a transition that brings us down nice and smooth so you never stub your toes. Unfortunately, a lot of people will just nail it, tack it down. And what's going to happen is, if you use the gun like we always do, this is only common nails. So the more you walk over it, you can actually manipulate it and move it. So this will tack it in place. The glue will bond it. Patience is a virtue. One of the most important finishing steps in any renovation or repair is the caulking. And again, homeowners don't think too much about it. But did you know that 30% of heat loss in all homes are due to drafts from damage or missing caulking around the doors and windows? Even a small gap around a door frame can let in as much air as leaving your window open 4 inches all winter. Think about that. It's now costing you much more money to heat your home. Caulking is applied wherever 2 materials meet. It's actually pretty simple to do, and the cost-cutting benefits are huge. Walk around your house and look for areas where caulking is cracking or missing entirely. Old caulking must be removed before applying new caulking. There are also different types of caulking, so do your research. Exterior caulking should be rubberized, which means it's flexible and it allows for movement as your house continues to expand and contract. I use low expansion foam around windows and doors that will fill those gaps, but not put too much pressure on the frames. A little caulking goes a long way to protecting the structure of your home and saving you money, so make it right.
You know, we have 4 painters in here. We're trying to move as fast as we can. And since it's so humid, everything's taking a little longer to dry, which only extends our day. But we ultimately want to get 3 coats on pretty much everything.
Sherry, if you can, I want you to finish this whole area here. Then I'm gonna go this way, then I'll return. I'm gonna wash this and then wash my way back.
Okay.
Well, Sherry's done this enough. She knows that when we do the grouting, what we want to make sure is we fill the back side. Normally, what you want to do is wipe it 2 ways, up and down, across, as much as you can. This is where it really builds up the forearms. I love this as a nice exercise, Sherry.
That's what girls want. We want giant forearms.
Once you start to get a glaze on it, you can actually probably start washing in an area of 15 to 30 minutes. So it's a trick. It's a real technique to sponging your grout, because the first thing you want to do is make sure your grout's in. The second, you don't want to pull it out. It's sort of like wash on, wash off. And just do it lightly. Take the top part off. You leave just the right amount of moisture in the sponge. You can start to see it take shape. Good. Isn't that nice? That's some life. She's gonna fall over. Amazing what a little bit of planting, landscaping, trees, and a little bit of deck love makes a difference. The mulch, I don't think too many people know that mulch serves 3 purposes. 1, it looks really good.
Looks great.
It looks really good. 2, holds that moisture for the garden area. And we want to hold that moisture, don't allow it to dry out.
Very
3,
good. Oh, keeps the weeds down.
Keeps the weeds down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trees. Tell me about the trees.
Okay, we got some pears, nice and tall.
Pears? They're pear trees.
Yes, sir. So they're gonna grow nice and tall. They're gonna get thick. They're gonna black out anything that's there. So by end of the summer, you'll get full coverage. By the end of next summer, you won't even know you have a neighbor.
And when they grow, I can come back and have a pear.
Not a fruit tree. Not a fruit tree. So.
I'm learning all kinds of tiger lilies, dragon's breath. It's like dragon's breath doesn't breathe fire and pear trees don't grow pears.
Unfortunately.
John came in the backyard, simple little garden, simple flower hangers, couple of nice trees. They're pear trees that don't grow pears, which I'm still trying to get over that thought. The cherry trees grow pears. I'm kidding.
Okay.
And the idea of the trees is real simple. Give that camouflage in between the two that they don't have to correspond anymore. When you add these little things, look what it does. It feels good. I'm learning more and more. This is not easy, but I like doing it. Dragon's breath. Who calls a flower dragon's breath?
Oh my God!
It doesn't feel like you're doing anything.
It's not really. It does on my side.
Someone scratch my back?
No!
Oh.
Help me.
Okay, thank you.
Help me.
Oh, that feels bad.
No.
What? Why is there an obstruction there?
I'm at the back.
Oh, you know what? It's gonna stick out a little bit. Let's leave it.
Hello? Help.
You know, I gotta tell you, I tried to meet your neighbor. I tried to talk to him, and it seems every time I'm here, he's not. However, I did have some people of mine talk to him. He's saying it hurt him, and he feels really bad, and he wants to make sure he gives you money back. That's what I heard.
Oh. Well, I'm really glad to hear that.
It's a shame he's right next door, but just ignore him. It's done. We've completed everything. It looks beautiful. I want to take you in to see it. Yeah. You can let it go. Just let it go. Today is all about family again. Forget about it. It's done. Everything's fixed. Not only is everything fixed, there's more done. And that's just because we wanted to throw in a little more love from us to them.
Everything is just behind now.
We have the future now.
Going forward.
Yeah. It's
going forward.
Doesn't that look nice?
My goodness.
What? This is your kitchen.
Oh my gosh, it's been painted.
Oh, wait a minute. This was your kitchen.
Oh my gosh. I love the tiles.
Oh my gosh.
I love it.
Okay, so how could I leave your old tile after doing a brand new kitchen? How could I leave it? I couldn't.
No.
But what did that mean? That means pulling everything up, doing a proper subfloor, laying tile, thresholds, all new baseboard, all new casing, cutting all the doors down. That's just out here.
Oh, new lights.
Oh my God.
You excite
New
easy.
light fixtures.
Oh. Wow, if you like this, wait till you see the kitchen.
Oh, it's sorry, Mom, look at the kitchen. You have a kitchen.
I have a kitchen.
Oh my God.
I have cupboards.
That's like out of a magazine. Yeah. And it's gonna be in your house.
I know.
After about 200 plus reveals, I don't think I've ever had two women scream so much in my life. I mean, normally I'm explaining what's behind the walls, what we had to do, and I just went, enjoy, because they loved it.
More than I ever dream.
Yeah, it's spectacular.
That wall was easy to come down because it was not a load-bearing wall.
Oh my God.
So my idea was to put a peninsula, obviously 2 chairs, you'd have a nice serving area. Now the family comes in, right? And now you see them, they talk.
Yeah.
The kitchen should never be a box that you can't see.
I know, I hated that.
The countertop, and this is beautiful, this is 100%
What does that
non-porous. It'll never absorb.
Because remember, the whole reason we started doing the kitchen was because the counter was rotting through. Now this will never absorb water. I love it. It's beautiful.
You know, we did so much other work in the house, I'm not even gonna talk about it. This is just about a good day.
You can see there was a lot of love
and thought into every detail.
Yes, that went into this work.
Shows how much they care about their work.
And I tell you, Mike and his crew will be blessed.
Yeah.
They will be blessed.
This whole ordeal caused a slight issue between you both, right? You moved out.
I know.
So we did something extra. We wanted to do the backyard to bring you all back together again.
I hope so. We'll get together.
So how would you like to see the backyard?
Oh, I would love
Let's
to.
go in the backyard. Things are getting back to normal, so it's good. It's good.
I thank Mike for that.
Oh, there's lights. There's lights.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Okay, this is just a whole lot of love from my guys to you. They wanted to dress it up. Obviously, we ripped the whole roof off, redid it, gave you lights, created a little more structure so we have lateral, because that's really important.
Right.
We stained everything. These are LED lights. We gave you the full privacy on this end to give it back to you. You have trees on this side, and on the other side of this, if you look through, they're pear trees that do not grow pears. It's the style of tree. They just grow nice and bushy. So what happens is...
You won't be able to see us.
Yes.
I can't believe that somebody has such a big heart that can hear that somebody is in trouble and need help, and without even a question, come out and do it.
This is John, my landscaper, wanting to add a little love for you, too.
Oh my God, look how different it looks. I feel like it's a dream. Like, this is crazy good.
Better pinch me and wake me up, because I tell you, this is unbelievable.
We're done. Now, I want you to get your family back together. I want you to bring everybody in.
For Mike to give us our kitchen back, which is like giving us a place for us to grow our family relationships back together again. And that's priceless. That's more than anyone could ask for.
I've said it for years. Don't hire a fence guy to do your roof. Don't hire an electrician to do your plumber. Don't hire your family. Don't hire someone you know. And definitely don't hire a neighbor, because if things turn upside down, you're all of a sudden not friends anymore. And you're better to have neighbors as friends than enemies.
Oh, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to give you...
Oh my God, I can hear that from over there. Ouch!
This was more than we ever imagined. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Oh, I wish I could just kiss you all.
Here, you know what? I'll kiss you.
Oh, all right.
You know, I get it. When someone is building two ginormous houses beside your house, not only do you go through the pain and anguish of time, of dirt, of noise, but on top, all of a sudden, things appear to start happening to you.
Definite flooding in the basement.
Our damage to our property was as a result of their construction project.
What a mess. Somebody's really messed this house up electrically.
To have someone have such a big heart who just wants to help people who have been taken advantage of or who are in trouble. You know, you don't find that every day.
I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway, as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right. Hello, you must be Nell.
I am.
Hi, Nell. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Good start. Thank you for coming.
Tom? Mr. Holmes, how are you? Pleasure to meet you.
That's our pleasure.
Hey, I'll get you to come outside if you don't mind.
Sure.
This is a beautiful neighborhood. Nell and Tom and their two kids have been living in this neighborhood for about 10 years. Very mature neighborhood, and all of a sudden feeling the pressure because of two big houses that were custom built right beside them, almost sandwiching them in. Every once in a while, I get called in to be the referee. I mean, think about it. There's two houses side by side. One's a huge, huge custom home. Problems start to arise.
I remember the first day that we discovered the flood.
You can see the
The darkness on the carpet as the waters come in.
I immediately thought of what had to be done and the money that had to be spent. The waterproofing, the gutting, the loss of the basement, the loss of space.
Just to show our first look at what we're going to be ripping up here.
I couldn't stop being emotional. I couldn't stop crying. And my 12-year-old came up to me and put his arms around me and said, "You know, Mom, it's going to be okay."
Water there. People, either homeowners or developers, are buying up bungalows and tearing them down and putting up estate homes. These people come in next door, they excavate, they build, they do what they do, and now we have a problem. Got 2 downspouts at the rear of the house. I immediately started documenting everything. 2 more downspouts, again, angled right to our property. There was a large storm. I'm putting some little cedar leaves into the water just to show the flow of the water. And you could see the water draining from their downspouts. As soon as it exited, it would curl and rush towards our backyard. We had, I would say, approximately 4 to 5 inches of water and slush pooling. Water was now up against the foundation. The damage was extensive. Maybe the builder should be talking to the homeowner beside them to say, this is what we're doing. Do you have any concerns? How can I work with you? And vice versa. That means the homeowner should be talking to the builder. The first words that we uttered to the builder and said, we have water damage, and he hung up on us. I don't know how else to describe it, but he was giving us the finger. So being the referee means I'm going to step in and say, who's at fault here, and what do we have to do to fix it? If he says they're not at fault, then that's a blow to us and our lawsuit. But at the same token, I think that we have the relief that he's going to fix it. Water, the good, the bad, and the money. We certainly need water to survive, but it's the enemy when it comes to the structural integrity of your home. Obviously, the goal is to keep the water out of your house. But if the water gets in, there are warning signs to look for, such as wood rot, seeing dark patches on walls and ceilings, noticing a mildew smell, deteriorating brick and stone, peeling paint and wallpaper, condensation on your windows, and of course, having actual water right in your basement. Now it's time to figure out where the water is coming from so you can resolve the issue at the point of entry. There are many ways water can enter your home, from leaks in the roof system to cracks in the foundation, caulking issues, leaks around the windows and doors, sump pump or sewage backup, pipes bursting, clogged gutters, improper grading, and on and on. Water can travel a long distance and find a path of least resistance. It will run right along a horizontal surface until a point where it's able to drip down. So its point of entry could come all the way down from the roof. If the source of water penetration isn't immediately clear, you can hire a home inspector who will be able to identify areas of moisture with a thermographic camera. You need to address water issues right away, or the damage to structure will only get worse. How long have you been here?
Approximately 10 years.
10 years, and you never had a leak at all in 10 years on your foundation?
Never. It's been completely maintenance-free.
We do have cracking issues here. I can see it at the window, so I'm gonna look for any path that is gonna come in. That's one of them right there. Now, when you look at a cinder block foundation, this is like a champagne glass. Have you ever piled up champagne glasses and pour your champagne in the top and it trickles down all to fill the other glasses? Right. The same effect with a cinder block wall is gonna happen that way, and it will find a way to get in if it gets through into the block. Part of what I believe in is to educate everyone. What's wrong with the house? What do you need to do? How to maintain your home? And speaking of maintaining, is that the problem with this house? That home is over 60 years old. Is water coming off the other house and coming into their home simply because a big home was built there? Or is it as simple as a maintenance issue on your own home? I'll find out.
This is where most of the water was here. Again, about 4 to 5 inches of water and slush.
Their property starts to run down to the back, which should actually run water that way. This just appears to be a pooling area here. Don't like that pine tree so close to your house. They have a tendency to put their roots and fingers right down into the weeping tile, block the weeping tile. It doesn't do its job to get out back to the street, and what happens is it starts to push its way back up and possibly get into the house. The window is right at grade. So that's another area that can actually penetrate. You need a little bit of ground maintenance here. You're rotting out on your bottom bed here. You're rotting out on these poles here. Just walking around with Tom and Nell, it was really clear to me. I could see why water can come into the house. I mean, there's no window wells around the windows. The windows are right at grade to the home. It's a cinder block home. They crack easy. I love cinder block, but what if there's a crack in the foundation? Water comes in. If you have windows at or below grade, you're really gonna need a window well. It will collect standing water and direct it down through a vertical drain pipe to weeping tile at the footings, which then carries the water right away from the foundation. I like to see about 6 to 8 inches of gravel evenly distributed 6 to 8 inches from the bottom of the window. You need to keep the wells clear of snow and leaves so the water can drain properly. Window wells are an important line of defense against water infiltration into your home, so make it right. At this point right now, I've seen enough, and I can see areas that are penetrating your home. That is a definite, and I'd love to see downstairs if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Okay, so who opened up the wall?
I did.
Okay, the first thing that I see is that block.
Yes.
And that block has continued to crack down the foundation. You've got an issue of water coming in at the window. There's no window well at that window. There's no window well at this window. So there's no controlling of water. And if water can run, it can come in here. Did you call your insurance company when this flooded?
Yes.
Let me guess, because I know the rules. Insurance company says it's leaking from the foundation, there's no insurance.
Exactly. They said it was a maintenance issue, this was seepage. And we disagreed.
Do you know why they do that?
So they don't have to pay us.
Well, I'm telling you that approximately 80% of the houses leak into the foundation. Right. So if they insured leakage from the foundation, they'd go bankrupt because they'd be constantly called fixing problems and would never end. Insurance is for, and I mean, I'm sure if you flooded the bathroom or you did anything else, that's a dummy thing, right? They're gonna come in and fix it. Or if a pipe froze and it burst, they're gonna come in, they're gonna fix it because that's what you're insured for. We've been lucky that he's coming in to fix the problem. He's gonna make it right and gives us that peace of mind. And we gotta let this go and move on. So the first flooding that we discovered on the 21st of February, it started around here.
He's going to help us, and we know that he's going to let us know what the problem is, and he's just going to make it right for us.
So here's the story. First starts with a leak right here.
Wow, so this is from probably their tamping, their foundation, when they were doing all that, because that house is, what, 10 feet away at
There's
the
a
most?
crack in the foundation that's been there for years. Yeah. So that means the crack's here, the crack's on the other side, and you look at the way the side of this house is done, it's the area that water's gonna infiltrate.
Right.
So at a freezing time and a lot of rain coming, water runs across the top of the ground instead of being absorbed into it and ran in here. The water obviously wicked right out to the whole floor. Yeah. But I mean, let's look at this now. The basement's half decent. Yeah. It's still in great shape. It's a cinder block home.
There's no smell of mold down here?
There's no smell of mold. No. I don't want to gut the whole basement. Right. We're addressing the foundation from the outside. We're going to repair this area. So should I drop everything? No.
Not if it's good.
So we'll take down the outside wall, the outside wall, the outside wall at this point, see what we look at, whether or not we go further in that room, because there's no water in there, and they're going to waterproof it.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're not going in that room either? There's no sense, right?
No. Let's just go with carpet. We're going to repair the areas, because there's nothing really wrong with this house other than stopping the water from coming in. Let's work from the outside and correct the inside.
Gotcha, man.
Well, we can see here.
They've parged it.
They parged it in some foundation coating, and in its day, that was the premium package. That was all out for its time, what they've done here. You know, a lot of homes of this age, some of them have just got a thin coat of foundation coating, which is essentially black paint. It will help deter the moisture into the block, but it won't stop any water.
Parging is a coating of mortar that is applied to the visible part of the foundation that adds more than just aesthetic value to the house. It hides surface imperfections and is a water-resistant barrier. It's not waterproof, but it does add a line of defense against elements like rain, snow, wind, and fluctuating temperatures. Another layer of protection for the exterior envelope of your home is always a good thing. And actually, I want to clean up that backyard to make it look good for the two kids. It hasn't been, let's call it, manicured. Bringing the right guys will make a difference. That's what John does. He's really good at this. Now, what a foolish thing to do. As much as that looks so beautiful, let's put it right beside the house so the homeowner takes a hose and waters the side of the house.
The wood's gonna rot. The rot's gonna stay. It's gonna stay on the block.
So I want that to come out.
Okay.
You can tell the way the grass is that we've got a lot of issues, and I don't know if it's a maintenance issue, but more than anything, a grading issue.
Yes. Let's get this open for the kids. They'll have their deck space. They'll have their walking space. They'll have a nice bright lawn. We'll get some of these trees trimmed back here and bring a bit more light in.
Look at the bottom of that window right there.
Yeah.
Crack in the foundation. Another one right there. Is that a clay weeper? Yeah?
We found 0 gravel on the weeper. So with this fine sand and no gravel, that's worst case scenario, too.
Well, that means one good thing. The sandy soil is going to give great drainage, but it's going to block the weeper.
Yeah. Well, what happens with the old clay weeping tile system is these terracotta tiles, they just sit right beside each other. There might be a ½ centimeter gap in between them. So you take a fine granular sand like this, and it's just gonna filter its way through there. The sediment's gonna fill right up, and then the weeping tile doesn't drain as fast as it did.
So you're gonna assume the weeper's not even working?
Yeah, it's not, I wouldn't make a new connection to any lines if this weeper's not doing its job.
So if I get Martin to come in here and run just to scope it down, just to see if roots are in it already, that's not a bad idea.
Video camera will tell us exactly what we're up against. So far, actually, the weeping tile is in a pretty good condition up until that point. I'm at 41 feet, and I have actually a large offset in a clay pipe. It's at the joint. The water was seeping into the ground, and the stability of the pipe was compromised, creating a large gap and opening, obviously allowing some of that water to escape out of that weeping tile and perhaps impacting the wall. That's why we have issues in the basement. And this locator will actually tell me where the head of the camera is located with a reference to the house. It will tell me the exact location and the depth. It's actually pinpointing a signal right here where the signal is most powerful. And I'm getting a depth of just under 5 feet. And considering that we need to obviously expose this entire side wall and waterproof it, this will be ideal time to rectify this problem as well as any other deficiencies that we come across.
Demo day is actually fun day. This is the day that we get to wreck things. I mean, who doesn't like wrecking things?
Hey, boys!
I've got another one.
One thing they should have never missed.
I just found a massive hole in the wall. And this is definitely below grade. Yeah, it's moist in there. Okay. Now, this is what I don't like about some of the common building practices that are still in use today. Making holes in your outside cinder block wall to fit a plug. Now, if they had used a proper 2x4 wall here, getting their proper R value, they wouldn't have had the issue with going into the block. So we know they've strapped this wall, which means they've strapped the rest of the walls here, which means they've created holes for their electrical boxes everywhere.
After further investigation of the house, I gotta tell you, the two big boys beside them were not entirely at fault for the problems. I mean, I found holes in the foundation, cracks right down to the floor. I even found a clear hole that I could see through. And this is just the beginning. There's more.
The guy put foil tape around this one so it can conduct better. This is the proper way to make a fire. This guy must have been to some kind of organization where they taught him how to make fire with aluminum.
That's not this one.
No, so I didn't like that. I don't like that.
I guess not.
So, quick question.
Yes?
Do you think we should take down the ceiling?
Why should we drop the ceiling, Mr. Bennett?
I know why we have to drop the ceiling, but it's the electrical.
What about HVAC?
That too, because we don't know how they tied this in.
We don't have a register over the window. We don't have a register over the window. We have a register in the middle of the room.
And look at this. This was hidden in the ceiling too, Mike. That was in the bulkhead, closed, no access panel to that, okay?
Brilliant.
I know.
How do you shut the water off? You don't. Drop the ceiling. I think sometimes people are just under the assumption Mike's coming in, he's gonna rip everything apart, he's gonna make the whole house new again. Look, there's a couple of reasons. One, I don't want to keep the family out of the house. Two, if it's not broke, I'm not gonna fix it, right? I fix what's broke. I'm here to make it right. If the basement needs to be replaced, I'm gonna fix it. That's it. You see that another little wasp nest? He's making sure no other bugs, wasps, because you literally follow him, he'll zap anything in the area.
You get out of here. We're working here.
He said that. Not me.
I'd like Mike to show this story so that people know what to look for when they're in our situation and when they're in a neighborhood where there are new homes going up and where there's huge excavation and remodeling taking place.
As homes transfer from owner to owner over the years and people hire landscapers, a lot of times the grade gets built up.
That's exactly what they've done. This used to be a lower grade, and that brick should never be underground.
It takes the moisture in, it goes into the frost cycle, and it starts the spalling process, which we can see now, the face of the brick.
You're supposed to have 8 inches, minimum 6, but 8 inches of foundation above grade. So we have 2 rows of brick below grade.
We are going to put a coating over the brick, and then we're going to put our waterproofing membranes over the parge coating, so we'll have it from grade level down to the footing like it's supposed to be.
The first step in repairing the foundation is to grind out those cracks and expand the holes. Then when we put in the hydraulic cement, it actually gets right in there. When it dries, it expands to a closed area. Now I know it's a much bigger job to waterproof from the outside in. The excavation around the perimeter of the basement must go all the way down to the footings. That's a lot of digging. But doesn't it make sense to stop water at the source and not wait for it to get in and then have to deal with it? Once the cracks have been filled, a multi-layer membrane system is applied from the footings to just above grade. A dimpled membrane protects the coating. It's flexible and lets the foundation walls breathe. The dimples are placed away from structure. They keep the backfilled soil away from the foundation and create an air gap so any moisture will condensate outward and then drain downwards. Now we're removing the old clay pipe, which was much more susceptible to cracks and breakage, especially with the weight of the earth over top of it. So we're replacing it with a pipe. A cloth or sock covers the pipe to filter any water. A layer of 3/4-inch clear gravel goes right over the new weeping tile at the footings and helps with drainage. And yes, I get it. This is spending quite a bit of time, disruption, and money on something that you never see. There's no wow factor, but there's something better. It's called peace of mind, knowing that your foundation is waterproofed and your house is protected.
Okay, so here's what I wanted to ask you. I understand, like, you don't like the water running down in here, but what if we just lost this?
If we pull this shrub out, those shrubs out, and we build, you know, a nice little unit with just a pitch roof, follow it in, and then tie it right back into the straight, it's gonna give a design. Again, the privacy lattice on this side. That's gone, the bushes are gone. Now this becomes, in a way, a focal point, and we do what? We stop the water from even touching the stairs.
Okay, the pergola here. Now, I was looking at that.
Pergola.
Well, whatever you want to call this bloody thing.
We'll call it a pergola.
I like it. It doesn't bother me.
I don't mind this. This is because it gives great privacy on the side here.
Now, what about these posts?
But these are
here?
pressure-treated posts.
These posts have to be brought in, right?
Yeah, that was obviously done by someone that's not smart enough.
Maybe just replace that one post because of the rod, eh?
Well, just that one? Look at the other one.
No, I like that one. All right, I'm replacing 2 posts. I think what we'll do is we'll just rip this down first, and then we'll come up with a plan on how to build it. We all took it down really easily. I mean, the way they built it wasn't great. They built wood right onto the actual sills, allowing water to suck right in, so it came up easy. What we're gonna do is we're gonna rip all this out. We're gonna get rid of all that, so you could place the post wherever you really want here. This is a good reason why this thing had to come down. I mean, This was all pressed in together with other wood. It just saturated up the water right from the ground. I mean, we don't have anything with saddles. These should be sitting in saddles to keep it at least 1/8 of an inch off the ground so that water's just not sucking right up through it. And that's why you can see all the bottom of these posts are disintegrating. Now, do you think there's any structure support there? I don't think so. So every basement needs R12 insulation by code. Now what we're using is a comfort board on the walls first. It's gonna give us an R6 on the walls. We're then gonna stud with a 2x4 in front of it. Have Frank run his electrical, have Martin do any plumbing, or HVAC from Gary if we need to. Then we're gonna use an R14 insulation in between the studs to a cumulative R value of R20 in the basement. Guys, this is why we tore down the ceiling. Look at this. We have an open junction right there.
Jeez, you weren't kidding, eh?
First time I see it, right?
There's one here.
You got another one there. You got one here. You got one here. Another open junction here with just tape lines. What a mess. Somebody's really messed this house up electrically. Wet armpit time. It's wet armpit time.
Anyone would be dead but the boss.
Take a good look at that.
That's nice.
Is there a hole at the back of the box?
Yeah.
Go ahead, stick your finger in there. No? Bringing in the team, I want to have fun with them. I'm not going to let her get electrocuted. She's my daughter.
The next 4 days is going to be all about the electricians. Whatever they need, we're going to do because we have 4 days to rewire this house.
They've taken down the ceiling. They found over 15 junction boxes in that small little area, which led us up to here, which has found more issues. We had this counter plug that was here. It was picking up the dishwasher. That's a no-no. Counter plug has to be a counter plug. A lot of incorrect things up here. Right away, I got a 1-wire switch. I got a 1-wire light. There should be in one of these boxes 2 wires. There's not. There's a junction box somewhere.
Electricity is a shock and fire hazard. Electrical work is not an afternoon DIY project. A junction box is a housing that protects a connection of 2 or more wires carrying electrical current. It distributes power from one location to another while keeping dirt and moisture away from the wires and containing any heat or sparks if there's a short circuit. In other words, it's a very important safety barrier that keeps people away from live electrical connections. Junction boxes must be installed so they're easy to locate and accessible. Burying them behind walls and in ceilings is against code, dangerous, and impractical. Think about it. Dangerous because if a line comes loose and any arcing happens inside that junction box, you won't know where it is. Could there be an electrical fire? Absolutely. Impractical because if you're renovating and you're adding some pod lights to your kitchen or a ceiling fan in the living room, making connections to junction boxes will be required. But if they're hidden behind walls, that's a big problem. The previous electrician will know where they are, but the next electrician won't. When electrical work needs to be done, hire electricians who are licensed and certified. In fact, ask to see an electrician's license. Make sure that the permits get pulled and are followed up by proper inspections. Your electrician will have the knowledge to find the best places to install those junction boxes that are required, such as in a drop ceiling or in an access panel that can be hidden but still accessible. Don't take chances with the electrical work in your home. Hire a professional.
So downstairs in the basement, we clearly saw lots of junction boxes. When you come upstairs and you start looking around the wiring upstairs, it's no different. We're finding junction boxes everywhere, which has turned this house into a rewire. The rewire portion is a very big job. As you can see, the amount of damage that we need to make in order to get the wires from A to B. It's holes everywhere. We're turning your house into Swiss cheese. The drill bits that we're using, like you take bits that are 5 feet long. How are you gonna end up getting these bits through? You have to make the holes.
Using a longer drill bit means we can go further through more studs, means less holes and less repairs. I've heard it a lot where the cost to rewire a house is a huge expense. Well, think about it. You got to break holes everywhere in the house, especially in an older home, to run all new lines again, and that means repairs. That's a large amount of dough to run new electrical, not to mention. You got to drywall it, plaster it, prime it, paint it.
And try to match the color. We're gonna take samples like this to the paint store and having the paint store match the same color. By matching the same color, they're only gonna have to paint this wall, not the entire room. So using our head ahead of time saves a lot of time down the road.
Now, from this main floor, now I gotta go up into the attic. I gotta make sure all these pot lights are done correctly. Are they rated for insulation? Do they have a vapor barrier over them? Do they have proper connectors? Of course, hottest day of the year, gotta go in the attic. What do we find up there? Found junction boxes. A few of them that are like 3 feet apart from each other. It's a wiring mess, wires everywhere. The pot lights, they're garbage, they're cheap. They actually have the vapor barriers that are supposed to be over the pot lights. They're just laying around in the attic, not doing what they're supposed to do.
We can go into the attic and we find a junction box. Do we leave it accessible? Is it by code? Sure, leave it accessible. In the attic? No, let's just rewire it, do it right. We're gonna make holes while we get here, but at the end of the day, they're gonna end up having a safer home, no junction points, night and day to what we've actually come into.
So here's a good example of not doing concrete the proper way. You see, they tried to put some rebar thinking that it was gonna strengthen this pad. But if you just drop the rebar on the gravel and pour the concrete on top, it's not gonna do anything. This should have taken me half an hour, 40 minutes to break out. It literally took me 5 minutes. And all they had to do was just raise this a couple of inches, and this thing would have lasted forever. Look at this. They use an old gate for it to strengthen this. Now, mind you, it would have worked if it was in the concrete, but hey, what a bunch of junk.
I'm always looking for heating and air conditioning issues, right?
Yeah.
So one right off the bat, I don't see them.
Yeah.
I don't see a return down here.
It's just sloppy.
Sloppy mess, right? But we can fix it. That's not a problem. Let me take a look at the rest of the house, and
Let me know.
we'll go from there.
Don't scare me, buddy.
Gary confirmed everything we knew already. Reheat registers were too far away from the windows. That means opening up the bulkheads, dropping the ceilings, running all new ductwork just to have proper air movement. Come on.
This job started off small. It's a whole home rewire.
Next steps is gonna be insulation and drywall. Once Frank's done today, it's full bore ahead back in that basement to get it done. You know what? Mudding is like the final coat. It's the final thing before you put on paint. You make it look really good, and that's how your house is gonna look.
Need some grapes. Some grape. Oh, a bottle of wine too.
We're grateful he's here because him and his crew, they're taking a big weight off our shoulders. Again, this has been, since February, a very, very stressful situation.
They'd taken down the ceiling downstairs, which is why we had to rewire, finding more than 20 junction points of electricity throughout. I mean, we popped the ceiling in that room, in the back room. All of this is down. This was the damaged area. So what we did is we wanted to make sure that we used water-resistant, fire-resistant wood. This makes total sense to me. We don't want it to mold. By putting the comfort board directly against the foundation, that's gonna help keep the foundation stable temperature, not warm at the bottom, cool at the top. Coming out with studs, bat insulation in front of it, sound bat insulation in the ceiling. This is the way it should all be. And if you look at the color of the drywall, you're gonna clearly see that we're using a mold-resistant drywall. Everything that we do was all about one area in this house that actually probably spread this job into about, I don't know, 5 weeks? 5 weeks? Yeah, we'll get it done. Yep. had Carlito and Blake frame this up because you can see the way it's going to look. It's a nice cedar. We brought it up higher. We're going to make sure we take a peaked roof right out to the end, protecting the stairs. We're going to have Derek help me do the roof line. I've been there, done that. I've done hundreds of kitchens, bathrooms, additions, you name it. I've done the mudding, I've done the plumbing, I've done the electrical. I love framing. You get that? I love framing. I'm framing outside today. Because I can do this in mathematical calculations, or I can do it real fast. Just setting it up. It's gonna look really good. The whole idea was to keep it up a little higher, a little further out to protect the staircase. Not me. Not me. What's our crown on that? This is the hard part here because you have the roof line coming over and tying into the wall space. That's gonna take some wicket cutting in there. But after I get this done, that'll become easy. We're just gonna sheathe this, put up some nice cedar shingles, dress it up just a little bit, make it look really good.
I love taping because it's much quicker. I find it to be more than half as quick as brushing against your finished baseboards. So what we like to do is, you can see here there's a gap between the baseboard and the wall. We fill that with caulking. And then what you're gonna do to make sure you always get a clean line is you're gonna tape to the top edge of the caulking where it meets the wall.
Thank you for people like you and this whole organization that are here to help us.
We gotta paint everything up, clean like crazy, get some grass in the backyard. After all that's done, it's the little things, you know, the little bit, what I call lipstick and mascara, caulking, cleaning, reveal.
As much as I know the place is fixed and done right, there's also that apprehension of, oh my God, is there gonna be water in the basement? Just because we're so used to having that when we walk in.
Great day, last day, you know what it's like. We're all running, everyone's around, paint touch-ups, last-minute electrical, lighting, everyone's doing the little things. Finishing the backyard. You know, we want them to be really excited when they come home. I got a little worry, though. We're supposed to have a major thunderstorm later, right around the time that I'm bringing them home. 2 thumbs up if it doesn't rain. If it does, we're gonna need a whole lot of umbrellas. I know, it's raining. Come on under here, come on under here.
Seems like it's always raining around here.
Hi, Mike. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Tommy?
Thank you.
Nell?
Good to see you.
I mean, think about it. How wild is it that now we can go inside your basement? I want to start here for a reason. Does it look a little different?
Does it look a little different?
I'm just curious.
It's painted. Yeah, it's painted.
Because we had to completely rewire your house. So it's very old wiring, never been updated, should have been probably picked up by a home inspector, you, someone. Did anyone ever tell you your electrical was not good?
No, they actually said everything was very good.
So we rewired your whole house, then plastered it, then fixed it all, obviously, then painted it, the whole house.
You know, it wasn't just a matter of them dealing with the problem, it was finding other issues and not turning a blind eye to them. Wow.
We opened up that outside wall, this outside wall, cleaned it all up, redesigned it, reran all kinds of HVAC. You had a lot of duct issues. Reran all the new electrical, restudded the outside walls. Major insulation on the outside walls, fixing all the electrical, putting everything back again, rebuilding all the windows, the wood, all the trim, and then, of course, bringing in my wonderful carpet guy and redoing the carpet.
It's great. It felt like a whole new basement. It was inviting, it was warm, it was comfortable, it was beautiful, it was family home. It was a family basement now.
It poured so much rain in the last hour, I can't believe it. And we took a look outside. There's no water coming in whatsoever. All new weeping tile from that point all the way out. We did find some blockages. We did find some issues. We fixed what we need to fix. That's why it's drained. After all that rain is drained, your weeping towel is working.
Okay.
Otherwise, this would be still full of water.
Okay, that's great.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, wow. Does that ever look better, eh?
Oh, yeah. I took that thing down that you had. I really like this. Cedar with the copper trim all the way around it. Doesn't that
Very
look and
nice.
smell good?
It does, yeah. And the grass, we have green grass. The last time we had seen the backyard, it was nothing but puddles, really. The kids couldn't play soccer in the backyard. They couldn't go back there. Not only is the grass green, it's dry, there's no puddles, and it looks twice as big. I don't know how they did that, but it looks amazing.
And
Amazing.
salvage those, our trees, the
rebuilt
Japanese
this.
maples.
Oh, that's right, look.
So we took this completely apart because it was rotten, falling apart.
Yeah.
We kept the structure at the top because it worked. All your vertical was completely rotten out.
Yeah.
Doesn't that look
It looks
good?
like a different backyard altogether.
It looks bigger.
Wow.
It looks so much bigger.
It does. That's amazing.
Wow.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
You're welcome.
It's gorgeous.
Think your kids are gonna like to see this?
Oh, yeah.
Should we get them?
Let's get them. Can we get them?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go get them.
Okay, you go get it.
You know, now we're home and it's the way it should be and it looks so nice and they worked so hard. It's just amazing what Mike and his crew do. It's just amazing. I don't know how else to put it.
It's really, the only way to say it is just very simply like thank you to Mike and everybody. It's a different home. It's home, and we're glad to be back, but it is different in a good way. And it's great.
You gonna play soccer now with Daddy? Yeah. Look over here. Oh, come on this side over here.
Does this look different?
Yeah.
Look at this.
Doesn't that look amazing?
Maintaining your home is really important because it wasn't just the foundation. We had electrical problems, we had HVAC problems. We actually had a lot of problems. Your home is where you live. It's where your kids are. And if you really don't look into it and protect it from the outside, the inside becomes such a bad feeling. Nell and Tom, you could tell that pain just fell off them when they came in the house. You can tell them the smile. You can tell the pressure's gone.
Bring on the rain.
We're
Doesn't matter now.
We're fortified. Yeah, we're fortified. It can rain all at once now. And,
Not an issue.
No
great.
concerns.
It's great.
One more thing we found on the front. Actually, we went over the front already, didn't we? I'm hallucinating. I really got to get out of here.
Come on, you'll love them.
We were building a home while I was deployed in Afghanistan. The initial thought process for the house in its entirety was $600,000. We're still trying to figure out where all the money's gone. Right now, we owe $880,000 on our mortgage,
This is just not the way it was supposed to be.
$90,000 on our credit lines. We are completely maxed out. And the house is not even finished yet. And $40,000 to my parents.
You owe almost $1 million. It's not done. And now what do you do? Who do you call? I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway, as well as never before seen footage. So let's make it right. Mark and Carol, two beautiful people. Mark's been in the military for just over 20 years now, supposed to retire. Let's plan. Let's build our dream home, our retirement home. Not massive, make it environmentally friendly, use geothermal, make sure it's not more than 2,000 square feet. Great thinking. Set of twins. How can you go wrong here? Like, everything seems to go right, and all of a sudden, it turns right upside down. It's like taking his plane and doing one of these.
We planned it. Actually, we sat down on a computer program like probably about 8 years ago. You know, spent hours trying to plan the outlay and situate the home on the property so that it optimizes the sun usage for solar power in the future if we ever do that, and the passive heating in the winter months for the great room windows. And you know, we've just to the nth degree planned everything out.
This is what I wanted when I was a kid. You know, I want that home. I want the dream property and that retirement place that's good for my kids when I leave this planet, and somewhere for me, for all the hard work I've done in my life, to retire in.
Hello.
Carol?
Yes, nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you. I got a hug right away.
Hey, Mike.
Sir Mark, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
This is one of the nicest log homes I've ever seen. I gotta say, you know, the first perception of anyone looking at this is like, why is Mike Holmes here? You know, this is a beautiful house. Obviously, these people have money. No, they don't have money. They're in debt because of the problems they went through because of one man. Come on in. Make yourself at home.
Yeah, okay.
Our contractor was a friend of the family. We really did, yeah, we put our kind of life on the line, really, with him, and we gave him all we had and said, look, here's what we want, and...
I'm gonna have to stop things right here. Now, I'm sure there are very competent and licensed contractor friends and family members out there. But my very strong advice is that if you want to remain friends and make sure your house is in the right hands, take the personal connections out of it. I can't tell you the number of times I've heard we've got help from a family friend, or a friend of a friend, or an uncle, a neighbor, and on and on and on. And eventually, crap happens. And you have one fewer friend and a house that's a mess. I'll say it again. Get quotes from at least 3 different contractors and check out several references. Don't combine family and friends with your money and your home.
But going back, our contractor knew very well, because he knew us well, what our absolute maximum we could spend was. And that was crystal clear right from the very beginning. So we were on a very finite, and we wouldn't have actually started this project. We would have never built it if he hadn't promised he could do it within that budget.
Not only was the house not finished within their budget, I mean, the siding wasn't done, the outside, the bathrooms, the floors, you name it, there wasn't even heat. And how much was the initial thought process that this was going to cost?
The initial thought process for the house in its entirety was $600,000, which is a lot of money.
But you can buy a house right now for $600,000 right downtown Toronto that is a piece of crap.
We put the agreement into place to start construction, at which point I got told I was being deployed to Afghanistan. Well, Carol and the children were still in Western Canada. I mean, there was just no one here. So it was I guess we kind of assumed that things would be taken care of. The first time we realized there was problems with the contractor and the timeline occurred while I was on my midterm break from Afghanistan. Packed up the wife and kids and all our belongings and hopped in our U-Haul truck and drove across Canada to move in here. Showed up and the house wasn't, the roof wasn't even on. And so we put all of our stuff into the garage. At that point, I had to go back to Afghanistan. So while back in Afghanistan, I was trying to be proactive, as limited as I could.
So this was hard on you, because you were dealing with the contractor.
Yeah, I was here almost every day doing even what I could do. And I would make runs into town to go get supplies for our contractor. Well, I need this, well, I need that. So I would go and I would be the gopher, and then, you know, I stained the deck, I painted, I learned how to drywall, I did all the grouting on the tiles.
I did all the dormers and the gable ends, yeah. Myself and my brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Did it. My brother-in-law was helping me, and then soffit and fascia wasn't done. We had squirrels, actually. Funny story with a squirrel running around here, and we chased him with a hockey stick trying to get the squirrel running around. We're in bed one night. And
You know, I can certainly understand the dream of owning a log house. It looks beautiful, and it has a really warm and cozy feeling about it. What many people don't know is that the logs will continue to settle, meaning they expand and contract even after they've been put in place. That makes sense. Living trees hold moisture. When the trees are cut down, the water is released over time, which changes the dimensions of the logs, and they can bow and crack. So, homeowners need to use materials that allow for the movement of the logs. There's a lot to think about when it comes to a log house, so do your research. Pretty slick. So you do have somewhat functional.
Yes.
Okay, so you've got the kitchen, all in-floor heating, yes?
Yes.
It is.
Is it used? I guess it's not workable. No. Let me guess. You finished the kitchen?
Yep. The whole ceiling was exposed. You just had wires hanging down. So my cousin came in and did the polytile groove in the ceiling. My sister's husband's dad did the tiling on the behind the stove. And we've had friends and family just come out and just kind of help where they could. We have people like Carol did the grouting, and I did the tiling in the mudroom.
The relationship with our contractor, there is none. There's absolutely no contact.
10 years in the making
Yeah.
of planning.
Yeah.
And how many times I say this? We need to plan this, and we need to follow it, we need to execute it. And you did all the right steps and tripped over one major one.
Yeah.
And that was finding the wrong contractor.
Sometimes I look around and I just think, this is just not the way it was supposed to be. And especially when Mark's away, and you know, I'm here doing everything, and then I sit down and I look around, and it's just not our dream home right now.
Do you think he did this on purpose? Do you think he's a pompous SOB?
No, I don't. I know Carol and I have spoken about this many. I don't think that was it. I just think that he got over his head and didn't want to admit it. And then when things got bad, I just don't think he even knew where the money was going.
10 years from planning to 2 years of building to trying to convince the government to give them an occupancy permit because they're living everywhere else. They borrowed from all their friends, family, credit cards maxed out. They're actually in debt, $900,000.
Bills weren't getting paid near the end. I started paying people directly.
Bills didn't get paid.
Yeah, and actually we were getting bills that I'd already assumed were paid because I gave money to our contractor.
So the general contractor didn't pay the subcontractor.
So then I'm getting bills that we had to take credit lines out for in order to pay.
Supplies.
So then I started paying, like I paid the kitchen guy directly, I paid the window guy directly.
For the windows directly from
Because at that point, we're like,
Can you imagine that? Like, I don't get that. Almost $1 million out of pocket, and what did the contractor do? Nothing but turn their life into a mess.
This wears me down after a while, just really actually looking around this house kind of wears me down sometimes.
I mean, obviously we're trying to stay strong as a family, be strong for our children, and teach our children that sometimes life, you know, throws you curveballs, and you just have to deal with it and grow and learn.
Now what does he have to do? He has to fly to Africa and teach people there, which is not a bad thing, it's a good thing. But he has to do that to make more money. Now he's away from his kids, now he's away from his wife, just like throughout this whole thing.
It's my responsibility to do what I can to support the family, so off I go again.
You know, we had family members that would come up here to the house in the middle of the summer, beautiful day, and there's nobody here. There's nobody working on the house. So when it was supposed to be ready in August for the kids and I to move in, where was he? There's a lot of work to do here, so
We'd be happy if Mike painted the mailbox.
yeah. I mean, truly,
one
there's
less
a lot of work, and we would be grateful for anything that he can do for us.
I was really coming in to finish the outside, to get the inside safe. However, now that I look at the floor, somebody's gone and added force there, and I'm pretty sure it's not enough, so I'm gonna need the bros in here.
Okay.
I'm gonna speak to the geothermal guys, which is gonna dictate what to do next when it comes to flooring. I think we can come in, finish the floor, finish the fireplace, because their vision was to have a stone wall all the way up.
Yep.
Finish the ceiling in tongue and groove pine, bam, 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 bam. We fired in, it's done.
Okay.
Then do the siding on the garage and laundry area.
Yep.
Put a stone facing below it, and then they're a lot further ahead than they are now.
Okay.
At the end of this, if we can at least fill that beautiful big garage full of lumber so they can finish the bedrooms for his kids, I mean, that's a
great
big
idea.
birthday present.
Great idea.
What I'd love to do is definitely set up scaffold, because if we can prep to start the exterior siding, that would be freaking awesome.
I need someone to tuck tape the top, and then we'll start stapling, guys.
Why is house wrap so important? Think about it. I'm all about protecting the exterior envelope of your home. A good house wrap acts as an air and moisture barrier, reduces drafts into your house, increases energy efficiency, and improves indoor air quality. Why do we want to stop moisture buildup? It'll lead to wood rot, which compromises structure, and mold growth, which negatively affects health. House wrap is a breathable membrane that's installed directly over the sheathing and underneath the exterior finish. whether that's brick, stone, siding, or wood. Not only does the membrane stop rain from penetrating the sheathing from the outside, it also allows water vapor from inside the house to move to the outside. So what do I mean by that? When you take a shower, there's moisture. When you're cooking, there's steam. We don't want all that sitting on the structure. So, house wrap is another line of defense to protect your home. I'm looking at the ceiling. What I don't want to do is remove that.
So we can go over it?
I want to go over it.
Okay, great.
Because if we remove it, we're going to belly out with the insulation. We're going to create one thing leads to another effect.
Yeah, no kidding.
We can just go right over it.
Now, the lights, you think there's enough room to just pull them slightly?
Pull one of them out, turn the lights off so you don't blind yourself. Pull them out, make sure we can pull it down, that our diffuser comes out, and we can recap back in over top.
All right.
Get our laser level in here. Boom, set it up.
So we get a first level line to come off of,
That's right, because you want everything to meet into place.
Hey.
You on? Okay. I gotta test whether or not the insulation's bowing this out, or whether it's just the plywood.
You can clearly see the bowing in it, just because they didn't put enough nails in it. This is like cheap, what is it, 3/8?
I think, yeah, that's...
Which is actually, in a way, a bonus to us, but if you can push that up and get it fired nice and tight in, check with that level, we're good to go.
Okay, buddy. Okay, let's see if that grabbed it.
Keep going, keep going. Push him now.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
All right, you know what?
Yeah?
Now that that's grabbing, I don't think we have to move the lights. I think we're good.
Ah, it's awesome.
The homeowners, they did the kitchen, them and their family. They did the bathrooms, they did the mudroom. Let me tell you, all the contractor did was erect it and caused nothing but problems, didn't pay his subs. I mean, he's a complete dog.
Pretty excited, pretty mixed emotions, scared, excited, enthused, grateful, all the above.
Little things we learn over the years is to be even. So when you have a cathedral ceiling, look at it this way, where do you start with all that beautiful pine? Get in a lasered line so that you start at the same spot, that when it transitions back to this floor, on the second floor, it looks proper. Doesn't look like we're a bunch of amateurs that we came in a little high and a little low on this side. Tools make the difference. Oh, and a little bit of experience.
Oh, yeah, that's grabbing really nice.
We've been lucky to have a lot of people come in and help us. And John and Glenn, let me tell you, two ex-military guys, they know exactly what it is to help people. Okay, you guys have been with us now how long?
A couple months now.
A couple months. And I know it's been supposed to be a temporary thing, right? How'd you like to work full-time?
Would love to. Absolutely.
And I mean full-time.
I would love to.
They're gonna hire you full-time.
It's a little bit different coming to work every day. It's nice to wake up every day and want to come to work. That's what's so enticing about like us being here. So it's a really good atmosphere, and it's nice to have bosses that not only teach you, but you can go to them with any problems or questions you have. So it's been an awesome experience so far, and me and Johnny are both really excited for the future.
I feel like I fit right in from day one. I feel like these guys could have been overseas with us. I'd serve with them any day overseas, and yeah, it's just been a great experience so far.
Welcome to the team.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, boys. Woo! Nice. Nice job, buddy.
How's that? All good.
The geothermal heating and cooling system, that's another thing that the contractor failed to finish. Another thing we have to do. Wow, we took everything out. This is what we do, start again, yes?
Yeah. Start all over.
There was 3,600 feet of 3/4-inch line laid horizontally around the house at a depth of about 5 feet. And the geothermal system uses these lines to absorb energy from the earth and help convert it to heat in the winter or cool it in the summer. and that saves money. When it comes to geothermal, what we need to look at is if we have a beautiful amount of space of land, we're gonna run those pipes horizontal. For other houses that are really tight or short space, we're gonna go vertical. In this case, we did both. Understanding the potential of geothermal heating and cooling is worth a closer look. I've talked a lot about the benefits of renewable energy over the years, in the form of solar panels, wind turbines, etc. Now think about the planet. If you go down 6 feet in the Earth, the ground's temperature stays pretty consistent from 40 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the year. This heat stored in the Earth never runs out. So why not harness this renewable, clean, energy-efficient, and cost-effective resource? As I've said, a loop system is installed underground that contains water and an environmentally friendly antifreeze solution. This connects to the heat pumps inside the house that eventually moves heated air throughout the duct system into the rooms. Saves money, saves the Earth. It's a win-win. Rather disappointing that we've had to pull out all the ductwork, and that's a lot of money. Think about it. I mean, not to mention waste. We're going to recycle it all, but it's not size big enough for the units to actually heat and cool the house. So Gary, love the guy. He couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Pull it all down, make up all new, run it new, make it right.
The guys have worked their butts off getting all the strapping on around the house. We've got a little area left to do today. Once that goes up, the siding goes on as fast as we can so we can try and beat the weather.
At the bottom of our trim in here, we got our strapping. We're gonna apply this J trim here, which is gonna allow for any water or moisture that gets in to drain out the bottom, while at the same time, keeping any bugs or anything from going back up underneath. Okay. We're gonna keep it up just a width of a shim off the deck, and that's gonna give that room, that air to get in there and let the water out.
We've cut 16-inch pieces of concrete board, and we're gonna attach them from the top of the wood to the bottom of the deck, just so we have something for our stone to adhere to at the bottom of the house. It's gonna look really nice once we're finished everything.
We have considered, like, just throwing in the towel on this house, really, but it's not something that we want. We do want this house, and we've worked hard for it, and unfortunately, right now, the way it is, it's not our dream home. But, you know, I kind of joke that Rome wasn't built in a day, and we're on a 10-year plan, I think, here, so. You know, I'm here on my own the majority of the time, and it's hard. But I know that Mark is doing his best for our family. I know that. He's...
Big day. Getting going on the siding, and I'm really liking the look of this. I think it really complements all the log. I think they're gonna love it.
So we're just putting the siding on here. We're just slapping it down to make sure it's secure onto the tongue and groove.
We're just cutting in our last register here. Because we drove the floor up with our foam and our plywood, now Gary's gonna come along and he's gonna put in a little sleeve to bring that duct up so it's sealed the entire way into this room. Because of the size of these windows, they required more air. So originally they had one in each corner of this room. Not enough. He added 2 more, one up the front here, closer to the window. Give enough air, enough heat to keep this house warm in the winter, cool in the summer.
Next step, we need to get started on the stonework on the outside, then the fireplace on the inside.
Adam, just even getting those 2 studs up, you can get a sense of what this fireplace is gonna look like. It's awesome. So are you okay on your clearances with non-combustible?
I am. We've got steel stud for anything within 6 inches of the inside
Beautiful.
and 4 feet of the top.
That's more than enough. All right, you guys are fine.
We gotta match the contour of the logs. So one of our guys came up with a really, really smart idea. We have this tool, and all you do is run it along the side of the logs onto the cement board, cut that out, and it should slide in perfectly.
Talk to each other when she slides in.
Looks good. Looks good. The stone will fill in the rest.
Right here we have our platoon full of guys that we were working with up here. Everyone from Mike, the big boss man, right down to all the production guys and the volunteers that we have. We got Derek that came up with the idea of doing this whole thing, you know, funny guy Derek. We're just gonna go ahead and close this up, and in about 20 years from now, when they open it up, it'll be a big surprise.
People call me happy.
Happy.
Yeah.
You know what? He is always happy, and sometimes it almost gets to me, though.
Too happy?
A little too happy sometimes.
Yin and yang.
Johnny and I thought it'd be a good idea to show our new family what our old family used to look like and bring them on base. And it was nice showing them our element and them being involved. It just turned out to be a great day.
John and Glenn arranged a rappel from a 30-foot tower. Man, that's pretty cool. Here we go.
The rappelling really made me nervous. I was kind of terrified.
You'll be fine.
It's just rappelling, and then it freaks me out.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Beat him to the bottom.
All the guys were doing it, so I had to do it. It was really scary. I'm not even gonna lie. I was petrified.
Not bad. Sherry, I saw her face up there, and she was terrified. I think it was just the beginning, getting over that edge. Once she was over, she wasn't that bad, but she was terrified.
I don't like to admit a lot of fears. I don't like to be scared of a lot of things, so I kind of push myself to do it anyway, and I did, and I am very happy that I did it, and I would have regretted it if I didn't, so.
I'm not nervous anymore, are you?
I'm still shaking, and I'm tired.
You're upside down. There you go.
I was a high-rise window cleaner for years. 42 stories of building, it's nothing. The upside down thing, I didn't do that while window cleaning. All right, let's go.
His money's falling out.
Where is it? That was sort of weird because it just like threw everything out. I was like, oh, what should I hold it? How should I do this? It was still fun. That was a lot of fun.
What I want to do is come up with some ideas on a mantle. I thought maybe we could get away with a full stone fireplace, but it's just too much. It's too big, too bulky, so I definitely want to break it up. The one thing I did see outside was some half-cut logs that they used for building this house, right? I'm thinking of incorporating that. I'm gonna have to open this up, beef up our framing behind, because that half log's gonna be pretty heavy.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the profile of my log, okay? So this is where it's gonna be sitting. There's my cement board right there. There's my mantle log, right? So we notch out the back. Keep the cement board on. Now we can actually put 2 pieces of either 2x4, 2x6 on top of the cement board. That way it's on the outside of the combustible zone. Then build off of the cement board like this. Insert the log. That way it gives us a screw point right through here. And that way it won't go anywhere. Ready? Just right in front of the stairs, about 10, 15 feet off. The log's been out in the weather for a long time, so it's moldy and it's got dirt all through it. So Glenn's gonna do a light sanding on it, clean it up real nice, and stain it to match the rest of the logs on the inside of the house.
I'm using a 3-in-1 cleaner right now, so what it's gonna do is it's gonna get down to the surface of the wood and pull out all the dirt, mold, or mildew that might be on it. As you can see, as soon as I put on the surface cleaner, the dirt's just starting to pull out. So it's working. It's gonna look good at the end.
Last time I was here, there wasn't any siding installed below these windows. So the crews put on the vertical strapping and the new siding. I just have to close this gap off. There's some color match material, tie into the green windows, and we're just gonna create a little drip edge. So any driving water that hits against this area comes out over the siding and drips away.
The main goal with the exterior envelope of your house is to protect the interior of your home and your family. The drip edge is yet another important safeguard against water penetration. This metal flashing should also be installed on the roof, at the edge of your shingles near the gutter. Why? The drip edge will direct water into the gutter instead of behind it, where it could pool and damage the roof system. This is an area where roofers and contractors often cut corners when they're trying to give the lowest bid and get hired. Some roofers won't even install the drip edge, and instead they'll extend the shingles right over the edge of the roof so the water falls straight into the gutters. The problem with this is that over time, these shingles can start to curl down with the weight of snow and ice, and even just with gravity, so water will still go into the gutters. However, the water can be absorbed right back up into the sheathing. As a homeowner, don't just take the lowest bid. Do your research and make sure quotes include important protections like drip edges.
No, don't do that.
I love how you started, Johnny, with your big chunky corners. So just remember to just fly over the fireplace by like a 1/4 inch. You're just trying to make the gray board disappear. We'll do a nice mortar line right down the side of it after, okay? See the stone? See the mantle? Pretend the floors are done. Beautiful room, you guys. Steve, you're just doing your end cuts.
Yeah.
Are you cutting the back ends of these? How are you fitting those in?
This, there was a tongue on this end of the wood, and there's a tongue here. We don't want to just put this in and try to pin it down because it won't lock into place. So what we've done, cut the tongue off, and I've got a guy out on the saw that's creating grooves.
Right, and that's a great little option, right? You just ties it right back in.
That's right.
And solidifies the whole floor.
Locks it in place.
That's a whole lot of trunk. Look at that. Gentlemen.
Hi, Mike.
This is Steve?
Steve, yes.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Joel, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Okay, right away, as soon as I walked in, what did I see? Neatness. And that tells me the pros, and I know it right away. And I love this. Look at how neat this looks.
Thanks.
This is what I want to see each and every time. So where is the system at right now?
Well, it's 100% complete. We're just ready to fire it up now.
Okay, just as a test?
Yeah.
Okay, please.
So this just shows the system status. If there's any problem with the machine, it would show the problem.
Oh, I love that. So it tells you, I don't feel well. You know, just like your kids talk to you. I love that.
So if...
Okay, you turned it on. Heating.
So it's in heating stage 1 right now. It's a dual stage unit, so it only uses the amount of electricity that it needs to run.
Nice.
Yeah. So you have to remember too is that this is your heating and air conditioning all in one. There's no outdoor unit. There's no anything like that, right? So
because we take cool water and use it.
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful.
So just lead the way, buddy. We got like 5 of us here today. We're gonna help you do this.
So really easy, we're gonna start over at the side here.
Okay.
We're gonna run a straight line with our first string of sod.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna step it.
Earlier, these were all nailed in place, a couple of screws on angles. It's not the proper method, and you can tell they did it in different stages. We have proper screws, at least, and washers on that one, but not on this one. A couple of nails and nothing in the bottom. You know, think about it, all this weight on top of here. All right, there's no earthquakes around here, but rules are rules. Put a bolt in the hole, and that's all of them.
Let's test this on top. Might be the wrong color, but what do you think?
Might not match.
Need a haircut?
Yeah, it's pretty lush, eh?
I've never seen it that thick.
It's like a shag rug.
Look at this, we got the fire department coming in and making a barbecue. It looks like the fire department, just in case they make a fire, I'm sure they can put it out. This man is a custom barbecue guy, and they came in from town just to make us lunch. Now, this is the first time I've ever turned this into a setup, we'll call it staging, and it's only because the homeowners have been gone for so long, I don't want them to come back to an empty house, so we're gonna actually set up the living room, make it really cozy, comfortable. I brought in 2 pros, they know exactly what they're doing. You see this, it's looking really good.
Obviously, it wasn't finished because there was no more money, because we were just plugging away at this point. And that's why Mark's in Saudi Arabia right now.
Are you excited all?
Yeah, very excited. Nervous?
Do you like hot tubs? Oh, wait a minute, you have one.
Yep.
Okay, I was called in to do the outside of the home, to protect the home from the elements of the weather, and that was, to me, very important. But I had to finish the inside, the focal point, the fireplace, the cathedral ceiling, the pine, the flooring, so that when they came home, that was another thing off their mind. Look, it's a log home. Little things are dressed up, but look at the siding.
It's beautiful.
It's completely finished on the outside now.
That's awesome.
You see the new stone? I brought in a stone guy, and he did a great job on the outside. And that's all the way around. It goes around the side, right to the back. We made sure that we closed off the section, made it watertight.
That's so nice. And I just can't believe this. I said I wasn't gonna cry.
It's okay. You're gonna make me cry if you keep it up, though. But I want to show you the wood, because for me, that wood is just a beautiful, it just does not match. Is that a beautiful color match?
Yeah.
Come on over here. I want to show you this. I even moved your gas line over because it was too close to your gas dryer. So rather than change it inside, I changed it outside.
Okay.
We removed some venting because we did a whole new system. So bringing in the geothermal guys, testing the underground, coming back into the house, 2 big units were installed. The whole furnace you had put in there, completely gone. All new ductwork. Testing the in-floor, the geothermal. Bringing Steve in to make sure we fixed flashing in areas, and caulking was a good attempt by your husband and his friend, but we had to fix it up because my job here was to blanket your home so you could now come home to the inside and slowly finish the inside.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions before I walk you around the house?
No.
None? Like, how you doing, or?
Finishing that geothermal is amazing for us because we had the work done, the pipes in the ground, and Honestly, no one was willing to give us the information that we needed in order to finish it.
It's not just about us coming in, but making sure all the licensed guys, electricians, plumbers, and we did a few things inside that, you know, it's a couple, don't get your hopes up. I'm gonna show you. But I did as much as I could in the time period, okay?
Yep.
But you can see how it comes around the house.
Oh, it looks beautiful.
It does, doesn't it?
Yep.
Again, fixing flashing, and all your flashing on the back there that I was terrified about.
Yeah.
Completely fixed and caulked. We're no longer worried about anything penetrating or harming your interior. Okay, so now I'm happy with this. Nice flowers. This is from your neighbors. This is your neighbors.
Oh my gosh.
It's your neighbors. Fixing little things like the structure, the bolting that wasn't done, a few things that obviously just were not complete. So come towards the door, because don't look through the glass.
I'm not looking.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so close your eyes, and I don't want you to open them until I tell you. We'll just wipe our feet here. Okay, keep your eyes closed.
Okay.
You're safe, you're not gonna trip on anything. And I'm just gonna bring you right into here.
Oh.
You notice this, the floor? Open your eyes.
I'm overwhelmed. Mike and the crew did a lot of work for us, and I'm very happy.
Last person that did a reveal screamed her head off.
Oh my God. This is beautiful.
Sort of like home now, isn't it? This is my guys that did this. I asked them, we set up the scaffold, we started all your planking, and we have enough to do the rest of your house in your garage. So the rest of your house will be done, okay, in time. But I thought we needed to finish this room for you and your family.
Thank you.
See how they tied the flooring? Isn't that nice?
It's beautiful.
I brought 2 guys in that were in the area that are really good at this, and they did all the flooring all the way underneath, tied it back into what your husband did and all the tile. But this is comfort.
I love it. Thank you. You know, it's not just the things that I could see when I'm sitting in the house or when I'm walking around, the things that aren't done. It's the things that we can't see that I also worry about, that things weren't done properly, that we can't see. And what will happen 5 years down the road or 10 years down the road. And now that I know that Mike has gone and sealed windows and sealed my logs and, you know, things like that, that's a huge relief. We can't thank you enough. This is, oh my goodness, I love that fireplace. There won't be any more mini hockey allowed and mini stick hockey allowed in the living room. There's absolutely, I'm putting my foot down on that one. Hi, Mark. Hi.
Hi, guys.
So, honey, they made our house a home. And I said I wasn't gonna cry, but I'm gonna let you see the fireplace.
Yeah. Oh, my. Holy smokes. Wow.
Although I was in love with the house, the kitchen needed renovation. But when we met the contractor, he was a charmer, smooth talker.
Did he make these cabinets?
Yes, he did.
I can tell. He's gone, isn't he? You tried to find him?
Oh, we tried on numerous occasions.
These guys know how to take your money.
Oh, my God.
Hello.
This situation could really get you depressed. Real depressed.
I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway. as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right.
We've been here for 14 years. When I walked in through the door, I fell in love with the house. And it was an extremely hot day, I remember clearly. And when I looked in the backyard, I saw the pool. I felt like jumping in. And to me, that was one of the enticing things about the house. Although I was in love with the house, the kitchen needed renovation because it was a builder's material. And that had been my dream from the very day we moved into the house.
Sheila and Val, nice couple. Looking for the right contractor, want to really update the whole first floor, the kitchen, the bathroom, new floors, new everything. They did their homework, or so they thought. Pleasure to meet you.
Welcome, come on
Mike.
in.
The place looks beautiful from outside. Now that I just walked inside.
Yes, this is a disaster zone.
It appears to be.
When we met the contractor, he was a charmer, smooth talker. He was very convincing.
We had people referred him, people who we know, who we trusted.
I also went on the internet, did a search, found nothing on him, so we thought, okay, he's good to go.
He lulled us into a false sense of security, and then he struck. The renovation progressed, but then he was not meeting timelines, and he disappeared after about 4 weeks.
How long has this been like this?
10 weeks.
10 weeks.
10 weeks.
Chaos. Our house right now is in total chaos.
There's nothing. In the family room, it's just thrown with his tools, and we had to get them out the way, push them to one corner so we could move through.
We expected by now we would have had a beautiful kitchen to be able to cook, entertain, and enjoy for the summer, but we have no water on the main floor. We don't have a powder room. We don't have a laundry room.
Okay, so he hasn't really touched any plumbing. What's up with the trim? Is that just a sample of what he was going to do?
No. This is supposed to be the finished job.
Oh, God, no. No. That's not how we do trim.
First, not to get us down, we humor ourselves, what it is like living back in rural Jamaica where we're originally from. The lack of running water and that sort of thing. We use that to motivate us because this situation could really get you depressed, real depressed.
So now your laundry room's out here.
Yes.
Is he gonna tile in here or carpet?
No, this was supposed to be hardwood.
Okay, this is 3/4 floor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he did, there's also a bow in the floor, so he didn't do bad bringing that up. You're gonna hardwood this floor too, right?
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
It's clear the tile in the hardwood was not going to line up properly. So what went wrong? What needed to happen here? It all comes down to hiring the right contractor. Before any construction begins, meet with your contractor and go over the game plan for flooring choices. Determine where you will be laying tile or hardwood or even carpet. I always say tile is best for high traffic areas that have potential for moisture and spills, like the washroom, the laundry room, the front and back door, including the kitchen. Carpet is warm on the feet, it's good for the bedrooms, and it's more economical than hardwood. Once you've picked the different flooring choices, you'll need to write out a list of materials needed for the project before any work begins. If you picked a 5/8 of an inch thick hardwood, you know the contractor will need to build up the substrate in the tile area so there's no uneven thresholds. Educate yourself so you can plan it right with your contractor. This will save you time and money in the long run. Really sloppy work. Why does he cut the floor here?
Because we wanted to have this wall recessed. When we removed the wall, there were pipes there.
Okay, and he rerouted them.
He rerouted them, yeah, to the back.
Okay, I really need to look at that. And he's played with electrical, hasn't he?
He had an electrician coming in.
He had an electrician?
Yes.
A licensed electrician?
We don't know that.
He put in 11 pot lights, of which 7 are working.
Did he make these cabinets?
Yes, he did.
I can tell. This wood is cheap, very, very poor work. That hood requires a 6-inch vent, just so you know. That's a 4-inch vent.
Okay.
Do you see that pipe that he's cut in the wall? Mm-hmm. Okay, there's no cap on that. Methane gas.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Okay, my point is, I'm seeing so many things here that we don't do as pros. How much did he say he was going to charge you for all of this?
Initially, the cost was $22,000, but then he started adding on. So after he was done, it would have gone up to about $25,000.
$25,000. And you're out of pocket how much?
$18,500.
$18,500. First of all, the job was too cheap. But $18,500, imagine losing $18,500. In total material costs, he's probably out of pocket $4 grand. The crown molding is not terrible. It was maybe one of the guys he hired that did the trim.
For the most part. For the most
See, that makes sense to me. And who did all the wood on the floor?
There were two young guys.
One of them was just a summer student.
So what okay, is this guy a general contractor? Did he do anything here? I didn't take your money?
I actually questioned him about it.
We asked him about that too because he was hardly here.
And I'm saying, I need to get this thing done. Why don't you stay? So I called from work just to find out, to set up a meeting with him because I needed to give him an ultimatum. As soon as I came through the door, he says to me, so you work with the government? I'm going, how do you know? He says, I have an identiphone. And I got at that point, I became suspicious that he found out that I was a probation officer. He left to purchase something and he never returned.
He's gone, isn't he? You tried to find him?
Oh, we tried on numerous occasions. No response. I contacted the Ministry of Consumer Affairs and we learned from them that this particular contractor has a track record.
He's what we call a chronic offender, and he was convicted 4 different years, 2012, 2009, 07, and 2005.
He's one of the guys I know about. The news has followed this guy. He's almost untouchable.
We understand that you've been doing this for many years, taking money and not doing the work. Do you have anything to say for yourself, sir?
Where is my money?
Charles Worth Carter was called to appear in a Whitby courtroom for failing to comply with the conditions of his probation. And while this convicted fraud artist may be a large man, he had little to say when confronted by Isabel Romero.
Where is the money? Tell me. Why you don't want to talk to me?
I think the court documents said it best when they say that Carter's behavior is predatory, he demonstrates no interest or intention of finishing the work, and that he has a history of convictions for unfair business practices. A guy like this just shouldn't be in business at all.
The name of the business that he gave us, we checked based on that. And when we checked initially, we found nothing.
But he's already changed his name, so he's got no bad things under the new name.
Exactly.
We purchased a house maybe 22 years ago, and the real estate agent we used then, he had just done some work for her. So we had gone to look at
what he did for her.
So he did work for a real estate agent?
Yes.
There's nothing to indicate that this guy would have been what he turned out to be.
You still got taken.
Yeah.
And poorly, actually.
Yes.
You got taken very poorly here.
Yes.
Each time I have to talk about it, it makes me, become emotional. I think we did due diligence. We did our background checks and everything. And for this to happen, I don't know if I can trust anybody from here going forward.
But that's not our nature. Our nature is to love on people, to receive people in our home, treat them well. But in situations like this, we do feel, it does make you feel that, violated, very violated. We trusted him enough to give him a key to our house. He still has our key.
No fear. I'm going to gladly rip all this out, check everything.
Thank you.
And I'm going to make this kind of nice for you.
Thank you.
Because that's what I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't worry. Let it go.
Okay.
Let it go. Okay. Don't worry. So, here. Drill it right through the edge where someone's going to put a screw.
No plates.
7, there's one in the top. Lines into that box. There's no electrical permit at all pulled on this house. Here I am fixing one of those houses that this guy, Charles
Worth Carter.
Yes, has screwed up.
You have nothing to say. You just take money from people and just don't say anything?
This guy is already been in jail and is supposed to be in jail right now. He's on the lam. And he still was able to screw this family.
Charles Worth Carter will occasionally do a good job and, maybe kind of lure in or bring in other people, and they'll take him on. And then that's when those people will get caught in that trap.
It's going to be all new. We're going to get the permits we need, and we're going to give this family the job they should have had. How are you? Here's one of the kitchens that you did when you were 5 years old. Seriously, you like this?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Oh, this is a joke. I don't even understand this.
I've never seen something like that.
Taking down this wall would be a wonderful thing to allow all that light into that room, as well as give us a lot more room to play with. To make this an open concept kitchen, first I have to take care of the structure. I'm gonna knock that wall down between the kitchen and the dining room. Then we're gonna create the perfect kitchen for Sheila and Val to entertain in. Speaking of kitchens, can I buy you a coffee? Quick little look, he's done some painting, okay. The floors, if you check out the height from this subfloor to the tile, this subfloor to the tile, you're gonna see we've got one hell of a difference, and I need to know why. He's done electrical without a permit. Everything they've touched, we're opening.
So the main floor?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's pull all the sheathing up, then we're gonna work our way to the tile. The tile's gonna be last, and we'll work our way out the door.
Okay. Heads up.
A lot of different wood in here. This is a 1/4-inch topping right there.
So that's our original subfloor there? Yeah, they use 1/4-inch on top of everything. There's your water lines.
Okay, I want to open up this right away. No dovetail, no rabbit joint, no nothing. Bottom held up by back. Just look at trim nails. That's not how you make kitchen cupboards. Imagine.
Unbelievable. I think it's strictly being held on by the molding. Look at this. Crown molding only.
Plus the screws in the back that didn't hit any studs. That would have been a catastrophe, filling it full of dishes, and one day you're in the kitchen, that would have hurt someone really badly. I've seen this so many times. A contractor who is obviously cutting corners and then stops showing up altogether. I wish I didn't see it so much, but I do. And my job is to educate homeowners. How do bad contractors cut corners? They charge for better materials, but when the time comes, inferior products are used. What can you do to prevent this from happening? It's simple. In the contract, make sure to include a list of materials to be used in the job. Then, follow through and keep track of the materials. Go to the job site as often as you can, especially in the early stages when structural and mechanicals are being run. Take photos, take videos, ask questions, because once the drywall goes up, you don't know what's behind the walls anymore. You can even bring in your own inspector so you can have your own progress report. Another way contractors cut corners is by hiring unskilled labor. Trades should have their license right on the truck. Don't be afraid to ask the trades to show their license. Remember, it's your money, it's your home. So corner cabinet, this would have been the long baby, and for whatever reason, this is his side pieces that weighed 357,000 pounds.
Every bad contractor writes the picture of their plans on the walls because they never have a proper set of plans.
I still haven't figured out how to, I think, is that a body?
Where's the fridge?
Is that water?
Professional, we use a proper set of plans.
Anytime we open up any job, we're a forensic team. What'd they do? What'd they touch? Did they hurt structure? What did they change? Oh, yes. I think it's original ceiling. Just how did he wire this?
Hello. There we go. Here's your transformer that needs to be accessible.
Oh, and there's a switch. There's a switch hidden.
There it is.
Oh, look at, why won't the light work? It was off.
You're kidding me.
It was off.
What was he gonna do?
Well, when he couldn't figure out where he put the switch.
He left his tools and ran.
I mean, some of it was so foolish. You look at it and go, I don't know, it doesn't matter. Take it down.
Oh, my God.
So a licensed electrician puts a female end on this.
Where's it hidden?
I don't even know where they got it from. But just, you know, go ahead, smash a hole in the wall, bring a wire down. Now I'm worried about all the electrical, obviously. Drop the trim. Drop that wall, please. But make sure we save the piece so we can replicate it. No primer.
No primer.
It peels off.
Yeah.
Primer is a sealer, and paint bonds to the primer. This is gonna be fun.
I don't know what the problem is. This is how I painted Mike's house.
I would have to say, I am good for structure. Now that the drywall's down, it's clear this wall is not load-bearing. The joists in the kitchen ceiling run parallel to that wall, resting on top of the exterior wall and attaching to the triple beam support on the other side. All the structural support we need is already there. And there's no ductwork in the wall except for that corner.
Yeah, and that's already bulk in the other side.
So that's perfect. I'm a happy guy.
Yeah. So what are you talking about here, bud? What happened?
Well, it's looking like that double layer is only right here. From about here over, it just dives into that room.
You're probably right. It probably a little dip here in the floor, and they probably just wanted to make it level. You can see the self-leveler right there, and then they use thin set, and then they put their tile. That's why it's built up so much right here. Well, you know what we're gonna do? We're going right to the floor.
You have a feeling he's working on someone else's house right now?
I think he is. That really angers me, knowing that he's out there probably scheming how to get the next victim.
Do you get the opportunity to go after these guys? Is that what you do?
Yes, Mike, the gentleman that you're talking about here today was convicted in 2012 in June of 4 breaches of the Consumer Protection Act. One of the biggest problems we're noticing these days is consumers get one good reference and they stop looking. They stop digging for more information. You shouldn't stop.
You'll go white to ground, Joe, for a sec.
There you go. You're tapping, right?
I'm giving you my heartbeat, because I love you.
Okay, that's the one.
All right, that's the one. Perfect. So we're simply mapping everything out right now so we know how to turn things off and find our path in order to turn everything on. When you want to simply remove a wall, you need to remap the wiring. There's wiring that's already in there that's going to have to come out. So we're going to spend a little bit of time with Joe, get it straightened up, and then rewire once we've got the ceiling removed.
Frankie, is this ready to go, bud? Holy geez, you already did half of it for me.
Wait. We need this wire. I gotta make a run.
Oh, it's like wallpaper. And it's dusty still. So they didn't wipe the walls before they painted, so it's not sticking to nothing. A little bit of moisture, this would come down, so it's pretty much like wallpaper. Just a simple cloth would have did fine, but now it's, you can see it. Poor work.
I had it through.
Wow. And the house is still standing.
Oh my goodness.
So we're back to the beginning.
Oh my goodness.
So I did take the wall down because now it feels like open concept, right?
Wonderful.
I had to talk about the contract because you might as well wrote it on a paper bag. If that's how bad it was. Total cost is $22,000, which you said it went over $22,000.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. Kitchen average price is $20,000 to $30,000 to even $50,000, depending on what you want. This one here, $20,000 to $25,000. That's just the kitchen. That's nothing else. So his $22,000 was not going to happen. Is there any guarantees in here?
I think he said something, all work will be warranted for 2 years.
But he took your money and left the house.
He did.
So that was the only guarantee you got, that you were going to get screwed.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a bad contract.
Yeah.
I could tell this has been a little bit emotional for them. I really could, and I don't want to beat them up on it because I think they've been through enough. I want these homeowners to know where they went wrong. Don't just check out one job. I gotta tell you, these guys know how to play a really good game. They'll do one good job, and then boom, they send you to them. Oh, it's all good, hire them. Check with the Better Business Bureau. Check with any of the consumer companies in your area. No contractor gives out hundreds of references, but 10, 20 references? Pick up the phone, phone every one of them, and go see at least 3 of the jobs he's done. That way you can tell whether or not they have a cycle of doing it right or doing it wrong. The good news is, I am gonna fix it all.
That sounds really, really good.
I'm so anxious to see the finished product.
Okay, so you smiled. I feel better. Now I'm smiling. Now I'm smiling. Now comes the fun stuff. Lots to fix. Change the electrical, fix the plumbing, start framing up and getting ready for the cabinets, but I have a little lull here because I have to wait for Daniel to make the cabinets. Timing's everything.
This home here is a little challenging. Basement is completely finished, right from the front to the back. Well, I need to run circuits here to the kitchen. We're actually gonna cut the plywood from the kitchen all the way to the panel and run our wires that way. This way, the basement, the ceiling does not get disturbed. We gotta redo the floor anyways. That's our best option in this case. And hopefully we find no surprises.
My doctor's gonna kill me. There's no way an injury is gonna keep a good man down. All I gotta do is improvise.
This is a definite, we'll call it repeat offender.
This is what we would call a chronic offender because he's actually planning stuff. We put together a body of evidence for the investigator does to be able to take it to court. That's what we have to work with.
So I can encourage homeowners to do that.
Encourage homeowners, definitely, to file complaints with the ministry.
Then that's what I'm gonna do.
We've been able to take out a lot of the dips and the humps by actually putting down more plywood right over the subfloor that's already existing. We like to stay at 3/4 or double 3/4. We like to have a nice rigid floor.
Me and Tyler just chalked some lines to find out exactly where the floor joists are running, so we don't have to guess when we're going down and screwing it. It's nice and easy.
We're able to get a nice, true surface right from the front door to the back door where the kitchen is, and that's what we want.
We're putting a tile underlayment between the substrate and the tile. Why are we doing this? There's a few reasons. We know that floors expand and contract with moisture and humidity. This can lead to cracks and breakage in your tiles. What the underlayment does is allows the tile and the substrate to move independently of each other. Allowing this movement greatly reduces the risk of cracks. This underlayment also protects the substrate from water penetration. As well, it provides vapor management by giving an escape route for excess moisture from the substrate. Spending a few extra dollars and taking the time to do this one simple step will save money and greatly reduce any structural issues down the road.
Just finishing up our vapor barrier here. We'll get this all sealed in, we can start drywalling. Finally move this kitchen along a little bit.
I have Nicole and Andrew laying the tiles at the front door, the bathroom, and the laundry room. The rest of the main floor will be hardwood. We want to lay the tile first so we can give our hardwood guys a nice clean edge to butt up against. Tiling is a little messier of a job, and by doing it first, we don't have to deal with getting mud or grout onto the hardwood. We're using an engineered hardwood on the main floor, which is cost-effective and it looks great. It's made up of layers of wood that are bonded together with adhesives under intense heat and pressure. This is then covered with a solid hardwood. What I love about engineered hardwood is that it doesn't expand and contract as much as solid wood does. Think about it. What happens in the winter? Indoor air is drier and solid hardwood tends to shrink, causing splitting and cracking. Conversely, in the summer, there's more humidity, and this added moisture causes the hardwood to expand and swell. If you're going to use solid hardwood in your home, it's important to keep humidity levels at about 30 to 45% to maintain the integrity of the wood. You can add a humidifier to the furnace. That can be adjusted for your needs. The engineered hardwood is more forgiving of movement caused by temperature and humidity fluctuations, so it's a good choice here. It's also durable, easy to install, and it looks awesome. A lot of guys will install their hardwood and just go right over the highs and lows without shimming underneath it. So you'll feel the movement every time you walk over it, not to mention you'll see the ups and downs. Chris, he comes in and he'll shim those areas so not only does it feel solid, it looks nice and true throughout the house. I love the pros. Andrew and Nicole are in a race against Chris. They're trying to paint, and it's always easier to paint without the hardwood in. So staying ahead of him is key. They got to be very careful and work together.
The secret here is we're going to use our cutting utensils to basically cut it just enough so the boards can tuck in underneath and give it a nice clean finish.
It's going to take Chris a couple of days to get the hardwood down. Once we get the floor in, we can really start moving. Then the kitchen can be installed, the casing, the baseboard, everything else that goes into the house starts with the floor. The concrete's all cracked. I don't mind the minor cracks, but when we see the holes that, you know, and the difference in height, especially over here, over here, over here, we may have to bring in a pool guy, because that capping doesn't look right at all.
I know. That's why, Derek, do me a favor, just please grab the other side.
I don't know if I trust this whole pool thing.
What do you mean?
Oh! You got any money or anything on you? Good, good.
Now, quit goofing off. Let's get back to work.
Hurry up. Come here, Derek.
Derek, we just wanted to tell you that when you're not here, we always think of you. And this is where you'll be, even in the days you're not here.
It actually looks more like you. Look at the schnoz on that.
It's true. Wait, how is this turning around on me?
Val and Sheila have no idea that I want to fix the pool. As soon as I walked outside and I saw the broken concrete, and I really don't like the edges of it, I think they've been through enough. Throwing a little more sugar, it's sweet.
We have Duroc out back today. They're going to be doing all of their rubber material around the pool. Going to clean up that backyard, and it's going to look really nice.
We're just putting our cope and wrap up on the side of the pool here. We use a polyurethane-based glue that we roll out on the concrete, and we mix a very similar glue into our rubber. And in about 24 to 48 hours, it's so solid you can't remove it without a jackhammer.
It's an exciting day. We got all kinds of people coming in. 1, 2, 3. Something I've never done before is actually witnessed a new liner going in the pool. It's kind of cool. So that's all that holds it in, is just that...
That's it, it's a track.
Wow. Once this is in place, you're happy with where it's going. You're going to then later cut in where all the boards are?
So we'll test it with the vacuum. And what it does is it sucks out the air and it puts it into place. And the weight of the water holds everything in, and
too cool.
Getting there.
It's a massive trade day, and we've got a lot of people in here, but it's what we have to do to get Val and Sheila back home as soon as possible. The installation of the kitchen is a big one. We need to get the cabinets in so we can finish the backsplash, the electrical, the plumbing. So Daniel and his boys are hard at work. While my guys are putting up the baseboard and the casing, they're trying to stay out of the way of the other trades doing their thing. There's a lot of people in here, so we need to make sure that everyone has the space they need to get the job done.
Right now, I'm just installing the back bend on our casing for around the windows and doors. It's gonna give it a much bigger profile. It's a little more labor intensive than a regular install, but the end result is very worth it.
This is just hideous. I want to take this out. Pink mortar, and then you have a stone that has some pinks in it and stuff, but to me, it's just terrible. It's like done in the 80s.
It's a little dated.
Yeah,
So bringing it up to a nice gray, modern color will make a big difference.
Look, I don't even have to speak. That's exactly what I want. I want it to look like a modern fireplace.
It's a natural mineral stain that soaks right in.
Right.
And basically lasts forever. Inside, we'll guarantee it forever. It doesn't dry completely uniform like paint.
Right.
It'll allow that natural background variation to come through.
This is what takes the most amount of time, is literally starting to put it back together. Homeowners may not sometimes understand that, and I get it. This takes time. We've got touch-ups on our trim. We got Craig doing all the painting, and we're helping everyone in there. Craig, I love the guy. He knows how to do it. He brings in the compressor, the hose, and away he goes and just starts spraying everything. And it looks right. Beautiful. What is that, an enamel?
We're using a porch and floor paint here.
A porch and floor, so it's for concrete.
Yeah.
It's probably an enamel finish. That actually looks really good. The last little things, it's putting on the booties. We're cleaning. What I don't want to do, clearly, is dirty up the floors. Looks good. As usual, you did it again, or we did it again. Teamwork is everything, isn't it? What do people want in a kitchen? Of course, they want functionality, storage, good workflow, task lighting, and high-end materials. These are all important. But one thing you shouldn't cheap out on is a good range hood. Why? Well, first think about the function of the hood. The fan removes any odors, smoke, and steam from whatever you're cooking. And by doing so, it helps reduce the growth of bacteria and mold. In other words, it improves indoor air quality and keeps the kitchen cleaner. I talk a lot about indoor air quality. To me, it's important. If you don't have the proper exhaust or circulation in your home, it's your lungs that are ingesting any toxins and then have to do the heavy lifting to get rid of the pollutants. Invest in a good range hood and give your lungs a break. I like it. You like it?
I love it.
Like, look at how open this is. This is crazy. I know everyone's gonna like this, and homeowners should be extremely excited. That kitchen works, and every kitchen's gonna be different because it's all based on how the flow goes, what's the layout, what size is everything, and how can we manipulate it to work. I think they're gonna love it.
Honestly, I'm done in 10 minutes.
Lower the one side, guys. Let's get out. Let's give the home back.
Can we go swimming out here?
You're going swimming regardless, dude. You just didn't know it yet.
Jackpot.
Is it heavy?
Not really, nah.
Well, you guys are
stacked 3 more on top.
You are grunting a bit.
I do push-ups.
I'm gonna put in the heavy door. They probably don't mind that. I'm gonna do the heavy door. Don't have too much fun. I'm gonna gladly rip all this out, check everything. Thank you. And I'm gonna make this kind of nice for you.
I am ecstatic. I'm overjoyed. I want to do my happy dance, just dance around. It's a blessing. It's such a blessing having Mike here. It just changed the whole perspective of what we were going through and given us hope.
Are you excited to see your house?
Very much so.
So normally I have this plan that we're just going to do a walk and talk, but I just want you to walk in.
Oh my God.
Just walk in, walk right in. Walk, go.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Now, we did rip apart everything. All new trim, all new floors, all new sheathing, all new doors, all new handles.
This is gorgeous. The color is beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Now, we want to make sure that if we're going to do this room, we're going to pull the floor out.
Yes.
And it's the way he should have done that. Pull it out, do everything.
I love the color of the
love the colors.
So far, we're doing good then.
Yes, you are. Excellent. We did our research. We thought we did the right thing, but it turned out that it wasn't the right thing. I think we should do a more thorough search, a more in-depth search before we pay any money out to anyone, so that we know that we are getting the right person. Oh my God! Oh, is this our house?
Yeah, it's your house.
This is fabulous. Oh, this is gorgeous.
Now, the fireplace, all we did was actually bring in a tinting company that was able to tint the rock. And to me, that was important because it was really, really nice. So we want to change the colors. Then I had Craig Lowe. He painted your hearth and your mantle.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That's beautiful.
Wow.
Oh, is this our kitchen?
Yeah.
What a transformation.
Yeah. And that wall was not load-bearing.
Oh, Mike, this is gorgeous. This is awesome.
I did get you a new stove, a new microwave, a new dishwasher.
Oh, thank you.
Daniel did all the cabinets.
This is gorgeous.
Just the way you wanted it.
Exactly how I wanted it. It's as if you read my mind.
Well, we went with a darker backsplash, and it's not...
Oh, that's great.
But it's a glass tile, and I really do like it.
I like to cook, so for sure I'll be spending more time in the kitchen.
Yeah.
It has just blown me away, you know. I didn't expect that. The color scheme, everything just my liking.
It's just beautiful. Oh, nice.
That's one door.
Oh, is this a warming tray down here?
No, it's two ovens.
It's two. Excellent. When I'm hosting parties, now I have space for everything. Excellent. I don't know how to thank you. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
They loved it. They feel good. It's in the smile. And as long as I see that, I know I've done my job right. Turn around. Turn around.
Oh my God.
So here's what happened. Your concrete was bugging me so much, I called him my good friend Troy, and he knows what he's doing. I had my pool done, so I said, can we fix this up? And our pool guy said, you know, the pool's in rough shape, it needs a new liner. Can we do a new liner? And I said, yes, you can. Cleaned up the backyard, so now your backyard's done.
Oh, thank you so much. It's beautiful.
I know that you probably lost all faith and trust in the good contractors out there, and it makes total sense to me that you would. I'm kind of hoping now that this will gain some of that back.
Yeah, it sure has. Yes. It really has restored my trust. Seeing what you've done and the integrity in which you do things and the professionalism that's displayed, yes, most definitely.
Guys like that contractor give us a bad name.
Yes.
And all you need to do is find the right ones, and it's no longer a nightmare. It's actually what it's supposed to be, a wonderful dream. Mr. Damon Bennett, my crew have been working so hard to come in and say hi to you.
Do you love it?
Oh, yes, we do.
So
we
good.
do. Absolutely.
I'm gonna give you a hug.
All my life, I've been seeing what this does to people, what it does to families, and what I'm talking about is how all good contractors get a bad name because of bad contractors, and that's not right. This is gonna take a long time to fix, but we're gonna keep doing what we do. And between Pat, the investigative reporter, Steve with Ministry of Consumer and Business Affairs, and us, we're gonna make it right.
If this actually works, we could make millions.
I don't even know what to say. I think that's the silliest thing ever.
Multi-tool man is back! Okay, my job is done.
Did someone actually come help me work now that we're done that?
I won't tell them, but I think we're gonna redo this.
Imagine hiring a professional kitchen company and spending $19,000 to build your dream kitchen that only becomes a nightmare.
I thought it was a great deal. I trust them, give them a chance.
It didn't make sense. It'd be like seeing a Ferrari for sale for $5,000.
Wow, those weren't even in studs.
This is the biggest bull I've ever looked at.
We paid them $19,000 for an unfinished kitchen.
These clowns, just 100% crooks.
The relationship was simple. I want money, I want more money, and now if you don't give me money, I'm gonna lien your house. Meanwhile, are you kidding me? I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway, as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right.
We bought this house about 3 years ago. We made a short list of what we wanted to do, and kitchen was definitely going to be the first thing on our list.
We got a flyer on our door, and it said you could get this 10 by 10 kitchen, granite countertops, and it was $14,000. So we saw the number, and we were like, wow.
The usual thing I'm used to seeing is homeowners that want a new kitchen. They get excited. They're just like, okay, let's do it. We're going to do this. We're not going to move. We're going to do it new. And they go out, and it appears they find the first person with a heartbeat rather than doing their job to check them out.
An older gentleman showed up with literally a sheet of paper, took about 3 measurements of the kitchen, down one wall, down the other wall, and down the other wall, and wrote a number down on a piece of paper, $21,000, clear.
Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Come on in.
Nice to meet you. Little things, I'm sorry about that. I just caught my eye. Laura?
I can't believe it.
Hello.
Meet my wife, Laura.
I'm Mike. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, this is a nice little setup.
The next day, the head sales lady showed up, and she took more measurements, had more ideas, suggested moving stuff, and she really seemed like she legit knew what she was talking about.
Well, let's see your kitchen.
Yeah, come on in.
Or what's left of it, up to you.
She also said, oh, free flooring, and we had lots of questions. I said, so what kind of flooring is free? And I was expecting them to say, well, you have a choice between this and this. Well, whatever you pick, we have. She never even measured the floor area. That's the strangest part. This is it.
Right.
So private conversations between us looked like Greg saying, this is a bad idea. I have a bad feeling about these people, followed by me saying, no, 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 they're gonna give me my dream kitchen. I trust them, give them a chance. It's all going to work out. I trust everybody.
So you got the flyer, like I do, in all your newspapers, right?
Right.
And in the flyer, solid wood, custom kitchen, granite countertops, guaranteed in 3 weeks. And in June, promotion, free. I love this, but wait, here we go, it's in here too. You're gonna get a free deck, it's 8 by 10. But wait, if you call now, because there's another big free here, you're gonna get an undermount sink and undermount cabinet lighting. This is the biggest bull I've ever looked at. And the pictures they use, each and every single kitchen is valued in the area of $30,000 to $40,000. So right there, you're not gonna get for $14,000. That's impossible, not a chance in hell. It's just not gonna happen. Here we go again. Another scam, another shoddy job that leaves homeowners poorer, but hopefully wiser. This kitchen company put all their effort into figuring out how to make a quick buck. They're really good at it with eye-catching pictures that offer up big promises, but it's all empty calories. Don't get played. I can't stress it enough. Do your due diligence and ask for many references, not just 2 or 3. Go see their kitchen showroom. Check out the quality of the cabinets and how they're put together. A proper contract should include materials that will be used, the sub-trades required, a work schedule, and a payment schedule tied to hitting certain milestones. They should show you proof of insurance in case they get injured working at your home, or if they damage something. They should have a contractor business number that you can check. I like to do a little math when I see these kinds of deals. Crap plus crap equals crap. Don't fall for it.
The terms of the contract were something else that were strange and didn't make sense either. It eventually translated to 75% of the cost of the kitchen before the countertops were in or the upper cabinets or any doors or drawers.
I want to see a quote saying exactly what they're going to do. Square footage of tile, linear footage of trim, what kind of backsplash, what kind of countertop, what kind of cabinets, what kind of interior, who's touching electrical. Tell me some of the things that are there.
Cabinet door style, work to commence on, how long it's going to take, and how much we pay them.
I was extremely hesitant. I didn't want to do it. And the more I said I didn't want to do it, the more animosity there was in our relationship. And so finally, I just said, do it.
So now I have to ask, how many references did you call?
2.
How many references did they give you?
2.
The first day, I was excited, June 11th. In walks this older gentleman in jeans and a ripped t-shirt in his like beat-up car he pulled up in. Like a beat-up pickup truck.
Kitchen companies have a box fan.
No. Alongside was his sidekick, who was 18 years old and was a co-op student from a local college in Niagara Falls, who told me that the day before he was doing a fence. To which I replied with, a fence? Oh, do you work for somebody else? And he said, oh, no, they're a landscape company.
And so I started laughing to myself. At this point, I could only laugh. Because I said, I'm a landscape contractor. If I wanted someone to screw it up, I would have done it myself.
They took the kitchen out. They came in and they did the tiles. So they removed the floor. Is this all a new section here?
This is new floors,
I can tell by looking at the baseboard.
On about the third day, the tile guy showed up who had only drywall tools with him.
They've done some repairs already to grout, or is that you?
No, that's all them. He then started working, and right away it's travertine floor, natural stone, unfinished, not sealed yet. And I noticed when he was laying it, he wasn't wiping the mortar away as he was going.
Like, he just left all the mortar on top, and I thought that was strange with a porous stone that you would do that.
It is really strange.
Yeah.
It's not the way to do it. This is a good opportunity to talk more about grout and tiles. You know, I'm not a fan of sealing the grout. It's organic, it needs to breathe. People will seal it just so they think that it's not going to stain. I'm gonna tell you, keeping your tiles clean is the way to do it. The tile itself may need to be sealed, especially if it's a natural stone like slate, marble, or even limestone. It's important for the contractor to seal the tile before grouting, or the grout will be absorbed right into the tile. These are all important steps to take to protect your home.
I just kind of shook my head, and I didn't know what to do. Got a drink.
This is when Greg started to call and say, let's call it, give us what we've paid back.
She, the head saleswoman, started freaking and saying they're going to charge me with harassment if I ever call them again. They're only going to speak with my wife now.
I would go on the phone and I would get, oh, hi, Laura, how are you? How are you married to such a man like Greg? I was then told that our base cabinets were ready, but that they weren't going to release them off of their truck until I handed her a cash payment because my husband is hostile and she doesn't trust that he'll let the next check clear.
Wow, they're really good.
I can see my cabinets on the truck, so what do? I hand over cash. That's when the cabinets came in and were bare carcasses.
Instead of kicking their butt out, they tried to work with them. They tried to make this right and get it done and get it finished.
Their scam was they wanted you to tell them to take a hike. They would keep whatever money you had given them at that point in time and be done with you.
Have you even checked to find out if they've taken anyone else?
Yes. Over 70, I believe, in the court case.
That you're aware of?
Yes.
Over 70?
Yes.
70.
They're out to get your money. This is their scam, and they're going to take you for every penny you're willing to give.
The fraud squad has stepped in and has arrested the couple, the kitchen company, because of all the patterns that they've created on this.
For fraud, it has to be lies and deceit, and then they have to get some kind of financial gain as well from it. So we're looking at what was the customers told up front. There was a website. We did our investigation. We found the website, basically every single piece of information on the website was false. Even the information on the flyers that the customers were given and were put out in the media, that information was not true as well. So as soon as you start out there, you're starting out with falsehood. You're starting out with lies, deceit, to get somebody to go ahead and think that they're dealing with a reputable company.
How has it been with your kids going through this wonderful extravaganza for the last 4 months? Has it been hard? Has it been tough on them, tough on you? That I know.
Complete nightmare.
My father and I hooked up. We got the granite in finally, and then nothing was hooked up, so we hooked up the sink because we needed something in there. And when we hooked up the sink, Logan started like cheering and like was like super happy. It was unbelievable. Mommy, we have a sink. Mommy, we have a sink. Oh my God, oh my God. So that's when I realized it was really affecting the kids more than we knew, and that he was internalizing a lot of the stress that we had.
It still breaks my heart for what this did to my kids above all else. My kids are my first priority, and when I think about what it's done to them, it's been since June 11th. We're now coming up to the end of September, and still to this day, my son asks, when are the kitchen people coming? When are we gonna have a new kitchen?
I'm here to make sure you get the kitchen that is safe, works properly, your kids are gonna love, you're gonna love, and this whole little story you've gone through for the last 4 months goes away.
I really, really hope these people pay for what they've done to my kids above what they've done to adults. I really hope they pay for what they've done to my children.
Electrical, hanging out of the wall when there's kids here. You know, not even worrying about whether or not they have a sink, never mind a countertop. Who cares? They made a bunch of base cabinets. They took $19,000. They laid a floor that needs to be pulled. You gotta be kidding me. Homeowners gotta take some fault here. A lot of the fault is because they didn't do their job to check out the contractor. They didn't do their job to actually look at what it would take to do this kitchen. This couple got conned into thinking they were getting a dream kitchen for a really good deal. What steps should have been taken before any construction began? A kitchen design should have been drawn up. This is important so that the mechanicals can be properly planned. Mechanicals are the electrical, plumbing, and the HVAC systems. This allows a contractor to figure out if electrical will be affected because permits are required even if you move one receptacle. A plumber will be able to determine the requirements of any new appliances, such as if a fridge has an ice maker, a new water line will be needed. As I've always said, pay attention to what's happening behind the walls first, or there's going to be a lot of headaches down the road. So what do we have ready?
Well, we showed up a little early, so what we did was we went inside, did all common sense stuff. We wrapped all the floors, moved all the furniture the areas that we knew we'd be probably addressing. We plasticed everything off, moved all the kids' stuff.
That's professional. That's the way this should have been done the first time. This is a very simple kitchen, starting with a full cabinet here with the microwave in place, fridge beside it encased with a cabinet that ties into the right, base cabinets that go across the corner right directly across the back with the kitchen sink right here. Peninsula will come out to about here. What I really love is how the upper cabinets tie in with a wine rack on this end, corner glass in the corner glass in this corner, and a beautiful effect really above the stove. It's gonna work and look really good. Here's the order I wanna do this. Take the door off to the garage, lose the stove. As the guys are starting to disconnect and break the countertops, it's going out. I want those cabinets out first and that drywall down, and we're gonna work our way out this way.
This is not how you install a cabinet. I can't believe we just removed the actual granite and we found one screw holding this cabinet in. This is definitely the wrong thing to do.
If you only put one screw in the back of the cabinets, they're not really well squared. They're not tied into each other. They're not secured to the wall. Worst case, if they actually put up the upper cabinets and they didn't place the screws properly. Okay, that's a great example. Here's an upper cabinet that is not secured properly to the studs. Fill it full of dishes, put a door on it, someone opens the door, boom, it comes down on top of them.
Wow. Those weren't even in studs.
Oh, no screws here.
I didn't even need a screwdriver. Okay, kick it in, guys.
But you gotta hold with my fingers. With the fingers. Get the fingers out. Now.
Oh my God, that was heavy.
Uno, dos, tres.
Nice. The last guys that were here basically said that they were going to resalvage the cabinets. Instead, they left them in the rain to rot and just go to waste. We're actually going to make it recyclable, and we're going to reuse it somewhere else. Les.
Where do you want these little ones, Carl?
I'm going to put on top.
Go ahead, smash, go. So we're supposed to have the insulation on the other side of the ductwork, right? This is supposed to be on the warm side. That's not on the warm side, is it? It's on the cold side. Vapor barrier. Here, the vapor barrier's in behind it.
Behind it.
Here, the vapor barrier's in front of it. In front of it, and almost no insulation in this zone. They didn't pull that out, right? This is what fell out right here. That piece is doing this little zone here. Doesn't that look good? What a crap way of doing this. Here's the sloppiness that happens in new home building. It's all about the eye candy. What's the, it's like pulling the curtains aside and going, oh my God, new paint, new floors, new cabinets, it's wonderful. But they don't care enough what's behind the wall. When we have homeowners saying, it's freezing cold in one of the bedrooms. This isn't logical. This pipe must be on the warm side. This doesn't even meet minimum code, and I don't even like minimum code. It doesn't meet minimum code. Anyone care about it? We do. Today is the day the kitchen contractors, the ones that did this mess, the ones that I'm cleaning up after, are in court today fighting for their, let's say, rear ends for the next while, so they're outside of the bars and not inside.
I hope for once that the contractor's actually held responsible, because as Mike was saying, very rarely are they ever held accountable, and hopefully this time they won't get away with screwing any more people.
That's one big bin. So as he goes down, he's gonna push it back, okay? Okay, you got it. Chris?
Hey, Mike.
Okay, crap floor, crap, yes?
This floor is really poor quality, and it's not just the scratches, the finish is actually peeling off.
So you now want to do that room?
I'll do whatever you tell me, but I'm just, the alarm bells went off. I'm thinking, how bad is that? And eventually they're gonna have to tear this out or resand it.
Okay, I have an issue. We can see the floor here, the 3/4 inches laid directly on the subfloor. And when I pull the register at the door here, I'll just show you. When I pull the register, not only is there a ton of stuff down here, wow. So they've tiled directly over the subfloor.
Oh, nice.
Now, the only reason we're not having cracking is because the floor joists run this way here, and they're 12-inch on center. So the builder beefed up the floor joist to tile directly over it. My issue is now, because I wanted to run all this tile this way, is that the floor joists on this side are 16-inch on center. The floor built with 16-inch on centers will flex a lot more. So if we were to tile it, we would have to lay down 5/8 sheeting on top of the existing, but then the floor would be a different height than the hardwood. The solution is just to tile the kitchen area and replace all the hardwood in the family room and living room. That way it's nice and true and level. Clear?
Totally clear.
Okay.
When we framed this wall, we kind of framed it inwards a little bit. And so when we tuck the fridge into place, it's not going to come out further than the countertops.
This is great. The guys have been busy. They've restudded this wall, making sure that Gary and Brian could come in and insulate the ductwork, make sure that it's on the warm side and not the cold side. No wonder it was freezing cold upstairs. Mold-resistant drywall, moving the fridge location over, electrical, put down the detrits on the floor so we prep for the tile. Rule of thumb is if you're gonna go directly over wood, you should put down 2 layers. So instead of a second layer of sheathing, we use the detrits. Designed for this, it allows movement within the floor. What I'm really excited about today is that we have the pro tilers in. My daughter, the pro tiler, she's learning something new today. They're gonna be using that chair system on the floor.
Yeah, that whatever the spacers I use, I'm pretty stoked. It'll be fun.
It won't be. So you're gonna start here. I'm gonna assume you're gonna go work your way back here and then come back this way.
We measured it all out from the center just so we don't get any little cuts by the walls. And then we're just gonna start going this way so we don't get trapped in the room and we can walk out the door.
Okay, well, they're gonna be showing you how to use those tools. You're gonna love how it makes the floor just perfect. Later on, at the end of this, when you guys are done, we're gonna play quarters and we're gonna slide them right across the floor.
Thank you. So we put these little things in before we put the tile down?
Yeah, we'll keep them under and they also work as a spacer and they keep the tiles nice and close together. So if you slip those in, see how one's higher than the other right now?
Yeah, I didn't.
Slide the wedges in.
Okay.
And then you use the gun.
Just squeeze it as far as possible. There you go.
That's cool.
Yeah, it makes it so much easier because like you can see that they're
perfect.
perfectly flush right now.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. You're getting good at this.
Thank you.
I remember when you first started, and that was really slick the way you did that. Do that again. Do it right here.
Here, I'll do this long one.
A long one. Oh, look at that. My goodness. We have 2 screws. So we want to get a screwdriver.
Yeah.
You know what? Normally, I'll walk around with a screwdriver in my pocket, and when it hits like that, you can see the screw. I'll just quickly put it in and do it now before you fill it again.
Of course.
I gotta get you a screwdriver?
No, I got one.
You're getting good.
Thanks.
I like this. So, Rob, how's your student doing?
Pretty good.
Doing pretty good? I tell you, the floor looks really good. Did you learn anything?
I still think the spacers are the most wonderful thing ever. It makes your floor comes out so perfect. I love it.
It does come out perfect. You got a quarter?
Yeah.
By the way.
You know when you put a quarter on the floor and it slides across the floor? Look at that, eh? It's perfect. Yeah, you two have done a very good job. I think the homeowners are gonna love this. I don't think, I know.
Right now, it's really not home for us right now. And it needs to be that way for us and for our kids. And I know Mike's gonna do that for us.
Okay, this is a design that I prepared for these guys.
Oh, I love this. You didn't see the other kitchen company do this now, did we? My Spanish is not good. Could you help me? So how do I say, let's say, make it right?
Lo correcto.
Lo correcto.
Exactly.
Make it correcto.
Exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
see. Kitchens have really become the heart of the home, so I get why homeowners want theirs to be a showpiece. But practical and structural issues should always be the first consideration. The key is to maximize space without compromising any structure. Do your research and know what you want. This gives the power to you and not the contractor. Ask a lot of detailed questions. What are you paying for? In other words, you should receive a breakdown of the materials that are being used and the costs associated with each item. What are the cabinets made of and how are they put together? How are the cabinets connected to the walls? This is an area where contractors may try to cut corners. In terms of finishes, I like man-made quartz countertops because they're non-porous, easy to clean, and no sealing is required. Because kitchens have a lot of foot traffic and spills, I like a porcelain tile floor because it's durable, doesn't off-gas, it's denser, and is 100% non-porous. Make sure your contractor tiles under the cabinets and the appliances as well. If there's a leak under an appliance, the water will be trapped and you won't see it until it makes its way downstairs. It's all about knowing what you want, having a clear plan, and keeping a watchful eye on the renovation. Remember, it's your home. So by end of day today, you're gonna have the base cabinets in?
For sure.
And the
cabinets
tomorrow?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
The rest we can do it today.
Work off
So.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Now there's something totally professional because this is what's necessary. These are the adjustable feet on the bottom of the cabinets, and I really like it that if your floor is out, you're not using shims. You actually will adjust the cabinets. There's not going to need a lot of adjustment on these, but if you notice the way they're installed, he's picking up right on the gable. Because if he just put the feet on the bottom, the weight will be on the bottom shelf. And you think of the countertop weight, maybe someone getting on top of it, and will want to push down on the gables, and this is considered the gable here. So weight displacement comes down the gable and is picked up by both feet. That's why they lap right to the edge to pick up the weight off the end.
You know, George, I need to lower this into the brick because right now I'm bordering with this hole right now is going to cut into the vinyl and the brick. Our vent hole for our range was actually going to hit the vinyl and the brick at the same time, but I can't get a grill on that because one's proud of the other. So what do? I have to bring the actual vent hole down so that I'm either in the brick or bring it up into the vinyl. We chose the brick because the cabinet will still cover it.
Adam, how are you doing out there? You can hear me, I know you can. Don't make me get my cup and string. Oh, you're right there. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna let you vent. Your helping hands.
Handles, exactly, and we can level them.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Because normally this is a two-man job.
Exactly.
Oh, look at that. That is brilliant.
Mike definitely opened up my eyes, and for sure when you're buying a kitchen, do your homework and check out where they work and what they build, and go see a showroom for sure with the kitchen.
I'm hoping these guys go to jail for an awful long time because it's these type of people that put a bad name in the construction industry that has changed everything as to why I do what I do, as to why I come and tell the world, here's what you need to know. Here's who you need to hire. And I don't have to name them. You need to follow the right process. This is a job to find the right people. Laura and Greg have two large puppies, and they've scratched up all the wood flooring. I've decided to replace that floor with a darker hand-scraped hardwood. This floor will hide the scratches left behind by kids and animals, as the marks will blend right in with the patina of the hand-scraped look. It's also very durable, hides dust, and adds a lot of character to the space. It's a practical and cost-effective choice for the flooring.
This is a Caesar stone top. It's very strong. It's a lot durable than the actual granite. You don't have to seal it, and it's maintenance-free. Okay, right now all we're gonna do is level off the actual countertop, put it together with the seam machine over here, put an epoxy in between the seam that joins the countertop and holds it together.
So this one is gonna go here. All right. Like so. Okay. That one comes down. Yes. The other one's gonna go beside it here. Yeah. Okay. As soon as you get to here, you offset over and go up. And this is gonna be here. Right there. All right. Okay? All right.
We're gonna add a HEPA filtration system to the furnace, which is an air purifier. Indoor air can actually be 3 to 5 times worse than outdoor air, sometimes even 100 times worse. And since most people spend 90% of their time inside, that's not a healthy combination. We breathe approximately 20,000 times a day, and that's 20,000 chances for pollutants to get right into your lungs. Homeowners don't think enough about indoor air quality. A good air purifier can take some of that heavy lifting away from your lungs. The HEPA filtration system will trap most of the pollutants, except for the radon and carbon monoxide gases. The carbon filter will remove odors, chemicals, and VOCs, that's volatile organic compounds. VOCs are the dangerous off-gassing from furniture, paint, carpet, and building materials. Another filter removes smoke, dust, pollen, mold, and dust mites. Take steps to improve the indoor air quality in your home. Don't take chances with your family's health.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. What you doing?
I'm wiring a stereo system.
Okay, you wire the stereo system. I want to see the color of the stereo.
You want to see the color of the stereo?
Yeah, with the top, right there. Give me that.
Oh, beautiful.
Is that gonna go?
Nice.
Yeah?
Nice.
All right.
This was actually a pretty straightforward job for me. The kitchen sink and the entire plumbing arrangement stayed in the original location. So for me, it was literally disconnect the old fixture and then mount the new one. Getting everything removed allowed me to change the copper and upgrade it to the current PEX tubing. So bringing to sort of current standards and material that is being utilized more often now.
Either we're gonna go white or we're gonna go brushed nickel.
I was saying white.
Marston's saying white.
Marston's saying white.
I gotta listen to a plumber doing electrical. I want to agree with you, but I don't because you're a plumber. My guess is I like this.
Wow, eh, Joe?
Awesome. And the colors like this are becoming popular?
Yeah, they seem to be becoming more popular, these bright colors, so.
I've been keeping the homeowner and the kids in mind here, and she basically told me purplish blue was one of her favorite colors.
Right.
So I've been allowed by Damon and Mike to just kind of make a choice on paint, and I've done something I normally don't do, so I'm actually kind of a little afraid of the reactions that I'm gonna get from the bosses.
Just to show you a comparison, whenever we're at the stores and we're buying something as simple as a receptacle, you've got, you know, probably under $1, 70 or 80 cents. But then you got your 30-cent receptacles, and you see the way that light's flickering like back and forth? This is because the blades on the inside are already worn away. This can't be more than 8 years old. Imagine the heat that you're causing on the end of the blades. Potential fire could happen because the blades are loose on the inside. You can see that. It's not this cord, it's the actual blades on the inside. So when you buy your receptacles and you decide to change them yourself, make sure you're buying the better quality ones. They're out there. You want better quality rather than the... You get what you pay for. No, just leave it at that. You get what you pay for.
Derek, man, is that popping or what?
That's nice.
What do you think?
It's energetic. Get me going in the morning.
Yeah.
Making breakfast.
Good idea, right?
Yeah.
Breakfast,
Great
keep your energy levels up.
But it's your butt on the line.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous.
So the coolest thing in this entire kitchen is the faucet. You touch it and the water runs. Touch it again and it stops. It's cool. I love it.
You don't like it? I don't. What's your favorite color?
Mocha, something more modern.
If I was doing your house, I'd do mocha.
Yeah.
It's looking good, isn't it? Now, who picked the blue? Carl? Purple blue.
Purple blue.
So we don't have the time to change it. We're just gonna have to do one of these and hope the homeowners like it. I'm still trying to get over the blue. However, look at the curtains. The curtains are going up and really highlighting the blue, and the curtains actually do go with the kitchen. So it might work. I'm gonna look at the homeowners thinking, do you like this? I have a feeling he's not gonna like it. I have a feeling she's gonna like it.
That is a snug fit. No, I think that's where it's going, bud. Thank you.
Want your house back?
Yes, please.
It's not my house anymore. You can walk in. We're gonna start in the living room, and we'll stay in the living room just for a moment.
Holy cow.
Wow.
Yeah, we went a little further.
That's insane.
It's gorgeous.
I didn't like your floor. It was driving me insane, which means all new baseboard, all new quarter round. I love this floor.
Wow.
Do you like the purple blue? I like the kitchen.
The purple blue, I'm not looking at the purple blue.
I can't even explain how important this is to us. I haven't had a home since June 11th. It's just been somewhere to sleep and eat out of cardboard boxes and, you know, be at while we get in the car and hop to the nearest fast food place to find what we're gonna eat that day or relative. And it just hasn't felt like a home. Oh my God.
Look at that.
I like the kitchen.
Holy cow.
Do you like that?
That's phenomenal.
Just walking through that door, I had that feeling back that this is my house and I just want my kids. I want my kids to see it. And when can I cook my first meal?
This is the kind of kitchen you saw in the flyer.
That's it. That's it. This is phenomenal.
It's
This
beyond
is the one,
what I...
The backsplash,
beyond.
everything.
Yeah.
We had a lot of calibration here with working with countertop guys, kitchen guys. I wanted to pick something up that worked with the floor.
Yeah.
To me, this is how, and I know you wanted the light cabinets, and then I went, okay, I want a darker handle.
It is gorgeous.
How do you like the backsplash? Does that work?
Unbelievable.
Okay. We have a proper corner. You're gonna love these little things that we put in here. You see that? If I pull that out like this, right? And I pull that one out, that's using the best usable space for the corner. A lot of electrical was fixed in here. New microwave, brand new dishwasher. I gotta show you the taps. So, you see the blue light?
Yeah.
Okay, that tells you your battery's working, right?
Whoa. What did... Get out!
It doesn't like your touch. Oh, it does. It's like, slow down. You're touching me too fast.
Whoa.
Touch it anywhere?
Yeah. Looking this way into your living room, this is Carlito going out on a limb because he tried to get colors from you.
He did through the wall, and my response was, you could paint it purple and I would love it.
She definitely stressed that if she could have a choice on colors, she would want a purple into a blue.
This is kind of, this is a little...
Well, he kind of chuckled to himself when we said that, so I was kind of going, uh-oh.
If she really likes this color, she's gonna go, oh my God, I love the color.
It might take me a little bit.
So, you were like me?
A little bit.
Totally blue?
Yeah.
I'm feeling a little bit blue right now.
So, would you ever do that again? Look at an article that's in a flyer that looks like a deal, that there's no way it's a deal, that has red flags all over it. Would you ever attempt to do that again without checking them out?
No. No. 150% no.
If it sounds too good to be true, odds are it is. I'm sure Laura and Greg learned a very valuable lesson on this one. You need to check out your contractor. Are they licensed? Are they insured? You know, these are things you need to ask. Not just ask, but see. You need to look into the contract to make sure that everything is detailed into the contract. Especially, never spend more money than the job they've done. That doesn't make financial sense. As a matter of fact, if you do it this way, you're spending money for nothing.
I can't believe it's finally over. Like, it's a sense of finality to this, and having you guys come into our lives for this short period of time and doing so much for us, having not known us is just unbelievable, and a great testament to Mike's character and who he's all about and helping us, and I just couldn't ask for anything more. Can I, like, look in some cupboards?
No.
Okay.
Yes, it's yours now.
Okay.
It is yours now.
Okay.
I'll just walk out here.
This is phenomenal.
You two play in here.
Totally floored. Fixed a family, fixed a relationship, fixed a kitchen, fixed beyond what words could even say.
Are you napping, Sherry? Yeah, it's a hostel.
That's a hostel.
Is this your new bedrooms?
Yes, absolutely.
That's not my bedroom in the middle.
If I was a kid, I would love to play in this stuff.
Yeah, well, you are a kid. Oh, no, what is that? Oh, you may kill her. Typically, I'm in fixing other people's mistakes.
We have had a run of things breaking and can't keep up with the repairs.
In this case, this is just a little bit of misfortune, a little bit of bad timing, a little bit of life.
There's nothing you can do about the money part of it at the time. You just kind of keep going.
I'm gonna make it right. That's simple.
This is everything it looks.
Oh, geez, you know what? I don't even think that's hooked up to anything up there. Did you not have a budget on this one?
I think we've spent over.
I think you did, actually. I'm pretty sure you did. I'm taking this show to a whole new level. This fan-favorite episode of Holmes Makes It Right has been retooled. I'll take a deeper dive into construction issues and provide you, the viewers, with even more valuable and pragmatic takeaway, as well as never-before-seen footage. So let's make it right.
Hi.
You must be Pam.
I am.
So I'm at home sitting in the back, and the flag goes up on my mailbox. Go out, pick up the mail, bills, a letter. A letter from Aggie. Hi, Aggie.
Thank you.
Dear Mr. Holmes, my name is Aggie, and I'm writing this letter for my daughter-in-law and my 3 grandchildren. Please don't think I'm bold by writing to you. I'm just a heartbroken grandmother.
I was upset with her first.
Did you hope you didn't exaggerate? I said, Pam, honest to God, the only thing that's wrong in the letter is I said tile because I couldn't spell linoleum.
Pam is a nurse practitioner. She works at the Brain Injury Center. She deals with trauma all day, every day. She's on the road a lot, going to the hospital, rehab, the wards, arranging special care, doing home visits after work and on Saturdays. So you're working so much now. Are you watching the kids when she's working?
Yeah, Aggie comes out to visit a few times a week and tries to help out with, you know, me keeping on top of stuff here, just not enough hours in the day kind of thing.
When she bought her home, she knew she had some work to be done. No sooner were they in when the trouble started.
We have had a run of things breaking and can't keep up with the repairs. We had hydro issues, so the power would just go out on us, and we had no idea why. We had problems with sewage backing up in the basement. The sump pump started going off every day. The furnace died.
And the fridge went.
There was a fence around the front of the property that just, the wood rotted and fell down, and our dog kept running out in the street, and one of our dogs got hit. He's okay, but I ended up last summer putting new fencing up. Sure, I didn't have the money for the repairs for the house, and you're back to the bank and asking for help, and, you know, eventually maybe that'll all go away when the kids are gone and they've left home, but, you know, there's nothing you can do about the money part of it at the time. You just kind of keep going.
Then to come home to a broken down old kitchen, she never complains.
The kitchen is it's a hiccup of a kitchen.
The cupboards are useless. The stove is no good.
2 people can't be in there at the same time.
I just wanted her to open the door and have this kitchen like, say, any normal house would have.
I could cry for her. The stove is broken, the floor is half torn up, the cupboards are useless. When I see her bake muffins with Kate, I think, God, how I wish I could win a contest. I could tell it was from your heart. I could tell it was something beautiful, which don't do that, you're gonna make me cry, don't do that. We'll be strong.
I always had Mike Holmes on my mind. One day I was here and I thought, this is it, I'm gonna find him. But no phone book, no nothing.
Do you know how to use a computer?
No.
So you've never emailed, clearly.
No, I wouldn't know an email if I fell over one. This WW and email and get me on the line, and the only line I got is the clothesline. That's the only way I know is to write a letter. And I couldn't find you no how.
It's kind of hard because we try to keep it secret. Where does Mike live? I think a lot of people would like to find my house, but you did. I don't know how you did.
But, and I wouldn't even tell the Pope.
Here's the part that really got me. Well, God bless you if you even read my letter. I know I'm probably only dreaming, but Mama always said dreams can come true sometimes.
It was all for Pam. And
I know
kids.
that. I know that. This one rings very familiar to me. I mean, I was brought up, which I thought was rich, but we were rather broke. And for many years, we didn't have anything. We needed a helping hand. So your dream is a new kitchen at this point. If you were asked if there's anything you were looking for.
My dream was to fix my sump pump problem.
I didn't know the sump
That
pump
was my
fine.
dream. My dream, that's the thing that was keeping me awake at
Your
night more than
sump pump.
anything else.
All right, I'm gonna fix that right now, and we'll be done in 20 minutes. Pam has a sump pump, but there's still water in the basement, obviously. Something's gone wrong here. The purpose of a sump pump is to prevent flooding due to any excess rain or groundwater from entering your home. The pump is placed in a pit at the lowest point in the basement. Water is pumped through an 1.5-inch ABS pipe that runs 8 inches outside of the foundation wall. In this case, the grading around the house is sloping towards the foundation instead of away from it, so water continues to pool right against the structure. This causes the pump to run constantly, which causes continuous strain on the pump and shortens its lifespan. We'll regrade the backyard. This will make sure that the water is flowing away from the house, which will solve Pam's sump pump issues. Other things to think about: have your sump pump serviced every year. This regular maintenance will save you time and money in the future. Also, it's a good idea to have a battery-powered backup pump in case the electricity goes out. And speaking of electricity, water doesn't mix with it. That's why the outlet should have a ground fault circuit interrupter, or GFC, so no one gets electrocuted. It's all about thinking ahead and being safe. Spend your money now so you don't end up spending thousands more down the road when things go wrong.
So this is the kitchen.
And listen for the sound.
Does that bother you?
If anyone's cooking later at night, it wakes everybody up. But it is what it is, right?
I sense there's a lot of pride in this family. Pam seems to have a little trouble asking for help, but you know what? If you just ask, you might get a helping hand. You guys are so cute. You're talking about the stove. Look at the kitchen. The kitchen's all wrong. The layout, the cabinets, never mind the appliances. Now, you bought a new fridge, and it's too big. It's a nice fridge, but it's too big for this area here.
We tried the fridge over there, and moving it back over here is when I ripped the floor.
What's with the tuck tape on your register?
The register broke, and I just had a hard time getting the right size.
So you taped it to stay in place?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at your back deck, just for the hell of it.
Yep.
So you use the deck a lot?
Yeah, absolutely.
Family, gathering? Kids?
Kids and like our little family, I think I've had a bit of a problem kind of calling this place in my head home. So I probably don't have a lot of friends over, but the kids have a lot of friends over. When we were looking for a house, it wasn't a happy looking for a house. It was a, wow, we really need to get out and we need to find somewhere fairly quickly. There was so much change for us at that time. Our family was breaking up. And I really wanted to get a place that I thought we'd have, everybody would have their own bedroom, they'd all have their space to go to if they needed to. We'd have a nice yard, and we'd, I guess, have a place that we could move forward with.
I know that you're going through a lot here. I kind of want you two to go for a walk so I can take a look at your place, because you're just telling me little things. I just want to do a walk around, a personal look, and see some of the things that I could do to give you a hand on, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Do you mind going for a walk?
Nope, we can go for a walk. Okay.
Normally, I'm fixing problems or mistakes that other people made, and I'm trying to educate people each and every day. In this case, this is just a little bit of misfortune, a little bit of bad timing, a little bit of life.
I'm fortunate enough to have had an education and have a job, and there's a lot of people that when they leave a spouse, they're not in that situation. So I know in a lot of ways I'm lucky.
You can see the backyard needs a little bit of TLC, and clearly Pam is too busy working, trying to support the kids. It's too bad, you know? This could be a really nice backyard.
Right now, it's not an option to get that other thing, but we're really lucky to have a stove, and we're lucky to have a fridge, and we're lucky to have this home because we could have landed somewhere a lot worse.
I can also tell that it's been hard over the past few years just because it's not really tidy, which means an untidy life. That's what that gets to.
I know this is my home that I'm staying in with my kids. I know this is where we're going to be. I think I want to feel like it's our home. I want to feel like we have people over and we celebrate being here, as opposed to this is where we had to kind of run to.
This is a lot of little changes, a lot that needs to be actually done. Just a little paint job can dress this up, clean it up a bit, brighten it up a bit, brighten up the life. I mean, after reading that letter, that's exactly what I'm going to do, because for them, it's hard. For me, it's easy.
Like even today, I can't cook because if I ever had any money, it was like a bag of potatoes and a roll of bologna, and that was it.
Well, that was what we call East Coast steak, right?
That's right.
And believe me, we had the fried bologna too, and that was when we had meat. That was like, oh man, Kraft dinner, hot dogs, and bologna.
Yeah.
What'd you do? Put it in and run?
I run back a few times because I had put the arm up. And then I thought, oh my God, it's in the box and there's no stamp on it. Maybe I'll be like mail fraud. Because I was waiting for dogs to come, guns and cops from maybe had camera take my license
I'm a
plate.
pretty friendly guy. That doesn't happen when you come to my house. This is the kind of family that really resonates with me personally. They're hardworking, but they're struggling financially, needing help, but having too much pride to ask. A family who cares about each other. I found success in my life, but growing up poor is never too far from my own mind. When I was a kid, meals were very simple and had to go a long way, but my mom made them with a ton of love. My dad had to work long hours just to make ends meet, and I didn't get to see him very much. We lived in a small house. We didn't have vacations. We didn't have nice clothes. It has taught me to really appreciate things in life and be good to your family and work hard. And most of all, it has led me to want to help others in need and make it right in some small way for other people's lives. This is going to be pretty simple. We'll pull all the cupboards out. I want to pull the floor up in the living room. We'll actually take it out into the hallway. Now, I don't want to touch the kitchen floor because we're going to have Murat come in here because there's a little bit of asbestos in the layer underneath it, so we'll let him do it. So today, the simple goal, pull all the cabinets out, pull up the floors, pull the trim, pull the deck.
That works. Aha! Uh-oh. Oh, boy. This is heavier than it looks. There we go.
Well,
Wow.
there's a problem with the sump pump. She had hired someone, fired it out the side here.
You can actually see where it's starting to undermine some of the soil back there where the pipe ends. I don't know if you can see through that mess. We'll get a better idea
Yes, like there's a hole in the ground.
Yeah, we'll get a better idea once we're able to clear everything out.
And this, what is this, all weeds?
It's all weeds.
The backyard is a really big backyard, and right now it looks kind of small because it's all overgrown. And once it's overgrown, everyone's sort of like, they don't tend to the property anymore.
It's all weeds. I mean, it's all as good as done.
I think they're trying to make some sort of private area in the back, but I mean, the fence is up.
What I see, okay, is that even though some of these beds are nice to have, they don't have the time to look after them, okay? And it's just gonna get out of hand again. I would say just mow it all out, give it a decent grade, just sod it nice and clean. All they have to do is worry about mowing it.
What I'm trying to do is make it really simple for Pam here. Stop all the little things from falling apart. I have Martin doing minor plumbing. We're here, take care of all the small stuff, then Pam can take care of the big stuff. That's her family. I want to give Pam a brand new deck to complement the facelift we're giving the rest of the backyard. MJ is supervising this project, so I've asked him to come up with some ideas.
Yesterday I was talking with Adam and we kind of came up with a little something here. What I was thinking was we do 6 posts, 12-inch sono tubes, 3 in the front, 3 in the back, with a saddle on top of that to carry my 2x8 across, so 2x8 triple, 10 feet again, another triple, and then frame my deck off of it this way, that way it carries the load.
All right. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We have 3 jobs on the go right now. This is a small one. MJ is more than qualified to do the kitchen, the deck, and I'll oversee him.
When we pulled the uppers here, some stuff came out with it. Is that what I think it is?
Mm-hmm. That's vermiculite. Vermiculite was once used as a loose fill. It was an insulation in the attic, and the majority of it contained asbestos. And if we have it in the attic, that could be a problem. What, did it come from here?
Yeah.
Or just around it?
Well, I think around it when I,
Oh, geez, you know what? I don't even think that's hooked up to anything up there. I bet you that's blowing into the attic. The truth is, Mike, it may have been cleaned out at one time, and there was just little remnants sitting around. So, 1, we want to make sure it's ducted out properly, it's insulated. 2, we will take a look into the attic, so we're going to have to find the closet to get up there to take a peek, see what kind of insulation's in there. But that's not a surprise, because we have asbestos in the floor, probably asbestos in the glue. Wouldn't hurt to put a mask on.
Okay. We got good news. No vermiculite in the attic. It looks like they sucked it out, and there's just some remnants that fell down when we were doing the demo in the kitchen. So I think we're good here.
We don't have to worry about the vermiculite, but we've still got to worry about the asbestos tile in the kitchen. Restoration services here, preparing to tear it all out and make it safe for us to get to work. Asbestos was often used in construction materials because it's durable, it's fire-resistant, and it's resilient. Between the 1920s and 1960s, it was used in floor tiles. Most commonly, they were about 9 inches by 9 inches square that are used in this home. Asbestos was banned in the 80s because it poses a really serious health risk. Prolonged exposure can lead to scarring of the lungs or even lung cancer. It's harmful when it's disturbed and the dust fibers get in the air. And when inhaled, they can get lodged in your lungs. So, obviously, doing renovations or replacing a floor will disturb any asbestos. So if you have any concerns about your tile, your insulation, your drywall, plaster, or any other construction material, have it tested. If it comes back positive for asbestos, hire remediation experts to remove it safely and efficiently. Don't take chances on the health and safety of your family. Once the asbestos tile is out, John's gonna grade the property. We have all the grading actually running back into the foundation. We want to run it away. This is all about low or no maintenance for Pam. Now, you can't see it, it's under the deck, but I care about that. I don't want her phoning me back in 2 years saying, hey, my foundation's leaking. We're here, we do it right the first time.
We joke that in the separation, I got custody of her. She never wavered, was a huge support. For me and the kids, huge. And always said, like, if there's ever anything, call me, and meant it. And that's really important.
2 feet out. Right now, we're in the process of marking out our layout for our posts. It's important that our posts are square off the house because once we build our deck, it needs to be square off that house. Otherwise, we're gonna have an angled deck and it's gonna look bad. So once we get our posts done, that's what our deck's gonna sit on for structure. Our beams are gonna sit on top of those posts, and then our deck's gonna come off of that. That way it's nice and sturdy. What we're using here is a brown pressure treated. It's actually a new product. I like it because it looks a lot like cedar, but it's not. It's a little more cost effective, stands against the UV, and it's also good against water. We've got our 16-foot 2x8s here. What we're gonna do when we're finished is square off the house 14 feet off of each side, chalk line our line on our 2x8s, and cut them all off. That way we have a nice square line from the house on the front.
I asked Pam about her concerns, and she talked about the floor splintering and actually getting into the kids' toes. We pulled out everything. The living room, the hallway, the kitchen. Make that transition smooth all the way through, no thresholds, and it looks good.
Now that we've got our subfloor down, we're ready to lay Detra. So we've got our modified thin set, which has more polymers in it, so it'll grab to the wood a little bit better. We've made it more of a wet mix because we want more moisture in it so that it sticks better because the wood will absorb a lot of that moisture. If you put too much mortar underneath the Ditra, that's when you're gonna get more lumps. You don't want waves in your floor, you want a nice smooth surface. The point of doing the subfloor is to give ourselves a nice smooth surface, so we don't want to correct it with the mortar. Those line up all right, Tyler?
Those are perfect, good cuts.
Oh, stop. Once the Ditra's down, that'll be the base for our tile, and we'll need to give the Ditra about 24 hours to dry.
We laid a good portion of these tiles yesterday. I'm just gonna go through, clean up these spacers. It's been about 24 hours, so we can take them out now. The floor is perfectly level. We'll keep moving on.
We had to frame out this wall here because Daniel's gonna have his fridge over here and cabinets over there. So instead of having a weird gable here, we figured we'd frame the wall, have a nice smooth transition. Fridge is gonna be tucked nice in here with beautiful cabinets next to it. Because we're tying in new construction to old construction, it doesn't always line up perfectly. So what I'm doing here is building out the Durabond and flaring it out so that it looks seamless and you'll never notice that it was new. The benefit of using this is that it's a lot stronger. It's not gonna crack. Once you get it up there, once it sets, there's no sanding it unless you got a belt sander. So you better be good at it and you better do it right the first time. Otherwise, coming back to fix it is gonna be a pain.
Relocating the kitchen exhaust. We're putting in a new microwave hood. So I got to relocate it center of the wall, made an opening. Now I was hoping just to transfer this over to this side, but what I noticed when I started to take this apart is it wasn't connected in the attic. So what they have it doing is just going up, blowing into the attic and coming out a roof vent. For now, I'll probably just get some insulated flex up, and that way the roofer can put the vent in.
I mean, every day I see people who've, you know, like, they've been any of us, and just something's happened, and they're different than they were before, and they got to figure out how to go on.
I think that's what a lot of people struggle with. It's a change in life, no matter how you look at it. Change, a hard change, is supposed to bring on a good change. And it takes a while to get there, doesn't it? I've been there. Yeah. You've been there. We've all been there.
Today we have a very busy day. We have better contracting coming in to hook up the exhaust for the range hood. We've got Trimbo coming in to replace the doors. We've also got the countertops being measured, and Daniel from DV Kitchens is here installing the kitchen cabinets. Because it's such a tight house, it's hard when we have this many trades in, so I've got to make sure I need to step back with my guys. We'll come outside, we'll work on the deck, so we're not all working on top of each other.
Steve is going to hook up the exhaust fan from the range hood out to the roof. Before, it was venting into the attic, and that's no good. So we're gonna make sure it goes directly outside. Our goal with this project is to make the house as maintenance-free as possible. So while Steve's on the roof, he's gonna take a look around and make sure that everything's okay up there.
Basically, the vent that was here is the wrong vent for this application. It's just a 50 square inch regular roof vent for exhausting attic air. This particular vent's designed for venting range or bathroom exhaust, you know, via a collar and a hose. What's in here basically is a damper. So once there's forced air against it, it opens up and it prevents any downdrafting or cold air coming down the pipe through the hose and into the kitchen.
Instead of having a double sliding glass door at the back of the house, we now have a single one so we can fit an extra row of cabinets in the kitchen. We framed, insulated, and drywalled that space from the inside and put a plywood on the outside. Later, we're gonna coat that with a special product for weather protection. We're gonna replace the window in the kitchen. The current application was a retrofit installation. What does that mean? In this case, an older window has been removed and replaced with a newer PVC window, but it's still sitting on top of the old existing wood frame. They thought they were saving money by just replacing the window, but in this case, there's signs of water buildup along the corners of the window, which will just continue to rot the old wood frame. So we're gonna remove the entire frame of the window, right down to the brick. The new window will utilize the full space of the opening. By removing the wood frame, we will eliminate water issues down the road. We're making it right for Pam. Pam's kitchen was not only outdated, I mean, it was just totally laid out incorrectly. We've given them a brand new design that's going to be very efficient for Pam and her family.
Here's what we're gonna do, I guess. You're putting the legs on the outside and the countertop float out.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to cut it only and put it in the base here, and then the countertop will be going outside here like 12 inches.
Okay.
I think here we have 5 inches and 1.5 inches over here.
Okay, I love it.
There's a few different ways to measure a countertop. This system is very unique. It's all on a string and a pin. You touch the corners and it measures it all out for you, and it's accurate to a 1/16 of an inch.
Now that we've finished the deck, there's a couple different options we could go with the step. I've decided to put patio stones underneath the stairs just to give it a stable base to sit on it. It's gonna be high traffic, so if I put it on grass, the grass could eventually get stepped on enough where it's gonna wear away and the stairs might sag. So I need a nice strong base for those stairs. We've decided to go with an aluminum railing. We could have gone with wood, but we figured, you know what? Aluminum looks a little bit better, it's a bit cleaner, and it's low maintenance for it.
We could have gone into some complicated landscape, but we didn't. Let's put down some sod. It actually cleans up, makes the backyard look a lot bigger. But once you lay it in August, let me tell you, you got to keep it wet. Every day we've got the water running on it because the last thing I want to do is pull it up and do it again.
Now that we've got about a week left of this job, I'm extremely happy with where we're at. We've got a little painting, a little bit of caulking, some touch-ups to hit. Then we've got the countertop coming in Monday, the backsplash, and Pam and the kids will be back home.
Before we started painting, we noticed that the walls had an oil-based paint on them. So we found an oil-based primer, put that over because you can't put latex primer over oil. It's not gonna bond properly. So now that the walls are prepped, 2 coats of primer, filled, ready for the finished coat. It's gonna look great.
Glenn, can you come here for a second? Now, I love MJ's idea with the purple in the kitchen. It will look really funky, but with the purple and the brown, it's really tacky.
I love the purple.
Andrew, what do you think?
You should probably call the boss man.
Okay, let's call him right now, speakerphone.
Hey man, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay. You got a minute? We got the brown on the walls and some purple in the kitchen, and they clash like crazy, man. We gotta change this brown to something else.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like a hangover brown. It's no good. I sent you a picture, man, but it might break your phone.
Oh wow, not bad, eh?
Yeah, it's pretty tacky.
That's hideous. I'll take a new gray and we will fix the problem.
All right, man.
Sorry, guys.
It's all good. Now I can sleep at night.
All right, I'll see you soon.
Ciao, buddy.
Here's a woman who is a nurse and works every day, 5 to 7 days a week, comes home to a crappy kitchen, a floor that gives her splinters. So to know that she's gonna come home to a brand new kitchen with a nice new hardwood floor, a nice new house with a new vibe in it, I think that's gonna be the nicest feeling for me.
Today we have a very busy day. There's all kinds of bodies here, actually. You can see we've laid down the green side up. I love this. What a difference when you clean up. You bring in the right people, it looks like a bigger yard, and it's right. We'll be finishing off the door today, installing the fridge, the stove, the last few things. Again, here we are running. We're gonna try and give it back to her within 2 days. Some extra added products that we're trying on this one that I'm really excited about is cork. And we're gonna put this on the outside. It's a breathable finish. It gives a thermal break. It's fire rated. Like, everything about this is really exciting for me. I love new products like this that have a big impact and are environmentally friendly. What do I always say? Work from the outside in. Take care of your home's exterior first, and it'll protect everything on the inside. This cork spray provides a thermal break. In other words, in the summer, it helps keep the cool in, and in the winter, it helps keep the heat from escaping. It's water and mold resistant, provides an acoustic insulation, and it's flexible, so it reduces cracks over time. And the best part is it's environmentally friendly. It's made from the bark of cork trees, which is a renewable resource. No trees to cut down, so we're saving money to heat and cool our homes. I used it on my house, and my energy bills went down. Good for the environment, good for the wallet, just makes good sense.
I am now installing the backsplash in the kitchen. I'm laying with speed set because I want to be able to grout as fast as I can. So I'm going to lay it out on the countertop, mix my speed set, throw the speed set on the wall, lay it, and it'll be done. Move on to my next wall, repeat as necessary. Even though these tiles have a mesh backing to them, you'd think you just put the mortar on the wall, then slap it on. It's actually not that easy. You get sags everywhere, so if you don't wash carefully, your lines will go like waves. So you gotta kind of go in every little crevice, make sure it lines up nicely across the board, otherwise it's not gonna be a very nice backsplash.
Yeah, it looks kind of messy. It's like a fast food restaurant that I'm so used to. Bold on the purple there, Mr. Holmes.
Do you like it?
You know what, I do. I think it'll work. It's a little risky. It's a little risky.
Yeah.
But I like it. I like the stainless steel tile you're putting up.
Yeah, you know what, I figured I'm sick of playing it safe. Let's go risky.
Did you not have a budget on this one?
$1.
$1?
Yeah. I think we've spent over.
I think you did, actually. I'm pretty sure you did. I'm liking it.
I got a lot to do today. You know, there's a lot of people in here. I just gotta breathe today. It's gonna be good.
Well, you did my garage. This one's easy.
Yeah, but I still have days
You
where...
still get excited.
Some days.
The little things we're doing, it looks good. This is feeling good. You can hear the vacuum, the cleaning, they're wiping things down. And in approximately 20 minutes, I'm gonna bring Aggie and Pam through. They're gonna love it.
I remember tough times from my childhood like it was yesterday. Both of my parents, we grew up with not a lot, and that's why this one hit very close to home for me and why I wanted to go so far above the budget, which my dad may not be happy about, but at the same time, he's okay with it because he knows this family needs it and they deserve it.
Well, hello.
Yeah.
Come on up into the shade. That sun is hot today.
Oh, my goodness.
Hi, Aggie. How are you, my dear?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Pam, how are you?
I'm good.
Nice to see you.
It's a good deal. Thank you.
You see in the front? Is there anything different?
Oh my God.
Oh, the windows painted in new color. Yeah.
The guys, we dressed up the landscaping a little bit,
sure
put in
did.
some mulch, cleaned everything up a little
Yeah.
bit just to make it feel really good. Okay, well, you know what? Let's just bring you in the house. What do you think?
Yeah.
All right, come on.
Yeah, let's
Come on.
do it.
Can you stand it? Oh my God, my nerves. I'm gonna close my eyes till I'm inside.
My God.
Oh my God, this room. Oh my God.
Come on in.
This doesn't look like my house at all.
Actually, it's kind of different.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh,
I don't know where to look.
look at the floor. Oh.
My son, he led this job, which I'm really proud of him because he continuously gets better every day. So with the crew that he had with him, some of the guys, because we do 3 at a time, they've done a lot of extra work, and he's even surprised me a little bit. So we did do new floors right through the hallway. Everything transitions. And he thought he'd go and work with a furniture company and get you all new furniture, as well as a new TV.
Oh my God.
Because I love him, but that's from his heart. He goes, you let me do this job, Dad, so I had to do it.
It's just beautiful. I can't imagine. Just love it. It doesn't look at all like the house I was in. Like, it doesn't look anything like...
Kind of warm.
Wow.
Kind of inviting, yes?
Oh, very cozy. Yeah, I love it.
Good.
Absolutely love it.
Good.
I can't believe it.
So you want to see the kitchen, don't
Absolutely.
Yeah.
you? Let's go see the kitchen.
Holy smokes.
Oh my God.
I don't even know where to begin.
Oh,
Let's just look at it.
oh, look at the stove.
Look at the tour. Oh my God. Oh, and the counter space. Like, we had this much counter space before.
This was a very small kitchen to start with. And if it didn't work the way the layout was, you had your cabinets here, you had your table and chair here. So what we tried to do was, with the space that we had, we really couldn't take down walls, which I'm used to doing, because it's a tiny home. So let's design this to the best of our ability. And I think we did. Putting the fridge in this location, having cabinets on this side here, beautiful stainless steel backsplash. My son was a little bold with the color purple, but I kind of like it.
It's my daughter's favorite color. She's gonna love it.
You're kidding me?
No.
It's a brave color to pick, but it really actually works with the design.
Yeah.
Now, opening up, remember pedestals? This way the little stools can sit here, family little gatherings. If you still want a table and chairs, you're gonna have to intrude into your living room.
Sure.
Working the stove with the sink, the dishwasher, because everyone said at the beginning, you can't have a dishwasher. Yeah, we can have a dishwasher. We can still get the cupboards you need and really dress it up. Like, if you look up and you see how we get tall cabinets, do all the crown molding across the top, the wine shelf at the end. What we did was we pulled out your slider door. We closed off this section here to gain access to put in cabinets and a fridge. It was the only way that we could look at this and say, it was great to have a big door, but it didn't work.
Yeah. I can't believe what you've done with the space. It makes you want to do stuff in here now and
enjoy it.
Absolutely.
And keep it clean. And
absolutely.
Have family get-togethers and watch TV. Make some popcorn, watch a movie. Oh, I have something else to show you.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
This is all new.
All right, let's talk about it.
Wow. This deck is beautiful.
Where the family gets together, like the kitchen, we want to make sure the backyard is the same thing. So we ripped apart your deck. You had some issues of grading against the home, which we're trying to keep water away. We've graded the whole property. Cleaned up all of the trees, the weeds, put in all new grass, cleaned up your tree, cut some limbs off, open up the space. I also got you a new barbecue.
Oh, I got it. That's brand new.
My goodness.
Oh, God. Oh, sweet God. Oh, Pam.
Wait, you can't have a deck without a barbecue. What we're trying to do here was wipe out all the worries in life and just make it nice and easy. Now you can concentrate on work. You don't have to worry about anything. And when you come home, you're comfortable. So we took care of all the little, we probably took care of a bunch more things than I'm telling you, but it doesn't matter. I'm showing you all the big things. Nice new little plants within there, and then a beautiful little garden. You had a garden on the side over there. We cleaned that up to keep a nice trim line with grass, just really grass on the property. The size of your yard now.
It's huge. It's absolutely huge.
And of course, we took care of your sump pump. You're not gonna have any more problems with that. Total cost of this job, electrical, plumbing, all the cabinets, the countertops, the flooring, ceramic, and both hardwood, the deck, the landscaping, and the painting, not to mention the furniture and television. For a deserving family, priceless.
I don't know what to say. This is not anything. I didn't know what to expect, but I sure didn't expect this. This is everything I would have wanted the house to be. And yeah, I would stay. Like, it's not just a place to hang out till my kids get older. This is our place to stay. And they wanted that. I just didn't feel it. I look now and I think, wow, like, the yard it's the yard I grew up in. It's the big grass I had when I was a kid and all those things that you kind of, I know you sort of go, wow, this feels comfortable. It feels like us.
What I'd like to do is I would like to get all the guys back here. We went and got some food, some beer, and we're gonna have a big barbecue. Can I do that? Can I set up a barbecue?
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
One letter that came right from somebody's heart to another person who had a bigger heart than I had, and then with the wheel turning around with everybody, and now it's come full circle. Like, I feel like sending an invitation to the Queen to come visit. It is so gorgeous.
I've said it for years. Throw the pebble in the pond and watch the ripple effect. And this is really in that matter. And hopefully this little pebble and this little ripple effect will help this family step forward with no worries. Rice Krispie Squares, Holmes!
Hey, Joe!
Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for everything. To come in and see, you know, Big Mike and Mike, you're in the background, but I know you were the one running things here too, and thank you for everything that you did. This is incredible.
You want a burger? Hot
I
dog?
can't eat. I don't know if I'll ever
Salad?
eat again.